Chapter 1420. After all, everyone here understood that among the dragons in the stagnant realm, only Allah's was on their side at this moment. The rest were all the minions of the Twilight Dragon. But to everyone's surprise, the dragon coughed twice in a low voice before looking up at them. In the eyes that were half squinted because of the serious injury, the strange dark silver light disappeared and was replaced by a golden light. It was like a scorching flame. Garek! Allah's was almost in disbelief. You. Allah's. The dragon forced a smile with some difficulty. You really came. Mr. Garek? Brando also saw that the other party seemed to have recovered his consciousness. Garek smiled weakly. My time of death is near, Allah's, and this human gentleman. But fortunately, at the last moment of my life, my soul was finally able to escape the shroud of darkness, allowing me to return to the eternal home of the dragons. Garek. Allah's finally confirmed that her companion had recovered, but she did not expect it to be under such circumstances. Her voice could not help but choke a little. Garek did not seem to care too much. His shining eyes swept across the little female dragon and finally fell on Brando. I know you, sir. Brando was slightly stunned. Mithril is my mate. Brando suddenly remembered the respectable silver dragon lady. He could not help but look at Garek with some pity. Of course, he could see that the other party was determined to die. Through such means, he was able to escape the claws of the Twilight Dragon. He may be able to save the other party's life with the angel's heart bottle, but he could see that the other party was not willing to let his soul be covered in dust again. Not to mention that the other party only had a moment left. Don't sigh for me, Mr. Brando, Garek replied with a smile, because I know that Mithril will remember me forever. To be able to live in the hearts of one's companions and spouse is also a kind of eternal life for the dragons. The little female dragon suddenly covered her mouth. She thought of herself and Fu Luofa. If there was a day when they had to face such a separation, then she would rather die than suffer such a fate. Garek silently glanced at Allah's and sighed in his heart. In his opinion, Allah's was too young to even understand the true meaning of life. I hope she can accept the matter of Fu Luofa. He thought in his heart. Is there anything you need us to pass on, Mr. Garek? Brando asked. No, I believe that Mithril can accept all of this calmly. Garek shook his head, but his eyes fell on Brando and slowly said, But I have something to tell you, Mr. Brando. Is it about the Twilight Dragon? Garek nodded slowly and painfully. It's about the Throne of Destiny. The Throne of Destiny? Garek took a deep breath and said, Mr. Brando, behind Lady Martha's Tiamat code, there is an unprecedented highest authority. In the past, this authority has only been used a few times, but every time, it has allowed our world to escape disaster. Our world has been able to survive the war with the Twilight Dragon time and time again because of this rule. Whenever the divine people cannot win in the war, we will restart the wound. This way, we can at least preserve our last hope and hope to be able to win in the next war. In the 5th and 6th wars, in order to steal this authority itself and obtain complete victory in this protracted war, the Twilight Dragon finally made up its mind to project its body into our world. This is the origin of the Azure War. Brando frowned. In fact, he had known all of this for a long time. Whether it was the Bugas or Miss Tata, they had all told him all of this. He also believed that what the Twilight Dragon coveted was this authority itself, but the problem was that he still did not understand what this authority was. He faintly felt that perhaps this authority was in the stagnation realm, which was why the Twilight Dragon and its minions, Akentu, were so anxious. But at this moment, he did not interrupt Garek but waited silently for him to continue. He had a hunch that perhaps the answer to the mystery was already in front of him. Garek exhaled with some difficulty. His mental state was obviously not very good, but he insisted on saying, in the 6th war, the Twilight Dragon finally got the best opportunity dash. The next part of the story was a part of history that Brendel was both familiar and unfamiliar with. That was the final stage of the Azure War, where the divine people relied on Babel Fortress to hold on. But the divine people had realized that under such circumstances, the fall of the world was only a matter of time. The Truth Society was not afraid of failure, so it was just another repetition of history in the war between Woned and the Twilight Dragon. Although the divine people felt depressed because of this, and the repeated failures made them feel helpless, no matter what, the world had to be preserved. Therefore, the council once again proposed a plan to restart the world. This was just like the reflection of history, the scene that had played out over and over again in these 5 wars. But because of this, the divine people had a dispute. Gaia believed that repeated repetition would only consume Martha's power in vain, and one day, Woned would face the desperate situation after the gods left. The World Tree Organization was keen to recreate the glory of the divine people. Perhaps many things had already embarked on the wrong path from the beginning of this era, and restarting the glory before the 5th era would be beneficial for them to correct these mistakes and achieve the final victory in the war with the Twilight Dragon. The dispute in the council led to divergence, and the disunity of the will led to the tree herders going alone, resulting in the birth of the Bronze race. However, something unexpected happened. Because of the influence of dark magic, the Bronze tribe rebelled. These new generations created by the divine people eventually became the claws of the Twilight Dragon. This incident led to a further split in the Truth Society. And in this rebellion, the Twilight Dragon learned of the name that moved it, the Throne of Destiny. Was this the ultimate plan of the divine people to restart the world with the highest authority? Finally, by intercepting the bloodline of the Bronze race, the Twilight Dragon obtained a precious opportunity to analyze Martha's Tiamat law network. And in this analysis, it obtained an important piece of information. In this final plan called the Curved Surface Plan, or Woned Plan, the Throne of Destiny was in the most important position, and it knew that only the first generation of ancestors had the ability to activate this highest authority. The Twilight Dragon had been in contact with the first generation of planeswalkers who had fought with it a long time ago, and it knew the origin of these people. And it knew that the divine people of this era did not have this ability. Sure enough, not long after, the spies it buried in the tree herder sent back a piece of news that made it ecstatic. The divine people even did not hesitate to consume Martha's power to create a real pure-blooded female ancestor, what they called the first generation. At this moment, the Twilight Dragon understood that the opportunity to end everything had come. When Garek finished his last word, there was a strange silence around, and the air seemed to be filled with a breath called silence. No one came back to their senses. Although the voice of the seriously injured Garek was very low, it was particularly clear in this pin-drop environment. After a long time, Brando slowly said, "So, what happened after that?" "This happened at the end of the 6th era, but why was the Twilight Dragon defeated by the Azure Knight not long after that, leading to the end of the 6th era and the arrival of the Mortal Era?" "Because..." Jarak's lips curled into a chilling smile. "All of this was the conspiracy of the Twilight Dragon." "What did you say?" Garek waved his hand with some difficulty. The Twilight Dragon understood that the best opportunity was already in front of it, but if the divine people were forced to restart this world, it would lose this opportunity. So, it deliberately showed its weakness to the enemy and descended into our world to give the Azure Knight a chance to injure it. In this way, the divine people would think that they had a chance to completely defeat the Twilight Dragon. However, in the final war, although the Twilight Dragon was defeated by the Azure Knight, it allowed the Crystal Army and the No Race to attack Babel Fortress from behind. The Truth Society was caught off guard, and the Tower of Babel was completely destroyed. Moreover, the most important thing is, the Twilight Dragon has already calculated everything. Its deep sleep is just an illusion, because it has already left its will in the baby girl. When the mortals thought that they had won, sure enough, after the 6th war, the Azure Knight became a hero, and the era of the mortals came, and our world, Garek coughed heavily twice, was also preserved. In the dead silence, only the calm voice of the Prime Minister's daughter sounded. So the Throne of Destiny was not hidden again with the restart of the world. Without waiting for Garek to answer, she continued, "In the next 1,000 years, the Myurnas established their country. In the era of the mortals, the power of the earth declined, the gods died, and the dragons were hidden. Then, the War of the Holy Saints. After that, even the Silver Folk withdrew from the history of Woned. In the next 700 years, the Holy Saints established their country. Cruz, Fanzan, Saint Tassol, and Alanta were established one after another. And 300 years later, that was our era." The voice of the Prime Minister's daughter trailed off. But there was a roaring sound in everyone's hearts, because in this era, it had finally come again. Chapter 14:21. The enemy we are facing may be the most ferocious and terrifying opponent of this era. Its existence is far from conquering, nor is it to rule and seize benefits. The destruction brought by the Twilight is pure. It will return the world of Wone to chaos, just as its believers in the mortal world claim, the final judgment and the end of the world. Silver Scholar, Judd J. Robin this was the era of the twilight. In the face of the heavy reality, everyone was hesitant to move forward. This was the common opponent that humans had faced for 6 eras. However, even the gods had failed time and time again. How could the mortals, born of the black iron, raise their hands and feet in front of it? Everyone looked solemn. Even Brando's face was tense. He silently pursed his lips into a straight line. The Twilight Dragon has mastered the blood of the ancestors. Its goal is the ultimate secret of our world. Can we still make it in time? Garek's lips were dry and cracked, but his face looked a little indifferent. That's just right. On the contrary, Feng Qi seemed a little strangely excited. The genius of the Phantom Chariot lineage seemed to have returned to his old ways at this moment. He paced back and forth feverishly. I've long been tired of the repeated days. To be honest, I've long been tired of the trivial calculations between my family and Phoenix Fire. Feng Qi waved his hand. And this is what I want, about the mystery of the emerald and everything behind it. Miss Delphian, do you remember what I told you? There was a flicker of fire in his dark eyes. He looked at everyone and then at Brando. If we can't participate in it ourselves, it will be the biggest regret of our lives. Brando, I believe in you. How about taking us to create a miracle? Brando ignored the guy who had returned to his old ways and only asked Garek, I want to hear your opinion. Garek also looked at Brando. Move forward or die, but this is our only chance. We have some reasons why we have to do it. Above the blue sea of Anglia, we saw the sunrise and everything that bathed in the sunlight. The sunrise we see today may be our last glimpse. The curtain of the past has fallen, and the long night of wound is coming. But the endless darkness is not the long night. The long night is the wait before the dawn, Brando replied. Maybe, but that depends on you and me. Garek coughed violently. It clenched its hand into a fist and pressed it against its chest. Mr. Garek, is the secret here? Yes, it is the target of Akentu Flora, and us. Then, what is the seed of destiny? Garek shook his head weakly. No one knows what it is, Mr. Brando. I don't know, Akenta doesn't know, and the Twilight Dragon doesn't know. It may just be a law, a kind of authority, or it may just be a name. Maybe only Lady Martha knows what it is. Master, no, the Twilight Dragon spent countless years to come here. The secret was placed under the ruins of the past order, in the flow of old time. Brando was silent for a moment. How strong is Akenta now? Garek looked at him with his yellow eyes. There was no anxiety in his eyes, only steel-like coldness. Brando raised his head, and he already understood. He looked at the dark corridor in front of him again. It lay there, immersed in the silent darkness, as if thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, were just a moment. It would lead to an unknown and unpredictable future, and the time after that might be long or short, but it would be an eternal secret that no one knew. At this moment, Brando suddenly recalled such a scene. It was the sacred white field. The Flame King said so in his oath to the humans, elves, dwarves, silverfolk, and dragons. His voice echoed in the wilderness, like an ancient ghost that still lingered in the hearts of future generations. We will take this step, and after this step, it is the path to seek the truth. It may lead to victory or death. We have no way of knowing, but we can make a choice. Forward or backward. Brando subconsciously looked at the holy sword Odorfice in his hand. The dark blade shone faintly under the dim light, and every golden-red texture on the blade seemed to be flowing. With a common voice, they told him the answer. Everyone's eyes were focused on Brando at this moment. They saw the young Earl from Erewhon lower his head and then raise it again. He looked at the dragon who was leaning against the wall and asked, Are you all right? Garek shook his head. Mr. Brando, he asked weakly, I only have one last question. Can you tell me, what do you think the chances are? I don't know, Brando replied, but I think there's still a chance. There's still a chance, Garek smiled weakly. Then leave me here. If I can still have a beautiful dream in the dark, maybe I can still see Mithril. Garek! The little female dragon clenched her claws. No, Alaz. Go forward, don't waste time. The little female dragon wanted to say something more, but Brando pressed the back of her hand and dragged her forward, past Garek. In the darkness, he felt Alaz instinctively struggle, but she quickly turned her palm around and clasped his hand tightly. The others also silently passed by Garek. Brando looked back and saw Phoenix Flame place her sword in front of her chest and salute the other party. It was like a poem blooming in the darkness, quiet as a trickle. Akenta looked at the giant door shining with a metallic light. The door was engraved with the scene of Martha's creation. A little light rose from her hand, and each light beam was drawn by countless stretched lines, passing through the clouds and the sea of fire, covering the whole world boundless. Deliberately mystifying, Akenta said with a look of contempt. Where is this place? This is Marcia's kingdom, Gaia calmly replied. Before Marcia fell into her eternal slumber, she had placed the highest authority of Tiamat in this place. Entering this place requires an extremely high level of authority, and after the era of Azure, no divine citizen has been allowed to enter this place. Akenta heard this name and hesitated for a moment. But fanaticism made him put down his concerns. He waved his claws and roared, "Open it!" Martha had long left this world, and the gods fell into an eternal sleep because Tiamat's network ran out of magic. At this moment, this place was just an abandoned wasteland. The ball of light flickered. Akenta immediately felt a tremor in the entire space. He looked around vigilantly, suspecting that the goddess of earth was up to something again, but nothing unusual seemed to happen. Suddenly, a trickle of light flowed out from Martha's fingertips on the giant door in front of him, and the bright light spread in all directions along the lines of the relief. As if in an instant, the entire door shone brightly and became abnormally dazzling. "What is this?" he asked in a sharp voice. But just as he finished speaking, the dazzling light had dissipated, and Akenta found that the giant door in front of him had disappeared, and a vast and mysterious space appeared behind it. An ancient galaxy lay in front of him, and in the midst of billions of bright lights, among countless burning stars, there was a gem quietly placed. It was an organic gem, or to be exact, an amber. It was very large, about a few stories tall, and its surface reflected the starlight and emitted a soft bright yellow light. In the center of its irregular geometric shape, there was a dazzling shadow. Akenta recognized at a glance that it was the shape of the continent of Wonde. It was placed in the center of this world, and circles of silver protective equipment wrapped around it. The flowing light in the amber was like a dazzling halo. However, the light of the stars passed through this halo, making it seem as if it was immersed in a river of time. At that moment, even the king of demons could not help but be stunned. "It's actually here." Akenta's scorched yellow vertical pupils showed a hint of surprise. "The fire seed that you have carefully preserved from the past world, the only treasure of this world, the throne of destiny." He subconsciously took a step toward the amber, but a figure had already swept past him. It was Flora. The latter instantly turned into a sharp arrow and shot toward the amber. She tried her best to reach out, and her fingertips almost touched the bright surface of the amber, but the Purgatory Lord snorted coldly at this moment. At that moment, Fuluafa let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky as if she had been struck by lightning. As soon as the girl landed, she hugged herself in pain. The capillaries under the skin of her arms seemed to come alive and rolled between her muscles. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her face was as pale as paper. "You don't know what's good for you." Akenta looked at her coldly and sneered. "Akentu." Flora's two slender and beautiful eyebrows were almost entangled with each other. She clenched her teeth and stared at the Purgatory Lord with blazing eyes. "You know the consequences of betraying the Master." Akenta choked. He looked back at the amber with some fascination. The lofty throne was so charming and so enchanting. That was the supreme authority of Martha's Tiamat code, and also the only shortcut to the power of existence. No wonder Ekis was so fascinated by it that he did not hesitate to betray his master. Chapter 14:22. For a moment, the Lord of Purgatory's heart was shaken. Fuluafa's stare made him upset. Of course, he knew the consequences of betraying Dusk. But in a moment, his greedy desire drowned his reason. "Master only wants to destroy this world," it spoke with a heavy voice. "As long as Tiamat's highest authority remains in our hands, the divine folk will never have another chance to redo their lives. It won't care about these minor details." "Akentu," Fuluafa shouted. "Are you crazy?" Her repeated challenges finally exhausted the patience of the Demon King. Akenta suddenly roared and swept the silver dragon girl away with a wave of his claws. She fell heavily back into the original hall, and there was no sound from then on. "Fuluafa!" The remaining dragon cried out in shock, but under the cold gaze of the Purgatory Master, It stopped in its tracks. What, you want to go with her? Akentu asked coldly. No, I don't dare, my lord. The dragon finally understood the situation. It looked regretfully at Fu Luofa's direction and did not dare to have any objections. Very good. Akentu nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned around and looked at the amber with greed. He murmured, "This time, it belongs to me." For this, I did not hesitate to wait for nearly 10,000 years. The Demon King could not help but raise its head and roar. The so-called gods and your ancient creators, the divine people, the Bugas, the dragons, Robdis and Wilcatia. You two fools who are all brawn and no brains. Do you see that? In the end Akentu, have the last laugh. As he spoke, he could not help but laugh. This devilish laughter echoed in the entire space as if the entire world was trembling. However, to everyone's surprise, a slightly calm voice answered it. I'm afraid you won't have the last laugh, Akentu. This voice caused the Demon King to turn around instantly and stare at the direction of the voice. There, a group of people were slowly walking into the hall outside. The person in the lead was the young man who made him suffer again and again on the Black Moon waterway. Humans! Akentu squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. Brendel raised his head without showing any signs of weakness and looked into the eyes of the Demon King. Akentu roared, and the pressure of a demigod was almost overwhelming, causing everyone behind him to stagger. Even Alaz could not help but take a step back. However, Brando held the holy sword Odorfice in his hand and remained unmoved. It was as if Akentu's law and territory seemed to be involuntarily separated as soon as they touched him. As if there was something on Brando that made them afraid of him, and they did not dare to approach him. Akentu. He could not help but widen his eyes. How was this possible? He was just a mere human. But he immediately thought that it was the holy sword Odorfice in Brando's hand that played a role. He could not help but say hatefully, "This is really beyond my expectations. You dare to come to me and die. Do you think you can challenge me with a mere golden flame blade?" Akentu. At this time, Brando also saw the huge amber behind the Demon King. Beside him, the little female dragon Alaz suddenly exclaimed. She had already seen Fu Luofa lying on the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. She quickly rushed over. At this time, Brando's voice was almost contemptuous. Akentu, when your clone was easily killed by me, your tone was not like this. Are you trying to provoke me, human? You know I don't need it. Brando shook his head. If I can squash your clone like a bug, I can squash you like a bug, Akentu. Akentu let out a terrifying roar, and his eyes were bloodshot almost instantly. He had always been ashamed that his clone was accidentally killed. It was just that before the seal was lifted, he had neither the spare strength nor the strength to wash away this shame. Now that he had finally broken the seal, he had to temporarily suppress his anger because he had to fight for the seed of destiny. This anger buried in the bottom of his heart did not fade. Instead, it became more and more furious. If it were not for the goal of nearly 10,000 years, he would not have tolerated it. However, at this time, he would never have thought that these reckless bugs would not only dare to take the initiative to appear in front of him, they even dared to provoke him. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face, and don't expose people's shortcomings when scolding them. Not only did Brando expose their shortcomings, but his words were also like a cold and sharp spear that pierced deep into Akentu's wound. How could he tolerate it? However, the final goal was close at hand. At this moment, Akentu finally maintained his last bit of calmness. He turned back and roared at the dragon who had just surrendered to him. What are you waiting for? Go and kill these damn bugs. That dragon was dumbfounded. He looked at Brando. Of course, he knew how terrifying this young man's strength was. Previously, when they joined forces with Fu Luofa, they were still firmly suppressed by the latter. Now, he was the only dragon here. Needless to say, Fu Luofa, who was the strongest among them, was not even alive. How could he be a match for this terrifying demon? However, he had to move because he knew how terrifying the Purgatory Lord behind him was. If a demigod wanted to kill him, it would not be much more difficult than crushing a bug. At the thought of Akentu's coldness and brutality, this unlucky dragon finally made a decision. He could only bite the bullet and charge toward Brando. As soon as he took his first step, Brando raised his right hand with a cold expression. At that moment, This dragon felt as if the connection between his body and his mind was separated. He was fixed in mid-air just like that. He was too familiar with such an encounter. He knew very well that this seemingly harmless young man in front of him was actually an expert in manipulating space and time. A controller of space and time elements, a true sage. At that moment, the last sound he heard was the sound of his bones breaking all over his body. Everyone present witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Brando just raised his hand and pinched a dragon to death. They saw that the dragon's whole body was oozing blood, and his head drooped down weakly. Then, Brando casually threw him to Akentu as if he was throwing trash. "This is your new subordinate, Akentu?" Brando sneered coldly. "He compliments your good-for-nothing master well. As the saying goes, like master, like servant." "Very well." Akentu was so angry that he trembled all over. Although he was a cunning and suspicious existence among demons, his irritable nature still prevailed at this moment. His rage finally overwhelmed his reason and he roared, "Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeves. I hope you won't kneel down and beg me later." With a wave of his hand, he swept the limp dragon's body away. At the same time, his whole body had turned into a red hurricane and swept toward Brando and the others. When Akentu really attacked, everyone present realized that they had underestimated the power of a demigod. Although the power of the Demon King came from chaos and dusk, which was not the same as the division of power in Martha's Law, there was no essential difference between absolute power at a certain height. If the sage was the boundary between mortals and gods, then what Akentu had just witnessed was truly the power of a demigod. Then, the power that Akentu displayed at this moment was already true divine power. It was the kind of power that could intertwine with the laws and surpass the power of a world. All things were destroyed and born because of it. The whole starry sky resonated with it. Everyone seemed to see the scene of space and time shattering, reconstructing, and then resurrecting from the ashes. Only Brando could understand such power. That was the power of the most perfect silver body. Akentu's full-powered blow directly set off a terrible storm. It was like the moment of a supernova explosion. Hundreds of billions of pulses and energy swept across. Before it reached them, everyone present had already reached a common thought in their hearts. That's right. It was unstoppable. Xianxia bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes reflected this ray of light. She clenched her fists, but she could not move at all. Beside her, Feng Qi and Mr. Liu had already lost their minds. Ling and Lian even had a look of confusion and despair in their eyes. "Human, the law that you are so proud of is not worth mentioning at all." Akentu sneered. "You don't understand what is true power, and what is true existence." Princess Magadal's face was pale. Everyone. She seemed to have an endless abyss of darkness in her heart. She used the last of her strength to squeeze out a few words. "Be careful." But another voice quickly drowned out her voice. That voice was calmer, and more determined and calm. Brando faced this almost unstoppable blow. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but there was a flash of light. He whispered, "Allah's, now is the time." A domain was completely opened. It was like a staggered space. A circle of water rippled between the stars. It swept past everyone. Then Brando disappeared. It moved forward, and the floor of the hall disappeared. The water continued to move forward and collided with the storm brought by Akentu. Then the terrible storm also disappeared. Finally, under Akentu's astonished gaze, it passed by him. At that moment, the Lord of Purgatory also disappeared. The space trembled slightly. Chapter 14:23. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. Everything quieted down, and everyone seemed to have regained control of their bodies in an instant. Xianxia, Ling, Lotus, Mr. Liu, and Feng Qi fell to the ground in an instant. "Brando!" Allah screamed. But she immediately reacted. She knew in her heart that she did not have much time left. It could even be said that it was only a split second. The little female dragon immediately turned around, and the huge amber was reflected in her golden pupils. This time, there was no one in front of her. "Brando," Allah's clenched her sharp fangs. "You must hold on." And in the next moment, she was already like a golden arrow, shooting towards the center of the vast galaxy. The constantly spinning amber was only inches away from her. Her hand had even passed through the layers of metal protective equipment. Finally, she was about to reach the amber. But time froze at this moment. Alaz heard a scream coming from behind her. She already knew that it was Miss Magadal's voice, but she did not have time to turn around. In the next moment, she felt a cold hand grabbing her ankle. She swung her hand forward with all her might, but she only missed the amber by a hair's breadth. No! Alaz only felt her vision go dark. She turned around subconsciously, and just happened to see a pair of deep, flickering eyes with a dark silver light. That is not something that belongs to you, Alaz. No. Falofa. The little female dragon's voice was almost a moan of despair. The moment he opened the polar plane, Brando could be said to have prepared himself for the consequences. He was so familiar with all of this, so familiar with all of the possibilities that unfolded with all of this. Even if he closed his eyes, every classic battle tactic from his previous life seemed to reappear in front of his eyes. That was the power of the polar plane. Regardless of whether it was strong or weak, it could contain all opponents and all attacks into its kingdom. Using this unique power, the players had developed countless possibilities. The many bizarre tactics and classic battle examples had created miracles of the weak defeating the strong in the other world more than once. The players called it a bug, but the officials never cared about it. That used to be one of the biggest puzzles in Amber. But at this moment, Brando thought that he might already know the reason. This was because in a world where resurrection was impossible, the extreme planes and all of its characteristics were so ordinary. A Lemiter would never risk his life to rashly lure an opponent who was much stronger than himself into his own kingdom. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Facing the Lord of Purgatory Akenta's attack, Brendel suddenly realized that he did not have the slightest bit of fear. It was even difficult to find such an emotion in his heart when he absorbed this devil king into his own law and kingdom. He suddenly realized that what was surging in his heart was actually excitement. The classic miraculous battles of the past. At this moment, she was reborn in his heart. So much so that when he saw Akenta's expression change abruptly and reveal a terrified expression, a smug smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's right. The moment Brando opened the extreme planes, Akenta understood that he had been fooled. This human couldn't defeat him, but he didn't seem to need to defeat him either. Because in fact, the moment he made his move, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. How dare you? Akenta couldn't help but widen his eyes. He saw the sneer on Brando's face, and his heart was already cold. This coldness instantly turned into a kind of shame that went straight to the top of his head, and all the shame and anger turned into a heart full of murderous intent at this moment. He let out a shrill scream, and when he made his move again, it was already a full blow with anger. But in fact, this didn't make much of a difference to Brando. Because in his extreme planes, it was impossible for him to resist such a blow. Even if he unfolded his kingdom, the power of this blow would be magnified thousands of times. Just like the unlucky bastard he killed in the Battle of Ampere Seal. Thinking of Williams, Brando couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He didn't expect that the same thing would happen to him one day, and he didn't know if this was a kind of retribution. Then he silently lowered his head and watched as Akenta's claws passed through his defense without any hindrance, and swept heavily on his chest. The aftermath of this blow directly swept through the entire extreme planes that was formed by the laws of time and space. As a result, the entire extreme planes almost completely collapsed in an instant. Brando only felt his vision turn black at that moment. He opened his mouth wide, and almost couldn't make a sound. Although he had already predicted Akenta's power, he still didn't expect the power of this Purgatory Lord to be so terrifying at this moment when he was angry. Pages of light screens popped up in front of his eyes almost at the same time, and each page was full of warning messages. He saw his HP drop rapidly, and it could even be said that it was only a moment before the long HP bar turned black. Then the unyielding talent instantly took effect, and the HP value changed at an unimaginable speed until it became an almost uncountable number. And in front of this number, there was a shocking minus sign. But it was far from the only time. The extreme planes collapsed, and all abilities related to elements were instantly locked down. The pages that represented the elemental realm all turned gray, and skills and descriptions began to disappear one by one, and all elemental abilities collapsed one by one, and finally returned to the initial elementary concept of static and stable. And then the EXP that was affected, the EXP bar was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the numbers above were madly shrinking, and Brando could even feel the weakness of power leaving him. He knew very well that this was the collapse of the power level caused by the collapse of the extreme realm. For all of this, he was actually prepared in his heart, but when he really faced such a scene, Brando couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. But at least he won. As long as Alaz could take away the amber and the others. He knew that Akenta couldn't keep him, and the unyielding talent would at least save his life. Without the mystery of the Emerald Mystery, Akenta would never leave this stopped world. This place would become the new and eternal prison for the King of Demons. And this was also his plan. The extreme plains was dissipating at an alarming rate. Brando stared at Akenta, who crossed paths with him, and the latter obviously had not yet reacted. It could hardly believe that under its attack, in the law kingdom of a human who was only in the domain of the sage, its attack did not directly kill him. The Demon King could not help but groan in its heart at that moment, wondering what had happened to this world in the nearly 10,000 years it had been sealed. It watched as Brando's life rapidly faded in front of its eyes. But no matter how it faded, the other party always maintained signs of life. "You are not human?" It could not help but scream in shock and anger. "Immortal, how is this possible? How can there be such a person in this world? You are a divine citizen." "No, even a divine citizen has a moment of eternal stillness. Who are you?" Brando sneered. He did not dare to waste too much time, and subconsciously reached for the angel's heart vase in the floating celestial sphere. But at this moment, his hand froze. The stunned expression on Akenta's face also stopped at the last moment. Both of them saw the last moment of the extreme plains dissipating. But what they saw was not the scene they imagined. Standing in the middle of the vast galaxy was the figure of a young girl. She was wearing a long robe, but it could not hide her graceful figure. Her black hair was scattered behind her, dancing without wind. She turned her head, and her dark silver eyes swept across Brando and Akenta's faces with a trace of pity and ridicule. Alaz fell at her feet, floating in space with her head down. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. "You!" Akenta's face changed dramatically, and could not help but scream. "You damn reptile, how dare you!" However, it suddenly stopped talking. His face turned pale, and his huge body started to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if he wasn't a powerful demigod, but an insignificant character. "Akenta," the young girl spoke, but it was not the voice of Fu Luofa. "You disappoint me." Brando only needed a moment to distinguish the voice. "Roman. No." He was almost moaning as he muttered to himself. "Twilight Dragon." "Human." Fu Luofa's gaze fell on Brando. "We meet again. I'm glad you brought my servant to this place. The result will not change. You should understand, this is fate." Akenta collapsed in an instant. "Next," Fu Luofa continued, "is the moment to reveal the fate of this world, although it has been a long time since it came." After that, the young girl turned around and walked towards the floating amber. A moment later, Fu Luofa stopped, and the amber was already in front of her. "Fu Luofa," the young girl spoke again. "My loyal servant, I will grant you this honor. Go get it and bring it to me." "Yes, as you wish." When Fu Luofa replied, she had already returned to her original voice, but it was frighteningly calm. "My respected master." She slowly reached out her hand towards the amber. That was the most dazzling gem on Martha's supreme scepter. It was the beginning of the end of a world. Her snow-white fingers slowly moved forward, touching the surface of the amber, and then gently retracted, as if her fingertips were about to touch the smooth surface of the amber. But at that moment, she grabbed nothing but air. Chapter 14:24. At that moment, Flofa's hand seemed to have passed through the non-existent amber and grabbed nothing. Even if he lost his courage due to fear, Akenta, who was paralyzed on the ground, could not help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. "What is this?" he screamed hoarsely. "Gaia, you lied to me?" However, no one cared about his fear and resentment, because the voice of the Demon King was quickly drowned out by an even sharper howl. It was the voice of Flofa, which was also the voice of the Twilight Dragon. In an instant, the world trembled slightly. Where Flofa's fingertips touched, a white light suddenly burst out from the amber. It was like a flowing light vein, extremely dazzling. And the next moment, a dazzling light wheel bloomed, followed by a shockwave. Brando saw the dazzling light explode in his vision, like a blooming flower of light. It was like the birth and death of a new star, from a grain of light to a dazzling burst of light. At that moment, Flofa's figure was engulfed by the endless light, followed by Alaz. Little female dragon. Brando widened his eyes and subconsciously reached out his hand. But what he could grab was destined to be nothing more than nothingness. The bright light swept in all directions, strands, rays. They intertwined into a stream of light, gushing out. In an instant, it affected the entire world. For some reason, when he saw this scene, this sentence flashed in Brando's mind without warning. When Martha was born, light was born. Light lit up the eternal darkness. That was the beginning of everything. He shook his head, as if he wanted to expel this strange thought from his mind. However, his mind was groggy, and his eyelids were heavy. The system was repeatedly emitting ear-piercing screams and warnings in his mind. Warning, heart and lung function is declining. Warning, excessive blood loss, life in danger. Warning, vital signs are disappearing. However, this clamor was very familiar to him. It was as if he had experienced something similar in a certain scene. Warm light flowed around his body. In this white world, Brando seemed to hear another voice. That voice was gentle and quiet, like a woman's soft hand caressing his tired soul and the wounds all over his body, calming him down and telling him, "My dear child, please go to sleep. At this moment, you only need to rest, and everything in this world has nothing to do with you anymore. You don't belong here, do you?" "No, little female dragon, alas." Brando shook his head vigorously, trying to wake himself up. He knew that he could not close his eyes at this moment, otherwise, what awaited him would be eternal sleep. "I came here," he shouted at himself hoarsely in his heart. "It's to change everything for Erwin, for the princess, for the Roman and Freya, for everything I love, so that there will be no more regrets. You must not give up, Brando, so you must wake up." Brando subconsciously grabbed the angel's heart vase in his hand, but at this moment, something that terrified him happened. He found that he had grabbed nothing. His heart sank endlessly. Brando subconsciously turned his head, just in time to see the milky white teardrop-shaped pendant turn into dust in his hand. When the pure and flawless light swept over it, everything was gone with the wind. Then he heard a scream. It was Akentu's voice. When the Demon King was engulfed by the flawless light, white smoke came out from all over his body. Then, starting from his skin and muscles, his entire body began to disintegrate, turning into little white lights and dissipating into nothingness. "Martha, no." This was the last syllable that Brando heard from the burning dusk, the great demon, the Demon King with a sheep's head, the Lord of Purgatory, Akentu. Then, the Demon King was born into nothingness before his eyes. Everything faded away. He saw a woman appear beside Akentu. A girl of 13 or 14 years old, with long green hair, quiet eyes, and pointed ears. It was the image of Sifrid. Except for the quiet demeanor and temperament, they were exactly the same. The girl glanced at him, her mouth opened and closed as if she was answering him. But there was no sound. But Brando recognized the shape of her mouth. "I did not lie to you, Akentu," the gentle voice replied calmly. "Because you can't understand the meaning of nobility. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight." In the gray world, it was as if, for a moment, the huge abandoned city suddenly emitted a buzzing sound from the depths of its interior. It was like a huge illusion, but in an instant, the illusion became reality. Because on the desolated horizon, the top of the huge black tower that pierced straight into the sky suddenly became bright. In the hole at the top of the black tower, a dazzling ball of light that was like the sun lit up. A figure appeared on the top of the tower. It was a pair of beautiful silver eyes. She silently looked at the earth, silently looked at the sky, silently looked at the whole lifeless world. But at that moment, a path of light extended out from the huge ball of light under the lady's feet. It flowed down the body of the black tower. The light poured into the ground under the tower and then spread out in all directions. The city that had been shrouded in darkness began to brighten up one by one. She looked at all of this. It was as if after thousands of years, this stagnant world had once again come alive. Then she looked up. Under the gentle gaze, the silver lines of law rose from the arc-shaped sky. They crossed thousands of miles, intertwined and weaved with each other, and gradually formed a huge network full of grids. And that was the network Brando saw in Woned, Tiamat's network. When every node of this huge network began to brighten, the gray clouds began to separate to the sides, revealing the network of light and the dark purple sky behind. And on the eastern horizon, there was a line of red clouds that was slowly rising. Martha felt a little sad. Because that was the last sunrise left after countless years of silence in this world. Its time had stopped here, but finally at this moment, it bloomed in front of her eyes with the last moment of this world. She saw the Witch King constellation, Lyra constellation, Winter Moon constellation, the Platinum Dragon Bahamut, the Blue Calamity, and the blazing and crystal stars. It was a sky full of stars. They reappeared in the sky one by one. It was the sky of a past world, but at this moment they were also the sky of Woned. At this moment, they were equally dazzling. She silently looked at all of this. Above the clouds, a pair of black eyes opened. Those eyes were flickering with anger and resentment, as if a vortex-like void had formed around it. That pair of eyes stared at her. Then a dignified and deep voice echoed, "Martha, as expected, you were still hiding in this place." That voice rumbled above the clouds like thunder. The anger contained in it seemed to want to burn this world. The first rays of dawn on the horizon divided the world, the night sky, and the stars in Martha's eyes into two. But in the depths of her eyes, the red of the sky was reflected, seeming quiet and deep. Martha's tone was very calm. "This is only the last consciousness I left behind. The last energy of my network is placed in the throne, waiting for this moment after 1,000 years, dusk. You did everything you could to protect these lowly insects, but it was meaningless. You won this time. But what about next time? And the time after that? You will not be able to protect this world forever. Martha, the inheritor of the ancestors' bloodline, is already in my hands. One day, everything will end in my hands." Martha did not answer. The Twilight Dragon sneered. "Actually, you no longer exist in this world, Martha. I learned about your death from the network you created. Your comrades, your creators, all of them have fallen into eternal slumber in this war. In the end, even you were not spared. But I, on the other hand, am eternally. It's a pity, Martha. I can't let you see the moment when everything is realized. The end of all things, the end of the world. The result of this war between us can only be witnessed by me alone in the end." The Twilight Dragon's tone was somewhat bleak. "Well, there will be an end to all of this, Martha. 6 eras of war. As my opponent, perhaps in my long memory, I can remember this moment, remember you lowly insects. In a sense, for you, this is enough to be proud." Its voice gradually faded away. That pair of pitch-black eyes slowly closed after seeing the last sunrise of this world. Martha looked in the direction where the Twilight Dragon left with a calm expression. "Your arrival here has proven everything, Dusk. For thousands of years, all the sacrifices made by the gods have had value at this moment," Martha replied softly. At that moment, the rising sun on the horizon cast the first ray of dawn on her face. "Because the long night has passed, and dawn is coming. You only got one thing wrong, Dusk. The sages and I have never regarded escape as the final salvation." Chapter 14:25. The whole world suddenly quieted down. Even the system's warning that kept echoing in his mind completely disappeared at this moment. "Gaia, you are the goddess Gaia." Brando suddenly realized something and could not help but shout to the girl who looked like Sifrid, "Please help us." But he could not hear any sound even though his mouth opened and closed. Gaia turned her head, and her green eyes stopped on him. There was a peaceful gentleness in her eyes. The girl nodded at him, then turned around and disappeared into the white light. Brendel could feel his heart sinking to the bottom. He subconsciously turned around. His vision seemed to be filled with illusions. He saw Magadal shouting something to him, but the nun princess' mouth was opening and closing, and there was no sound at all. In that direction, the little girl Ren was holding her head, as if she was screaming silently. Her sister was protecting her under her body, and the two sisters were hugging each other tightly. Feng Qi and Mr. Lu were struggling to hold on, blocking the wind in front of the two sisters. Feng Qi seemed to be shouting something to him, but he could not hear it. Huang Hua was running towards him. She reached out her hand, but it was tightly held by the fairy lute. He saw the little fairy was gesturing something to him. After a while, he finally understood the meaning of the gesture. "Martha." Brando suddenly turned around. In the center of the whole world, white light was flowing along the surface of the amber. It intertwined to form a stream of light, wrapping the entire gem in it, forming a huge cocoon of light. However, in a world of whiteness, Brando suddenly saw a woman's figure slowly walking out of the light. She seemed to be a simple woman, but in an instant, she was so dignified and noble that one could only look up to her. She seemed to be a mother or a kind elder, but in an instant, she gave off the aura of a young girl in youth. The charm of a woman seemed to be fluctuating from her body, unpredictable and unpredictable. Brendel could not see the other person's face clearly in the light, but he understood that the other person was smiling at him. It was a smile of praise, and there was a trace of familiarity and intimacy in it. She nodded slightly at him. It was a gentle and quiet voice, as if it could heal all the scars in one's heart. I said, I will give you wings of light. So one day I can make you king. My child. In the dark world, a bright and gentle light appeared in his vision. After a while, Brando realized that it was a passage of light. What is this place? Where am I? He thought in his heart, but his feet involuntarily moved forward. The light in front of him became brighter and brighter, as if the whole world was enveloped by this light. Everything around him was white. In this light, he gradually heard a sound. It seemed to be a group of people shouting noisily. The crowd was shouting something. Just as he was trying to make out the noise, a group of knights suddenly passed by him. Brando turned around in shock and saw that those people were running forward in the light. Not far away, there was a crying baby girl lying on the ground. When he saw the knights cautiously approaching the baby girl, he cried out in surprise and joy. Found her! Kill her, demon girl! Thank you, Martha. We are saved. Brando suddenly froze. Roman! Roman? His gaze fell on the baby girl, and he felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Then he saw the knights shouting and pulling out their swords. Brando subconsciously wanted to pull out Holy Sword Oderfice, but he grabbed empty air. He panicked and lowered his head. He did not know when, but he was wearing a black and red robe. The place where his sword was originally hanging was also empty. No! He saw the knight raise their swords and shouted subconsciously. However, before the knights could make a move, they suddenly disappeared in the light. Their bodies seemed to have turned into countless specks of dust and disappeared with the wind. Brando looked at this scene in shock. Just as he was about to move forward, another group of people brushed past him. They were people wearing black and red robes that were almost identical to his own. They passed by him but did not look at him. Instead, they walked to Romaine and picked her up from the ground. One of them looked at the Roman with an indescribable expression. He shook his head heavily. What a nightmare! He reached out to kill the Roman. Brendel was so frightened that he rushed forward and grabbed the man's hand. But before he could say anything, another person beside him said, Don't worry about it. She is at least our most successful creation. You can't just destroy her like this. This is the result of our joint efforts. Maybe there are other ways. Everything will have to wait for the council's joint decision. The man holding the Roman hesitated. His hand stopped in mid-air. If this plan fails completely, we may have to compromise. No. Maybe there is a second way. The plan of the Druids may not succeed. The Bronze tribe is violent and full of flaws. The council will not approve of it. This is not good news, my brother. The Watchers have found that Martha is acting strangely. In the past few days, she has used 70 to 80% of the network's energy several times. Although it was very short, there are still traces. What is our great mother doing? Projection. She seems to be projecting something. The man was silent. He put down his hand. I have to talk to her. Brendel looked at all of this in shock, but in an instant, the figures of these people in long robes also disappeared into thin air. The last one to disappear was the baby girl. Brando felt that the merchant girl looked at him strangely. There was surprise and nostalgia in her eyes. He was about to say something, but she also disappeared. At this moment, Brando suddenly realized that all of this was manipulated. He turned his head and shouted in this snow-white world, My lord, I've been waiting for a long time. Lady Martha, I know you are here, but I don't understand. What is all of this for? But there was no voice in the space that answered his question. Then, he saw another scene. There stood a young girl. She was only 13 or 14 years old. Her face was a copy of Sifrid's, but she was older. She had a head of dreamy green hair that fell to the ground like a waterfall. She stood barefoot on the snow-white ground. It was the goddess Gaia. Brando recognized her at a glance. But at this time, the goddess did not seem to see him. She was facing a direction and seemed to be talking to someone. Mother, the power of the network is almost exhausted. I have arranged for everyone to enter standby mode, but the divine people seem to have noticed something. Let me see, Azure. I will explain everything to them. A gentle voice replied. Brando recognized the owner of the voice in an instant. It was Martha, mother of all things. But, Gaia replied, is all of this really necessary, Mother? Why do we have to deny the divine people's plan? Haven't we always done this for 5 generations? Because, Gaia, we can protect this world for a while, but we cannot protect it forever. One day, we will disappear. So before that, we must make a decision. Is this the origin of the curved surface plan, Mother? But why can't all of the divine people know about this? Is it because of the Bronze Tribe's betrayal? The Twilight Dragon has infiltrated my network. I can feel its presence, but this is also our best chance, Gaia. Gaia nodded silently. I understand, Mother. But she paused and asked, the next era, will it really be as we think? Will we really be able to obtain the final victory? I do not know, my child. But everything has the possibility of its existence. This may be the uncertain fate of our world, but there will always be one person who will control it. All the voices seemed to gradually become softer and softer until they could no longer be heard. The image of the goddess Gaia also disappeared in an instant. The surroundings seemed to have become quiet again. But at this time, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Brando's mind. You have many doubts in your heart, don't you, my child? Brando suddenly turned around and looked around as if he wanted to see someone. But he found nothing. He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, Lady Martha, is that you? It is me, child. Brando was silent for a moment before asking, My lady, where is this place? Where am I? Am I still alive? This is my world, Martha replied in a gentle voice. As for whether you are still alive or not, I think you have the answer in your heart, don't you, my child? Brando was silent. After a while, he finally asked the question that had been in his heart. Lady Martha, you know where I came from, don't you? I know where everyone comes from, the gentle voice replied. My child, I know what you are thinking in your heart. Perhaps I will give you the answer. Brando suddenly saw a sandstorm in front of him. The dust and sand gathered into a tower, forming a scene that he felt familiar with. He stood in the middle of a street. There were tall buildings on both sides of the road, and the traffic was shuttling back and forth. Looking back, he could even see the dazzling array of shopping malls and billboards. On one of the billboards, there was even a poster about the Amber Sword. All of this was so familiar to him. It was everything in another world. His past memories. Chapter 14:26. He even saw a person. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and holding a briefcase. He was walking towards him. For a moment, Brando almost raised his hand to greet the man. Everything was just like the old days. That was his teacher, who occupied a very important part of his childhood memories. He even remembered that the teacher had a daughter, a lively little girl. But how many years ago was that? 10 years? 20 years? Brando was a little stunned as he watched the man walk past him. Then, everything vanished into thin air. Lady Martha, this is... Brando felt that his voice was slightly hoarse. My child, Martha's gentle voice echoed. Everyone has their own past. We are the same. The divine people once came from such a world. That world was destroyed in the flames of war, and the people who survived were called the first generation. They were the ancestors, or the Matatanians, travelers. They brought everything of the past with them and traveled among the many worlds until they came to this world. That was the story before the first era. With the joint efforts of the ancestors, we built everything. I created this world and called it the Wond. However, the civilization and order that we brought from the past world was so incompatible with this new world. When the old and new order clashed, the hostility of this world, the Twilight, woke up from the chaos. Thus began the curtains of the war that had lasted for so long. Although it was not the first time Brando heard about this history, Martha's personal description made him yearn for the epic history. The inheritance of the civilization between the two worlds, the ancestors of the Planeswalker, used their almost great power to create such a miracle. Then, everything that mortals saw in this era was born. However, Martha's tone wasn't arrogant, and she didn't seem to be proud of it. My child, since the beginning of the ancient war, we were destined to fight against the will of this world. Therefore, in every war we have almost lost. In order to preserve ourselves, I left the Sword of Fate, Amba, in the supreme authority of Tiamat as the last resort to restart this world. And in the 5 wars after that, almost every time we survived through it. Amber? Brando was a little puzzled. Isn't that the throne of destiny? He raised his head and suddenly noticed that the mother of all things had appeared before him at some unknown time. Martha's face was filled with a sacred smile. She looked at him but did not directly answer the question. Do you understand the meaning of the throne, my child? Brando was a little at a loss. Martha smiled gently and continued. My child, you must understand that in that eternal war, we are not immortal. And one day, when the gods pass away one by one, everything we protect will meet the destined end in that era. Destined? Brando frowned. Lady Martha, if everything is destined, then what is the meaning of all these wars? You said that Amber is the sword of fate for mortals. Can it really let us control our own fate? Martha also smiled and shook her head at the answer to this question. She only replied, Our world has been destroyed and reborn again and again. But everything is not unchanged, my child. Although the ending of each war is repeated, like a knot that cannot be untied, but under such circumstances, the Bronze Race was born. The Bronze Race. They have left us, my child, but that is inevitable. Martha's voice was calm and steady. In the darkness, the rusty clockwork is returning to its original position. Because, from the beginning, they have already pointed to a path to victory. What? Brando was a little surprised. He had only heard of the Bronze Race's betrayal, but he had never heard of such a thing. Martha seemed to have expected his surprise and continued. In that era I saw a kind of hope in the Bronze Race. Perhaps there is such a path that allows us to coexist with the will of this world. Our goal is not to destroy everything, but to protect this new home. So this is. Brendel suddenly understood something when he heard this. Yes, this is the beginning of the era of mortals. Mortals born of iron were born. My child, this is the era you see. Brando fell silent and did not speak for a long time. It was not until a few minutes later that he spoke again. However, the Twilight Dragon did not weaken because of this. Instead, the gods and ancestors left this world one by one. In our era, the power of mortals is so weak. Where is our hope? How can we defeat the Twilight Dragon? He raised his head and looked into Martha's eyes. Those deep silver eyes were full of praise. Martha slowly walked to Brando's side, reached out her hand, and placed it on his forehead. Brando could not feel the physical touch of her hand, but he could feel a faint warmth. You should understand, Brando, my child. The Twilight Dragon is not the will of this world itself. It only represents the hostility and destruction of this world. When the conflict between the old and new order is inevitable, it is born. So when everything ends, it is the time of the Twilight Dragon's demise, my child. End everything? Martha's silver eyes fell on him and looked at him quietly. The Twilight Dragon understood in the Wars of the Four Eras that it must seize the highest authority of the Tiamat law, the Amber Sword. Only then can it completely end everything. Our world. For this reason, it did not hesitate to project its body into the network of Tiamat. It descended into this world in a physical form and occupied the body of the Roman lady. Because it already knew of the divine people's plan, and through the Bronze Tribe's betrayal, it stole the most important part of the plan. Through its own ingenious arrangements, it allowed the outcome of the Sixth War to proceed in the direction it wanted, until today, when this moment has arrived. Brando stared blankly at Martha, looking at the mother of all things. You? He asked in a daze. You already knew? Martha nodded silently. Because from the beginning, the gods actually had two plans. Brando opened his mouth slightly. Their first plan was called the Throne of Destiny. In this plan, the gods used the bloodline of the ancestors to create the Roman lady. When the Roman lady grew up, she could use the Amber Sword to restart our world and let everything return to the beginning. And that era will be the beginning of the next war. But this plan is actually just a cover, Martha replied shockingly. The real plan is actually the Wound plan, which is the curved surface plan. This plan is the beginning of the end of everything. That is? When the Twilight Dragon descended into the law of Tiamat through our first plan and obtained a physical existence through the Roman lady, it was indeed the moment it was closest to victory. However, at the same time, it also exposed its greatest weakness. Because, as the owner of the bloodline of the ancestors, it will become one with our world. It will become one of the highest authorities in this world, but it is also a part of this network. Martha stared at Brando and asked word by word, "Do you know what the throne means, my child?" Brando shut his mouth, his heart moved. The Twilight Dragon will never understand what the throne means because it lacks the emotions of a mortal, so it will never be able to win this war. Martha shook her head gently. "This era," she replied, "is an era where the gods have left the world and the stars have fallen to the earth. And on the earth, the mortals born in the Black Iron will control their own fate and future. That will be a new era. Above the mortals, there will no longer be authority above them. And after that, we will no longer be able to determine the fate of these people. Perhaps for this world, it is time to loosen its remaining shackles." "Brando," Martha asked softly, "the era you see, our dreams and hopes, has it been realized? Has it arrived?" Brando shook his head gently. On the earth, there were still the gold and silver races. The legacy of the gods still determined the future and fate of Wond. There were also existences like him and the Silver Queen, who held the highest authority in this world. It even had deep traces of the previous era. The order left by the Planeswalkers still existed. Even the Planeswalkers themselves had not completely left. And the fire of divinity had never been born from mortals. Did mortals really control their own fate? Perhaps this is my question as well. Because the answer to this question is without a doubt, no. "So the Twilight Dragon still exists," Martha replied softly. "My child, do you understand?" Brando was silent for a moment. He reached out and held his mother's hand on his forehead. That hand was heavy, as if it was the crown she promised him. "Mother, what should we do?" "If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight, my child." Brando raised his head, somewhat stunned. Martha looked at him and slowly narrated, "I was born with the highest authority, my child. From the moment I was born, I created a network called Tiamat in this world. When all the laws descended, elements and magic each had their own duties. Thus the world called Wond was born. But our world was born with the highest authority. All its authority and power also came from there. Therefore, only those above the throne can destroy the throne itself. And the Twilight Dragon will not know that there is another person in this world who can also pick up the Holy Sword Amber, the highest authority in this world." Brando pursed his lips tightly. He even closed his eyes, as if he had already expected this. Martha looked at him with a somewhat gentle gaze. "Brando, my child, I have chosen a hero from the unseen world. He has such a special quality. Only he can bear such a heavy responsibility. He will end everything in the past and put the final end to this never-ending war." But, after a long time, Brando opened his eyes again. "Why me?" Martha looked at him and gestured for him to raise his head. She pointed at the scene in front of them. When Brando saw that scene, he felt as if all the blood in his body was rushing to his brain. Because he saw a young man. The young man's upper body was naked and his eyes were closed. His body was contained in a metal culture tank, and his whole body was wrapped in a translucent liquid. In front of the young man, there were 3 tall men in long robes. Brando stared at the rings on their hands, the head and tail of the Ouroboros coiled around each other, shining brightly. "That's me?" The face that should be called Sophie seemed so unfamiliar to Brando at this moment. Martha nodded. "I have used all the authority of cell nuclei 4 to 13, mobilized almost all the remaining energy in the Tiamat law network, and built a game called The Amber Sword in your world through the causality of time and space, and did not hesitate to disturb the flow of time in the future to reproduce part of Wond's history in front of your eyes. I have chosen some people, but only you have successfully come to our world. I can feel the obsession in your heart, Brando. Perhaps it is your love for some people and things, and for Erwin, that resonates with this world enough." Brando sighed softly. "What is a cell nucleus?" "It is the collective name of the 36 satellites in low Earth orbit of Wond, which is also my body." "Are all the gods like this?" Brando recalled the spectacular scene he saw outside the elemental boundary of Tiamat and asked. Martha nodded. Then what about senior sister? Miss Maynold was also a part of this plan, but the child was not completely successful. Perhaps you will have a chance to see her in the future and bring my apologies to her. Then, I came to this world and got the identity of Brando. Was it also arranged by you? Brando hesitated for a moment and finally asked this question. Martha looked at him and answered softly. You have lived for 140 years in our era. In that era, Odin and Gaia taught you many things. After you died, we preserved your memories and created another embryo. That is the current you. Brando, my child. You don't have to doubt your identity, she put down her hand. You are Brando, the grandson of the Earthsword Saint, a Highland knight, and the heir of the Cardeloso family. But when everything came, your past memories recovered themselves and returned to you again. You are Sophie, and also Brando. Brando was silent. He seemed to have returned to that summer night a few years ago. At that time, at this moment, he silently said to himself, Yes, I am Sophie and also Brando. Then allow me to ask one last question, Lady Martha. Martha looked at him and nodded in tacit agreement. Why did you project the curved surface project into our era? And where did the ancestors come from? And why do we have the highest level of authority in the Tiamat network? At this point, Brando raised his head. He saw Martha's silver eyes flickering with a gentle luster. Because you and the ancestors have the same bloodline, Brando. It is not contaminated by the laws of this world at all. The first generation of people who came here, they should have had another name. Their homeland was once called Earth. Chapter 14:27. Delphian? Miss Delphian. The distant voice seemed to come from another world, faintly discernible. The Prime Minister's daughter slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as deep and beautiful as an amethyst. The first thing she saw was the slightly dazzling sunlight passing through the shade of the trees. It was the sun afternoon, and it dyed the layers of leaves in light yellow and tender green. The veins of the branches and leaves were clearly visible under the sunlight, and the dull and monotonous sound of insects echoed in the forest. She frowned as if she was recalling something, but soon her face showed a palpitating expression. Delphine gasped softly and blinked her eyes. Then, she saw the pair of eyes that were staring at her not far away. My lord, are you okay? Brando looked at Delphian, whose face was as pale as if she had just been fished out of the water. He noticed that she subconsciously curled up, and could not help but wonder if she had just woken up from a nightmare. Can you help me up, my lord? Brando looked at her for a moment and nodded. He reached out and held her shoulder, helping her up and sitting her on a rock. Delphian's body was almost soaked in sweat, and her face was pale as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. She only looked up and stared at the former in a daze. Brando was a little uncomfortable under her gaze, and could not help but lower his head to avoid the latter's gaze. The first thing he saw was the girl's snow-white slender neck. The dazzling white skin was slightly translucent under the sunlight, and the capillaries below were clearly visible. Do I look good? Delphian suddenly asked faintly. Ahem. I still don't understand. What don't you understand? Brando was stunned. I don't understand what you're thinking. Me? My lord, don't tell me you're not moved at all? Delphian looked into Brando's eyes, and her eyes were a little blurred. I've been your mistress for a long time, haven't I? She raised her hand and stopped Brando from speaking. I understand. My lord is so afraid of me because I am a vicious woman, right? Brando frowned. He could faintly hear a hint of depression in Delphian's tone. He rarely saw the Prime Minister's daughter like this. No, Miss Delphian. I understand. That's pity and some guilt. You want to pity me and give me alms. Because you took my body, you want to be responsible for me, right? Brando froze slightly. Delphian lightly shook her head, her purple eyes revealing a deep light. How laughable. Actually, if we were in the Empire, I would definitely not fall for a coward like you. My lord, Elman is 1,000 times more resolute and cold-blooded than you. This is why I chose him. Brando couldn't help but feel a little unhappy when this woman described him like this. Although he didn't care about some of her values and opinions, he was still a man after all. Seeing Brando's expression, the Prime Minister's daughter's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It seems that I have angered you, my lord. No, Miss Delphian. Even if there is someone who is 1,000 times colder than me, it is not worthy of my envy. In fact, it is the opposite. Brando would never admit that he was jealous before. Delphian suddenly sighed. Yes, it is indeed not worthy of your envy. Brando was stunned. Because one by one, they have become a thing of the past. Just like me, the empire of the past has fallen apart. What is left of everything I have pursued? Delphian faintly asked herself. Perhaps the truly laughable one is a woman like me who does not know herself. Brando saw her downcast expression and faintly felt something in his heart. He knew that what she had seen and heard these days had affected her. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Even if she was the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's family, how could her original knowledge and schemes surpass the class she represented? It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that the most precious treasure that his 2 lifetimes had left him might not be the highest authority known as the system. Instead, it was the vision that allowed him to not be limited by history and the present, allowing him to directly see through the future and the confusion. Everyone in this world was bound and shackled by their own fate and what they had seen and heard, but he was already standing at the intersection of history and the future. Because he had once witnessed the arrival of such an era with his own eyes. That was the past, present, and future. They had no secrets in his eyes. Thus, in the Dark Age, a king descended. Everything he knew, the world had no secrets in his eyes. And perhaps this was the most important treasure that Martha had not hesitated to disturb the flow of time to pass on to the winners. Brando could not help but unconsciously let go of his palm. There, in his palm, was a ball of light that emitted a faint green light. It shone, verdant like a dream, and the light flowed in his palm. Delphian was attracted by the light. She looked up and stared at the ball of light in Brando's hand. This is the nature pearl? Brando nodded. Lady Martha gave it to you? Brando nodded again. He could not help but recall the scene at that time. After Martha softly answered all of this, the space quieted down. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Brando felt his mind in a mess. He could not speak for a long time. The people of God were earthlings, so as a pure earthling, everything seemed to have a reasonable explanation. After a while he stammered. So, I'm the only person who has the highest authority other than the Roman? Martha nodded gently. She said softly, So do you understand, my child? Now you will become the only hope in this world. Until that day, Wone's fate will depend on your choice. Martha's voice was as gentle and peaceful as ever, but Brando frowned. I don't understand, Lady Martha, I don't understand. Since the Azure Age, didn't the gods leave the world to create an era that belonged to the mortals? Amber is the holy sword that the mortals control, but if the survival of the world is still in the hands of one person, how can it be called our self-salvation? If, he could not help but raise his voice. If one day this world no longer has such a savior, where will the mortals go? In that era, who will fight against the Twilight Dragon? If this is the future we foresee, then what's the meaning of its existence? Madam Marcia, could it be that everything we did was just to return everything back to square one? Brando was suddenly at a loss. If this world only needed a supreme king, a savior, then what was the difference between his choice and that of the Silver Queen? What right did he have to accuse the Silver Queen of doing everything wrong? What was the meaning of the Darkness Dragon Odin, the 4 sages, and the sacrifices of countless predecessors? No, perhaps all of this should not be like this. He could not help but raise his head, as if wanting to get an answer from the face of the mother of all things. However, Martha just looked at him and smiled slightly. This is very good, my child. She suddenly raised her hands, and in her palms was a crown of light. This is really very good. Perhaps one day, you will remember what you said today. At? Martha gently interrupted him. Brando, you have to understand that for this war, it has just begun. A mere Kentu is nothing. The crisis is far from over. The Twilight Dragon already understands that this is just a trap, and I have never placed the throne of destiny here. And when it turns its attention to Woned, this war will truly descend. Even if its body is still sealed by the mortal sages, it still has thousands of claws. Find the throne of destiny before the Twilight Dragon, use the key of destiny, and open the path to the future. Who will dictate the fate of mortals? Martha's gaze was both gentle and sentimental. Brando, it will be left to you to choose for yourselves. Lady Martha. She had already gently lowered her hands. Brando, my child, perhaps one day, you will become a king. On that day, I will crown you in the clouds. You will bathe in the mountains, and all the voices of the world, all the people, and all the countries will call you king. Your throne will be above the flame of destiny, at the peak of the ancient sages. You will be the one and only ruler of this scepter, the master of all the worlds, and the king of Woned. When that day comes, Brando, please follow the voice in your heart. At that moment, you will understand everything. Brando raised his head and watched as Martha gently lowered the crown, letting him feel the heavy weight of the crown. Remember my words, child. Martha's tone was unprecedentedly serious. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. She gently lowered her hands and looked at him one last time. Then, the mother of all worlds and all things slowly turned around and walked forward. Lady Martha. Brando trembled slightly, as if he understood something. My child. Farewell forever. From now on, the fate of the world will be tied to you. Martha smiled slightly. She seemed to have walked into a white light. Her figure gradually moved further and further away in the light, finally turning into scattered light spots. Brando looked at this scene in a daze, and in that light, he seemed to see many people and things. They slowly came to his side and said goodbye to him one by one. Do you still remember me, Sophie? I am Crystal. We will never meet again. Little one, do you understand now? What is the origin blood? The man laughed. It is just the blood of the dark god. What is it to you? He patted him on the shoulder. Take good care of the Roman, and take responsibility as a man. Finally, a girl with long green hair that reached her ankles came in front of him and looked at him quietly. Sophie, I know you have forgotten the days we spent together, but do not forget the ideals and beliefs of the Truth Symposium. Take good care of yourself. Goddess Gaia. Brando blurted out. But he immediately shut his mouth, and looked at the woman who suddenly stood in front of him with some surprise. Princess Magadal? Why don't you call me Project 13? The woman who looked like the nun princess had an unruly smile on her face. She shook her head and replied, but forget it, it is all in the past anyway. Besides, this project itself is just a cover-up. You are. Brando suddenly reacted. Tell her to forget about me. The woman smiled. I only want her to be happy. The woman bowed to him. Project 13, I bid you farewell, Mr. Sophie. One by one, the figures disappeared. The space seemed to have become quiet again. Brando looked up, only to see the light spots in the sky falling between his shoulders and hands. He subconsciously raised his hands and gathered a ball of light in his palms. The ball of light flickered. Verdant like a dream. Chapter 14:28. Brando came back to his senses in a daze. He stared at the nature orb in his hand that was emitting a soft light and glow. He turned his head and found that Delphian's gaze had fallen on his face. What's wrong? Nothing, Sir Lord. Delphian shook her head gently and looked away, but there was still a clear sense of loneliness between her eyebrows. Brando could not help but sigh. Although the thoughts of the Prime Minister's daughter were extreme, she was also a victim. Moreover, in comparison, although she had plotted many things behind the scenes, there were not many people who really suffered because of it. Compared to the Silver Queen's coldness that caused countless people to fall into the flames of war and disaster, it was better to say that it was just a kind of willfulness and paranoia. To be honest, the only one who was really blamed because of her was the Roman. However, what happened to the merchant lady was inevitable. Brando was actually very clear in his heart that the Twilight Dragon's plan for several generations would not be changed by a mere mortal. In fact, he was already clear about all this in his heart, but when Delphian brought up this matter again in a contemptuous tone, he could not help but feel angry. Are you really okay? Brando asked. Do you want to rest? No need. Delphian hesitated for a moment. It was just a dream. A dream? Yes. I dreamed of some things when I was young. She forced a smile, her eyes full of nostalgia. Sir Lord, I lived in Lowen Castle before I was 5 years old. It was in the suburbs of South Bancal, and it was my father's territory. When I was young, I was the leader of the children. I had a group of friends. Most of them were orphans adopted by the Silver Lily Association's orphanage. Do you know the Silver Lily Association? Brando was slightly surprised. Commoners? Delphian nodded. Surprised? Do you think that I, the daughter of a noble family, would lower myself to mingle with commoners? It's a little hard to tell. Brando replied. He was well aware of the strict hierarchy of the Crew's empire. The nobles rarely interacted with the commoners, let alone make friends. The descendants of the nobles were even more strict in their upbringing. They would usually be taught by an outstanding lady before they reached adulthood, and they would not mix with the children of the commoners. Not to mention the commoners, even the ordinary small nobles would not be able to enter their eyes. In fact, he only needed to look back at his first encounter with Vahina to know how prideful and domineering the little princess was. If it were someone else, Brando might have been able to believe it a little. But when he looked at Delphian, he couldn't believe that the daughter of the prime minister, who always acted with strict aristocratic etiquette, was such a deviant person. If my father and grandfather knew about this, I'm afraid they would fly into a rage. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just flying into a rage. Brando thought to himself. What kind of family was the Nidvins in the Empire? What kind of status did the old Prime Minister have in the Empire? If he knew that his eldest granddaughter, the eldest daughter of the family, mingled with a bunch of filthy poor boys all day long, there would be an earthquake in the Nidvins family. He asked, "So you dreamt of what happened back then?" Brando never thought that his casual question would make Delphian cry in a daze. He watched as 2 lines of crystal tears rolled down the Prime Minister's daughter's face. Brando was stunned. Ever since he had met the Prime Minister's daughter, no matter how much damage she had suffered, even when she was almost disfigured by the dragon flame that day, although she was hysterical, he had never seen her lose control of her emotions like this. Miss Delphian? My lord, do you think that a person who betrays her beliefs and vows is really worth saving? Delphian suddenly asked. After my 5th birthday, I had to go to Mahotafen. Before I left, I went to see my companions for the last time. I remember it was in a barn. I swore to each and every one of them that one day, I would definitely come back to see them. I would never forget my promise and my companions just because my identity had changed. Just like any other tomboy, I bumped fists with Rowan, and Demi gave me her favorite straw doll. Delphian clenched her fists tightly. Brando saw that her knuckles had turned white, and her nails were almost digging into her flesh to the point of drawing blood. But I forgot everything. This shameless, vicious woman forgot all her vows and her companions. When she returned to Loyan once again, the disaster of Cloak Bay. Brando sighed slightly. He had already understood everything. It was a riot that happened in the year 358 of the First Era, 37 years after the end of the Second Holy War in the Year of the Stars, and 18 years after the Great Purge in the eastern Metz region. Cloak Bay and the surrounding areas experienced continuous droughts and locust plagues. However, the Empire at that time issued a new law and increased the taxes on the area. The next spring, under the instigation of the dissatisfied pagans left after the Great Purge, large-scale refugee riots broke out in Loyan, Bangalore, Kalas, and other areas. However, the riots quickly attracted the suppression of the Empire and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. According to historical records, after the suppression, these areas were turned into rivers of blood, and the countryside became a wilderness. It was not until the Year of the Pillar that they gradually regained their vitality. But whose fault was this? Brando thought. As a child, it was naturally easy for her to throw some things to the back of her mind. But one day, when she once again remembered her promise and returned to her childhood hometown, she discovered that everything had changed beyond recognition. In your dreams, did you dream of those scenes in the past? Brando asked. Delphian took a soft breath and suddenly became silent. She silently wiped away her tears, and with great difficulty, she regained control of her emotions and replied faintly. In the year 279 of the First Era, the year of the harvest, the Empire issued a law, the Treaty of Halosto. According to the law, the tax reform was reformulated, and the farmers in the provinces of the Empire were exempted from religious taxes and 13 other miscellaneous taxes. That was the follow-up of the reform in the year of the Golden Glory. Brando looked at the girl and replied softly. It was the reform presided over by your grandfather. In this reform, the main thing was to deprive the Holy Cathedral of Fire of control over the farmers, and reduce the exploitation of the farmers. Not long after that, the Empire entered the so-called 20 years of prosperity, which was also the beginning of the glorious era. The Prime Minister's daughter silently raised her head to look at him, her purple eyes showing a hint of surprise. In the year 331 of the First Era, My grandfather left the political scene of the empire. Because of the backlash from the Holy Cathedral and the old aristocratic forces, the Treaty of Halosto was immediately abolished. But in the new French that was inherited, most of the provisions of the treaty were inherited. That was because Her Majesty the Queen had not yet stabilized her position and did not want to see the Holy Cathedral rise again. As far as I know, the new French was actually the product of the struggle and compromise between the two sides. Brando pondered for a moment, slightly puzzled. He did not understand why Delphian would suddenly mention this. But the good times did not last long. Her Majesty soon showed her strong side. With the support of the dragons and the bugas, she quickly grew her wings, and the Holy Cathedral was no longer her opponent. At this time, she wanted to make a move on the entrenched aristocratic political forces of the empire. Delphian replied coldly. She first supported the Palate family, and then promulgated the Turnipani French. This French was in fact born to eliminate my grandfather's influence in the political scene of the empire and suppress the Nidevan family. Hearing this, Brando suddenly understood what she was going to say. The Prime Minister's daughter's eyes were slightly red. The next year, according to this French, the empire imposed heavy taxes on the Loan, Bangalore, and Cullis regions. This tax was nominally to supplement the expenses of the Imperial Navy's new docks, but in fact, Her Majesty suppressed the Nidevan family and gave the Cecil family a sweetener, in order to support Her Majesty's motion for the Palate family to be enfeoffed. That year, there was a continuous drought and locust plague in the northern part of Cloak Bay. According to the traditions of the empire, the taxes in the region should have been reduced. But Her Majesty's struggle with the old aristocratic political forces was at a white-hot stage, so she would never compromise at this time. After 4 months, the taxes in the Loan, Bangalore, and Cullis regions increased. At this point, Delphian fell silent. In the spring of the year 359, I received a letter in Larais. After that, I secretly went to Cullis, but I did not have time to see Rowan for the last time. Their army had run out of ammunition and food in the hills north of Cloak Bay. When I arrived, they had already been besieged and annihilated by General Mangrove. After a long period of silence, the young girl's voice sounded calmly. After that, I made a vow. One day, I will definitely repeat the reforms of the Golden Glory year and fulfill my grandfather's long-cherished wish. I will re-implement the Treaty of Halosto that my grandfather abolished, but to do so, I understand that I have to restore the influence the Nidevan family had on the empire in its heyday. Brando looked at her, but his heart was heavy. He had never thought that this stubborn young lady would have such lofty ideals in her heart. However, she had chosen the wrong path. The reason the Nidevan family was able to reach their current position in history was purely because of the game between royal authority and religious authority. He had fulfilled the long-cherished wish of Emperor Grantity the Great and became an indispensable part of the 3 pillars of the empire during that era. As a result, he had been an extremely prominent official for his entire life, and the Nidevan family had also shaken the empire. Chapter 1429. However, as the times changed, the conflict between the church and the nobles shifted from the church to the nobles. The decline of the House of Nidevan became an unavoidable historical fact. On this point, Old Nidevan and Little Nidevan probably had a tacit understanding. Little Nidevan's mediocrity was just a result of his father being like a dog, or was it some sort of self-preservation choice? Perhaps only the people involved could understand. The so-called reforms in the Golden Year, the Treaty of Halosto, and the enactment of the French laws that followed were just external manifestations of the struggle between the nobles. From the very beginning, they had walked on the wrong path. Brando could only imagine what Delphian would encounter. "So," he asked after a moment of silence, "when you realized that you couldn't do all of this, you chose the path of marriage? That is indeed one way, but Miss Delphian, have you thought of another point?" Marriage was the most traditional and effective method in the nobles' politics. Delphian's choice of Elman's house was indeed a good choice. Elman was a rising star in the empire's political scene, and he was indeed very capable. However, as a woman, it was hard to say who would be the leader in the House of Elman if Delphian married into the House of Elman. Needless to say, she might even lose her influence over the Nidevan family, or at least a part of it. Delphian smiled sadly. "Mr. Brando, sometimes I think that perhaps it's not a bad thing to be a little naive. At least she won't be so complicated to the point where she loses herself and even forgets her original intentions." Everything I pursued was built on a castle in the air, and in the end, it all came to nothing. I lied to myself and didn't want to wake up from this dream. I was intoxicated in the lies of power and desire. I told myself that I could do it, but I knew that was only self-deception. I couldn't do it, and they were far beyond my reach. I was just a complete failure, Mr. Brando, but I couldn't bear to give up even a little bit of power in my hands. I'm a fallen and sinful woman. I've long forgotten my original intentions and my vows, just like how I've forgotten my companions. I'm used to currying favor and scheming in the circle of nobles. What lofty ideals! They've long left me. That's just a lie. I hate you so much. I hate you for ruining my plans and killing my lover. I was hysterical, but it was just a ridiculous performance of a person whose lies were exposed. In your eyes, I must be a madwoman, a clown, because I am a madwoman, a poisonous woman who doesn't deserve anyone's sympathy. She lowered her head, and sparkling tears fell, soaking the corners of her clothes. Mr. Brando, this vicious woman has told too many lies, but in front of Mother, all filth and dirt can't be hidden. She is just a sinner, and doesn't ask for your forgiveness. But at least before she leaves, she wants to tell you everything. Leave? Brando grabbed her wrist. You've also seen Lady Martha? The Prime Minister's daughter struggled silently. Her pale face was like a withered flower in the wind, but Brando already understood everything. Mother will forgive anyone, Brando said softly. Miss Delphian, because we are all her children. In a person's life, it's inevitable that everyone will misjudge some people and do some wrong things. But people are not saints who can be faultless. However, when you realize your mistake, perhaps the first thing you think of is not to be negative and avoid it, but to face it. It's like a bloody scar, but it will heal eventually. You shouldn't wait for it to fester and worsen, to make up for it and face your past. Face it. Delphian's face was pale, and she shook her head weakly. It's easier said than done. Everyone should pay the price for everything they have done. Now, Her Majesty is sleeping in her dreams, and the Empire is falling apart. All of this is the anger of revenge, and now, I'm about to be judged. Who's going to judge you, Miss Delphian? Brando asked impatiently. Who did you hurt? Will the poor victim wake up from the grave when the murderer is on the gallows? Yes, the Empire is falling apart now, and the murderer has received the punishment he deserves, but so what? Thousands of people who suffered the same fate as your companions are now homeless, suffering from hunger and pain. When the Empire was still around, they were not clothed, had nowhere to live, and were even blinded by evil and darkness. But today? Have their lives become better? No, they are still the most miserable group of people. Miss Delphian, now that the Twilight Dragon has washed away all the dust of the past on the Empire, you can help them build a new empire on the ruins. This new cruise will follow the glory of the ancient kings, and it will realize the glory of the past. And this, Brando roared at her, is your dream. Now, are you going to betray it again? The Prime Minister's daughter was completely stunned. She seemed to have never seen this side of Brando. How is it possible to do such a thing? Of course it can be done, Brando said loudly. If we can even defeat the Twilight Dragon, then what's the point of rebuilding a world on the wasteland it left behind? But what if we can't defeat it? Brando smiled faintly. Then we can only die, but at least we are like-minded and can sleep together with the brave people. The Prime Minister's daughter seemed to be struck by lightning, and her eyes flashed with an indescribable light. After a long time, she woke up again, and the blurred light in her purple eyes gradually dissipated. Silently, she looked at Brando again. Are you comforting me, Sir Lord? You can say that. Brando sighed, and his mood was a little complicated. Delphian gently tucked the hair in front of her forehead, lowered her head and softly replied, Thank you, Sir Lord, although it sounds really stupid. What? Brando was stunned. You should hug me or kiss me, and not comfort me so lightly. You don't understand a woman's heart at all, Sir Lord. Huh. Brando wondered what the hell was going on, but at least he understood that the Prime Minister's daughter had finally recovered. Then where is this place? And where is Miss Huang Hua and the others? Delphian asked after wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Brando straightened up and looked around. They were in the middle of a lush forest. The midday sun shone through the shade of the trees, sprinkling golden spots of light on the fallen withered tree trunks. They could vaguely see the deep and serene scenery of the dense forest in the distance, where the branches and vines were overgrown and the vines hung down. Naturally, this was not a scene that existed in the stagnation realm. Lady Martha might have sent them outside, but they did not know if they were still in the green sea. This is an island? Brando shook his head. At least he did not hear the sound of waves nearby, but perhaps this place was far from the coast. We haven't met Xianxia yet, but we met Lu Tei and Mr. Lu Wu before that. We have already split up and searched in different directions. It seems that everyone should not be too far away. So Sir Lord did not spend much time to find me? Brando nodded. Do you still need to rest? He glanced at Delphian, who did not seem to be in a very good state, and asked. But the Prime Minister's daughter just shook her head. No, but I am afraid I will have to trouble Sir Lord to help me up. Brando's premonition was very accurate. He thought that if Martha had sent them here, then the others should not be too far away. After all, the latter was not an unreliable guy like Bai. Sure enough, not long after he supported Delphian, they met the two sisters Ling and Lian in a clearing in the forest. The two sisters had not yet woken up, and the two of them were lying together on a snow-white rock. After a brief examination, Brando found that there were no bruises or abrasions on their bodies. Obviously, all of this was the doing of the mother of all things. Soon after, the little fairy Lu Tei, who had split up to search for the others, brought back Xianxia and Feng Qi. When Her Royal Highness saw Brando, she was obviously relieved. She bowed respectfully to Brando and said, "Master, Xianxia is back." Listening to the gentle and peaceful greeting, Brando felt warm in his heart. He took a closer look at his student and could not help but be a little surprised. "Xianxia, your inheritance?" Xianxia nodded calmly. "Master, Xianxia has obtained all the inheritance of the desert wind swordsmanship. Lady Martha told me that all 9 swords were born from the sacred sword verdant. The inheritance of the red lotus is hidden in the natural pearl. This is the mystery of jade. The mystery of the emerald is actually one with the 7 keys. That is to say, only the person who can open the door can truly solve this mystery," Lute said excitedly. "So, when people are seeking to solve the mystery of the emerald is actually choosing the person it likes. Mr. Brendel, you are indeed the person that Miss Tata likes." "Yes." Xianxia also looked at her teacher with some admiration. She bowed and said, "Xianxia can be where I am today because of Master's kindness. If one day, Xianxia will not dare to forget." Brendel hurriedly supported her, but the moment he moved, Feng Qi, who was beside him, had already knelt down respectfully in front of him and gave him a big bow. Brando was shocked, but he heard Feng Qi say, "Mr. Brando, the kindness of teaching you is like a father to me. Feng Qi has offended you. Please forgive him." "Feng Qi, what are you doing?" "Master, Feng Qi obtained the supreme inheritance of the Iron Heart swordsmanship because of you. Now, he is only a step away from the celestial realm." Xianxia said, "According to the tradition of the 9 phoenixes, to him, you are equivalent to a teacher. You deserve his bow." Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at this 9 phoenix genius. Who would have thought that this usually arrogant guy would have such a side? Chapter 1430. Princess Magadal was the last to speak, and her voice was a little soft. But a hand was placed on the back of her hand, and the princess looked back in surprise, but saw the calm face of the Prime Minister's daughter. "Swear on this." She was like a competent maid, and finished her oath to her lord. "Yeah." Loda seemed to have done something big, and she was so excited that she waved her fist, and even her glasses almost fell off the bridge of her nose, scaring her into holding them. The little fairy Lute sat on the little girl's shoulder, and also looked a little excited. This must be the moment to witness history, it thought to itself. The Prime Minister's daughter turned back at this time, and looked at Brando. She lowered her head slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "I heard that Prince Leneret is still alive, my lord. Although I don't know if this news is true or not, at least it shows that some of the Empire's top officials survived the war. The Battle of Metz only affected the northeast of the Empire and the Ludwig area. Although the elite part of the Empire was destroyed, it still has vitality, and the Red Army in the wilderness of the Four Territories should still be intact." "Delphian, you want to?" Brando was stunned. Delphian nodded silently. I have to return to the Empire, my lord. Although it seems that they have realized the seriousness of the problem, or there would not be this meeting. But they may not know everything that happened here in Madara, and more importantly, you, my lord. Brando was silent. He knew his importance in this war. Besides the Twilight Dragon itself, only he could hold the only key, but to find the Throne of Destiny, his strength alone was far from enough, and he had to borrow the strength of the four empires. But at this moment, he did not have such a position. You do, my lord, Delphian seemed to read his mind and whispered. Have you forgotten, my lord, the Silver Queen had personally put the crown that only belonged to the Empire on your head, and this is the most important legal basis. My grandfather, my father, and Vala also personally received the ring that represents the supreme royal power from Her Majesty, and they all know who is the true successor. But Lenoret is still alive, Brando replied. I have no reason to take his throne. You don't have to take his throne, you are the king of Wonde, the only king in the Dark Prophecy, the successor of the Dark Dragon in this era, and you are the Lord of Destiny chosen by Martha. Delphian shook her head. Why would you care about the mortal throne, when your divinity descends? You are the king of kings, the god of gods, and the kings of the world are just your subjects. But now, you still need the support of the Crown Prince, my grandfather, and the Holy See of Vala. If they understand your importance, they will make a wise decision. The Prime Minister's daughter replied seriously, So I have to return to the Empire, there is not much time left for us. But your safety? Brando frowned. It was not that he did not think of letting Delphian return to the Empire, after all, her grandfather and father were still in the Empire, and he did not know whether they were alive or dead, but he originally planned to take her back to Erewhon first, and then send someone to send her back. I can go with Miss Magadal. She is enough to protect me. But what about after reaching Silver Bay? The journey from Silver Bay to the wilderness of 4 territories is not short. Just let Mr. Lute come with me. He can be considered one of the top experts in the human world. Brando thought about it, and felt that it was not a bad idea, so he nodded. He had just asked Lute for his opinion, and the little fairy himself did not seem to care, although he would rather go with Brando to Erewhon to see the legendary Land of Promise. But he also knew that Delphian's proposal was indeed the best choice in the current situation. Mr. Brando was the person chosen by Lady Martha, and in any case, this matter was the most important. That was what Lute thought in his heart. Then Brando asked the sisters Lien and Ling for their opinions. The 2 sisters planned to return to Lantern Island, so Brando could only bring them along, and fortunately, the journey was not too long. At this time, the fleet of the merchant group that was going to the 9 Phoenixes sounded. This was the sound of the fleet preparing to lift the anchor and leave the port. Brando knew in his heart that the time to leave had finally come. He looked at his student and Mr. Lu. Huang Hua was also looking in this direction. She bowed deeply to Brando. Teacher, take care. Brando saw his student biting her lower lip, silently turning around. Her eyes were clearly a little red, recalling the little things that they had spent together these days. He could not help but feel a little bitter in his heart. We will meet again, Mr. Brando. Mr. Lu and Fong Chi saluted him at the same time. Brando nodded, silently watching the 3 figures disappear into the crowd. Not long after, Magadal, Lute and the Prime Minister's daughter also bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Delphian took a deep look at him. That pair of purple eyes seemed to contain countless complex emotions. The 2 fleets left the port one after another. Brando watched the sail gradually disappear under the horizon, and after Flofa left with Alaz, although the port was still bustling, noisy and chaotic, but in this inconspicuous corner, this small group had become scattered and sparsely populated. Brando sighed for a moment, then turned back, looked at the 2 sisters Ling and Lien, and could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. I don't know when I will see Mr. Lute again. Lien also looked a little melancholy, but after all, she was just a little girl. Her emotions came and went quickly, and soon she looked up and asked curiously, Mr. Brando, are we going back to Erewhon next? Brando nodded. Yes, your hometown is in Porshenier? We were born in Randner, Mr. Brendel. But my sister and I don't remember where we were born. For as long as we can remember, we grew up in the Church of the Silver Lilies in Porshenier. Ah, speaking of which, I really miss my companions. According to the age of humans, they must have grown up by now, right? Lotus said with some anticipation. Maybe some of them have already formed families. Brendel smiled when he heard this, then glanced at the silent Ling. thinking that the personality difference between the two sisters was a little too big. "Poor Xianxia," he replied. "I suddenly remembered that it was Xianxia. Yak. That's the son of the Duke of Lantanailan. He should be your lord." "I know the Duke of Lantanailan, but I've never heard of him having a son. Was the little lord born after my sister and I left?" "That's not it, but that's a long story." Brendel chuckled. "Ha ha. Since the First War of the Black Rose, Karsuk and several mountain roads to the east of Buchi had completely fallen into a state of abandonment, especially after the Golden City Lord sealed off a series of the kingdom's entry and exit routes from the Black Wolf Pass to the Icewind Gorge. These places became synonymous with desolation. In fact, in relatively peaceful times, the roads in these mountains were still traversed by caravans. The conflict between Erewhon and Madara was intermittent, but in the world of darkness and light, the profits were several times higher, especially when the contraband goods were transported to the inland areas north of the Sea of the Dying Moon. There were many dark nobles and necromancers who would pay for it. Not to mention that there were also many human residents living in these places. However, even though merchants pursued profits, they still needed to be alive to spend the money they earned. Ever since the First War of the Black Roses, a large number of patrolling troops had been maintained in these areas to capture and execute spies from both sides who had infiltrated the country. So after the first few groups of people were sent to their deaths, the merchants stopped. They understood that to make a fortune on this road, they would lose their heads. They could still take the sea route. Although they would lose a lot of money, at least it was much safer. This situation lasted until the Second War of the Black Rose. In history, because of the fall of Karsuk, Viro, and Buchi, the mountains that were originally the border between the two countries became the heartland of the new empire. The few ports in the north of Viro were closely connected with the ports in Belafay and went directly into the interior of the empire, so these smuggling routes in the past became history. Except for a few adventurers and players who went deep into the mountains, almost no one would pass through here. But in this time and space, the small kingdom of Erewhon won the Second War of the Black Rose in an almost bizarre way. After that, the undead completely withdrew their influence and gave up on this place, causing this area to become more desolate than it was in history. Except for the fact that there were no players in this world, even the adventurers seemed to have completely forgotten about this towering mountain. The reason was very simple. Because since the end of summer, there had been a lot of bad news from the south of Madara. Refugees not only poured into the ports in the north of Madara, but also rushed to the border between Erewhon and Madara. In fact, in this month, according to the statistics of Gold City and Buchi, there were at least tens of thousands of refugees from Madara entering the country. Although the upper echelons of the kingdom were discussing the issue of peace and alliance with Madara, the lords of the various territories did not seem to welcome these uninvited guests from the enemy country. Of course, they sent out troops to seal off the borders. This way, not many people could enter the mountains of Buchi. But obviously, today was an exception. Chapter 1431. Port of Belafar. A tall sailboat was leaving the port, its stern drawing a white trail in the bay. The sailors shouted as they lowered the sails, and under the captain's and first mate's commands, the ropes were pulled taut. Brando stood on the damp stone bridge and looked at the port area, only to see the black mass of people fleeing. The news of the goddess of the dead moon betraying Martha and the fall of the realm of eternal death quickly spread here. The local dark nobles and undead had already caught up with the queen's army, and the remaining human refugees rushed over from nearby areas and gathered at the ports of Belafar, Lopez, and Noreo. These people hoped to escape to the Silver Bay or the Grey Mountains, and only a small portion of them would choose Aween. However, very few people were able to find a boat that was willing to take them away, and most of them could only look enviously at those who had a certain amount of wealth leaving with their families. Those who stayed behind could only wait for death. Brando frowned as he looked at the chaotic crowd. The cries of the people at the port were deafening, and he even saw people being pushed off the port. Those who fell into the water struggled in the sea, and although they felt uncomfortable, there was nothing they could do. Compared to the scale of the refugees, Port of Belafar's transport capacity was far from enough. Perhaps the upper echelons of Madara left too heartlessly, but staying behind was also a dead end. The Supreme One with the Mercury Staff made the right decision again with her unique coldness. Princess Magadal's face was filled with pity. They had only arrived at Belafar 3 days ago, and Martha had teleported them to the Evergreen Forest. The forest at the foot of the Tedart Mountains was not too far from Belafar. Belafar was located in the north of Madara, across the Dark Star Sea from the Nitmina Peninsula where Grey Mountain was located. It was Madara's last supply port to Erewhon and Silver Bay. From here to Erewhon, the caravan would only need half a month to travel along the Buchi Mountains. To the east was the Karsuk Plateau controlled by the Highland Knight. This place had always been the gathering point of information in the north of the Sea of the Dying Moon. The refugees from the south had brought all kinds of rumors about the Crystal Cluster and the Undead Army. According to the latest rumors, the Undead Army had turned in the direction of Nauvoo. They had split into two at the Torres Pass in the north of the Sea of the Dying Moon. One part of them went east, while the main force went to the Strait of Tabanya. The Strait of Tabanya was a naturally formed isthmus between Saint Tothole and Madara. It was to the west of the Dark Sea, and it seemed that the Queen of Madara had made up her mind to enter the Grey Mountains from there. As for the one heading east, Brando thought it was likely that they were heading to Erewhon. In addition to the news from the south, some of the fleets that arrived a month ago also brought news from the north. However, the news of the collapse of the Cruz Empire spread like the plague. However, some of the rumors mentioned the peace talks between the Cruz Empire and the Wind Elves in the wilderness of the Four Realms, which was beyond Brando's expectations. It seemed that there were people from the Empire who survived the battle in Metz. He was very worried about the safety of Vahaina and Lady Veronica, as well as the priestess of the Leo Palace who always had a straight face, and the Archseigneur Vala. Especially the Archseigneur Vala. After the death of the Silver Queen, Vala became the spiritual and faith pillar of the Empire. If he unfortunately died in the war, the Empire would soon become a pile of loose sand. The loss of one of the four great empires of the humans and the elves would be a heavy blow to the Order faction. However, the truth and falsehood were hidden in the chaos of rumors and rumors, making it impossible to distinguish the truth of the matter. Brando could only give up guessing and wait until he returned to Erewhon. Originally, he did not have to come here to squeeze with the refugees on the limited ships, but Huang Hua, Mr. Liu, and Feng Qi had to go to Nine Phoenix, and Princess Magadal had to return to the Duchy of Antaburo, so everyone had to separate here. In fact, the ship had been found a day ago. Huang Hua and the others happened to meet a merchant fleet that was returning to Nine Phoenix. This fleet would go through the Strait of Tabanya to the Red Jade Mountains area, enough to avoid the Taowu Strait route that was cut off by the Lost Names. Princess Magadal, on the other hand, hired a whaling ship to go to Storm Harbor. With her current strength, Brando did not think that the Nun Princess would encounter any trouble on the way. At this time, Brando turned his head and looked at the dragon girl standing beside the little female dragon. It was Flora, but at this moment, the dark silver luster in her eyes had faded, and the golden flame that represented the Golden Clan reignited in the depths of her pupils. Flora was found with Alaz 3 days ago. Among the surviving dragons, there was another black dragon named Purr, who had already recovered their consciousness when they were found. Flora was ready to return to Dragon Island, and Alaz and another of her kind naturally had to go with her. Although the little female dragon was very reluctant, but after so many things had happened, she could not be so carefree as to wander around outside. On Dragon Island, there were not only the inheritance of the dragons, but also the young dragons that were left there during the war. Now that the dragons had been hit hard, to maintain the survival of the clan, returning to Dragon Island was the first thing to do. Brando. The little female dragon let out a whimper and bumped into his doubts, causing Brando to roll his eyes and almost fall back into the sea. Alaz looked up with tears in her eyes and blinked her golden eyes. Brando, you must wait for us. When everything is done, I will come with Flora to find you. Flora could not help but frown. However, she still nodded slightly to Brando. She understood that if it were not for this human, she and Alaz would not be standing here in one piece, and the dragons would have suffered even greater losses. However, when she thought of her earrings that had fallen into the hands of this human, she felt a little confused. Mr. Brando, Flora said, her voice was very soft and pleasant. Allah's temper has always been like this, you don't have to take it to heart, we are very grateful for your help. After saying that, she bowed to everyone present and said with an apologetic tone, I'm also very sorry everyone. I've brought misfortune and disaster to you and my fellow clansmen. When I return from Dragon Island, I'll definitely do my best to make up for my mistakes. Don't be like this, Miss Flora, Magadal comforted her. In fact, all of us know that it was not your intention, you were just being manipulated by the Twilight Dragon. Now that you have recovered, we are only happy. Fu Luofa nodded. Fortunately, Feng Qi put his hands behind his head and said with a cold joke, At least you don't have to repent in front of Lord Bahamut, because even the dragon god has betrayed the Twilight Dragon. Feng Qi. Phoenix Hua jabbed him with the hilt of her sword. What? Feng Qi said with some grievance. I didn't say anything wrong. Besides, Miss Flora is a dragon, you can't be so weak, right? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Phoenix Hua glared at him and said, Miss Phoenix Hua, Mr. Feng Qi, stop arguing. Mr. Feng Qi is right, the dragons are the warriors of the gods. This setback is nothing. In the past wars, we have also suffered heavy losses. Flora interrupted them. Her expression was very calm. It was obvious that she had already known about the drastic changes in the dragon race. However, the girl's slightly pale face reflected her inner thoughts. She was obviously not as calm as expected. The dragons had suffered heavy losses in previous wars, but this time, they had lost their god. Miss Flora. Phoenix was said worriedly. She subconsciously looked at her teacher. Brando felt something and also looked at Flora. Because of Allah's, he had a misunderstanding with this girl. In fact, he still felt a little awkward and did not know how to get along with her. However, Fu Luofa was very calm. She calmly accepted his gaze. Do you plan to return to Dragon Island to control Bahamut's temple? Brando asked. Flora's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Bahamut's temple was the center of Dragon Island. She had to settle the dragon's inheritance and the dragon's descendants before the dragon god arrived there. If necessary, she had to give up Dragon Island and find another place to stay. And in the Battle of Metz, although the dragon clan had suffered heavy losses, she believed that there were still many of her kind that had survived. She had to gather these people. In this war, this world still needed the strength of the Golden Clan. She nodded. Flora, Brando thought for a moment and said, we all know the meaning of the upcoming war for the world. I don't want to say much, but I have some suggestions. Please, Mr. Brando. I think what we are facing now is not a war that can be won by fighting alone. Even if we unite all the forces of Wond, it is still weak in front of this powerful opponent. Therefore we cannot divide our forces. Now there are rumors that the Fanzon, Cruz, and the Wind Elves are having a negotiation. If this negotiation really exists, then it must be that the Fanzon, Cruz, and the Wind Elves have realized something. And before we go to the Stagnation Realm, in fact, the undead of Madara, their Supreme, Her Majesty, almost gave us the same suggestion. She hoped to convey a kind of goodwill to the world through Erewhon. Now the undead have divided into two groups and passed through the Gulf of Tabanya and the mountains of Buchi. But not to attack Saint Tothole and Erewhon, but to stand with the world of order and face this war together. Chapter 1432. I understand what you mean, Mr. Brando, Fu Luofa replied after a moment of silence. If this news is true, then it's the best news I've heard in a while. Perhaps the Silver Folk already know all this, and they may have already participated in that meeting. I know the Bugas, and the dragons will also stand with you. Brando nodded. He already had this idea before entering the stagnant realm. Queen Madara's suggestion gave him some hints. Perhaps the world had to start from itself. This time, there were no gods or Knight of the Azure. Everyone had to throw themselves into this almost unwinnable war. This kind of power was still too weak. If they were still divided and opposed to each other, then hope would be even slimmer. Fortunately, he now had such people around him. On the surface, this group of people didn't seem to be very impressive, but they represented a considerable force. After the dragons died in a battle, Fu Luofa and Alaz were almost the only remaining geniuses of this generation of dragons. According to dragon tradition, their status was enough to represent the will of the dragons. Princess Magadal was not only the princess of the Duchy of Antiburo, but also had a profound influence on this family. She was also the nun princess of the Holy Cathedral. The Holy Cathedral of Fire had a deep influence on some of the small kingdoms along the Silver Bay. With her royal status and position in the church, it was easy for her to summon a group of countries. And now, her grandfather was on the way back to the duchy. The wolves of Antiburo were even more famous in the Silver Bay area. As for Huang Hua and Feng Qi, they were the first inheritors of the Nine Phoenix Jade Phoenix and the Ghost Chariot respectively. The former was the princess of the Nine Phoenix royal family. These two families were the most powerful families in the Nine Phoenix Kingdom. If they could settle their internal disputes before the war, and let the 9 Phoenix join the camp of order, then there would undoubtedly be a lot more hope. In the game, the 9 Phoenix was also the most advanced area on the edge of Wonde. Before he was summoned to this world, this area was not even open to the public. According to what Huang Hua and Feng Qi had seen and heard in the stagnant realm, as well as everything Martha had told them, the 9 Phoenix was actually a remnant of the previous era. To the east of the 9 Phoenix was the location of the decisive battle between the 4th era and the Twilight Dragon. That place was now a wasteland. After the destruction of the past civilization, the people of the 9 Phoenix had left their homeland and came to this land to build a new kingdom. One could imagine how powerful the 9 Phoenix, who had inherited part of the civilization of that era, was. Although it was limited by the changes in the laws of Tiamat, and after the era of the War of the Holy Saints, there was no one who surpassed the sage in the 9 Phoenix. However, the ratio of ultimate powerhouses in the 9 Phoenix was much higher than in Vaunt itself. At least in Vaunt, geniuses of Phoenix's age and level were almost non-existent. This was the power of the inheritance itself. Finally, there was Delphian. Although the Prime Minister's daughter seemed a little depressed these days, Brando knew that she still had deep feelings for the Empire. She would never sit back and watch the 1,000-year civilization and pride of the Cruz people vanish. Not to mention, there was also the memorial of her childhood love there. As the eldest daughter of the House of Nidevan, at least in this era, the old Prime Minister had left behind a legend and prestige that had yet to dissipate in the hearts of the people of the Empire. If Gretel's descendants had unfortunately all perished in that war, she could use this reputation to gather a new group of followers in the Empire. If there were still members of the royal family, it would be even simpler. In this era, the bloodline itself was a flag. It was said that after the chaos in Rushta, there were several princes and princesses of the royal family who survived. Brando knew that except for the eldest prince, Leneret, most of the survivors were just creations of the Silver Queen. But at this critical moment, he could not care less. "Teacher," Huang Hua frowned slightly after hearing this, and then said, "I understand what you mean. Indeed, at this time, we have to put aside our short-sightedness and prejudice. When I return to the 9 Phoenix, I will try my best to persuade the Council of Elders to let the 9 Phoenix participate in this war. Is that okay?" Brendel knew that Huang Hua was not a boastful person. She was not someone who would speak on impulse. Even though she was young, she had a calm temperament and thought deeper than most adults. However, this was no small matter. It would change the fate of millions of people, and it could even cause them to be involved in war and lose their lives. For a country or kingdom, any monarch would hesitate before making such a decision. Although it was destined to be unavoidable, not everyone would think so. In 9 Phoenix, the sword Dao we pursue is one that goes straight to the heart and pursues integrity. If I can prove that we will be facing the common enemy of this world, I think I can convince the Council of Elders and my father. After saying that, Huang Hua looked at Feng Qi. The young genius of the Ghost Chariot clan was silent, and his expression became serious. After a while he said, "In fact, I have long been tired of these old grievances. I want to do something more meaningful, so I came out to find the whereabouts of the mystery of Jade." He looked at Brando with a complicated gaze. "I thought I was the one chosen by the mandate of heaven. But it's fine, this is good. But you should know that the situation in our clan is much more complicated. I may be able to persuade some people, but many elders are stubborn old men. They will not let go of their hatred easily." "What do you want to do, Feng Qi?" Huang Hua asked. "If I want to make this decision, I must have the ability to make it. The decision of the Ghost Chariot clan is very different from yours. Unless I can confirm the position of the successor and eliminate the voices of opposition, I may need your help. You want the Jade Phoenix clan to interfere with the change of power in the Ghost Chariot clan." Huang Hua was slightly surprised. "Is this really possible? You may succeed, but in the long run, are you willing to be the nominal puppet of the Jade Phoenix clan? Just for a while is enough." Feng Qi smiled disdainfully and showed an indifferent expression, as if the life and death of the Ghost Chariot clan had nothing to do with him. "What do I need this power for? It can only tie my hands and feet. I am myself, and I don't need these burdens. Besides, the 9 Phoenix clan has been in chaos for 1,000 years. It's time to end it," he replied. "In my opinion, the Ghost Chariot clan has been wandering outside. Those who really benefit may not be all the clansmen. They are just fattening those worms." Huang Hua was obviously surprised by his words. She could not help but change her view of the genius of the Ghost Chariot clan. She looked at him a little more and replied, "Although your idea is a little extreme, Feng Qi, it is not without reason. No matter what, if all of this succeeds, we must thank you." Feng Qi just waved his hand casually. "This worthless thank you means nothing to me." He looked at Delphian, who was standing behind Brando, and sighed. "Mr. Brando, you are right," Magadal said softly. "After I return to Antiburo, I will do my best. Although the various kingdoms and forces in the Silver Bay are complicated, most of them are under the Holy Cathedral. Under the threat of twilight, I think they will unite. Miss Magadal, no matter what, your safety is the most important thing." Brando looked at the nun princess and understood that in a place like the Silver Bay, where the various forces were intertwined and complicated, and there were also the All-for-One and other evil cults lurking in the shadows, things may not be as simple as she thought. "Your grandfather should be returning to the Duchy of Antiburo soon. When you see him, you can listen to his advice." Magadal nodded. "I understand, Mr. Brando." Brando saw that she looked very tired, as if she had not rested well for the past few days. He vaguely understood the crux of the problem and could not help but remind her, "You also need to rest well, Miss Magadal." "Mr. Brando, you don't have to worry about me," she replied softly. "It's just that I saw everything in Lady Martha's dream. My sister personally created my existence and gave me all her blessings, so I have to do more to make her proud of me. Now that I know my origins, all that's left is to restore the glory of the Antiburo family. Mr. Brando, I think we will definitely bring back the era of the sages." Brando nodded silently. "Then everyone, have a safe journey. Perhaps in the near future, we will meet again in the wilderness of 4 realms." He looked at everyone. "I hope that when that day comes, we will not be far from victory. How about we make an oath?" Lotus looked at everyone curiously, as if she was infected by the atmosphere. She could not help but suggest, just like what was described in the Pale Epic, the sages made a holy oath on the White Plains, swearing to defeat evil and darkness. Who would have thought that after that, it would be passed down through the ages? After saying that, she was the first to raise her little fist excitedly. This was a somewhat childish suggestion. But everyone was silent and looked at each other. Feng Qi was the first to reach out and pressed his hand on the little girl's fist. "All right, I swear to you, little girl, we will definitely win." "I'm not a little girl." Ling silently reached out his hand and blocked Feng Qi's hand, using his own hand to cover his sister's hand. Brando looked at the others and also put his hand on the little girl's hand. "Let us make an oath. To keep the oath, we will give everything, only for the final victory." Chapter 1433. The gray sandstone under his feet broke off and rolled down the cliff that was dozens of meters high. There were only a few withered shrubs along the way. Seabass hurriedly stopped and raised his head to look ahead with lingering fear. The towering mountains and precipitous ridges were covered in varying shades of gray, and a thin mountain path that was as thin as sheep intestines extended between the grayness. This path was the famous withered path in the eastern part of Karsuk. The young man was leading a donkey. He did not understand. The people who traveled with him, including the undead who made him feel uncomfortable, all said in private that the destination of their journey was a rich place, but everything they saw in the past few days had become more and more desolate. He followed his foster father and left Rosaline with the intention of going to Nine Phoenix. Who knew that he would come to this completely foreign land by accident? Although it did not matter as long as it was a good place to go, everything he saw now seemed to be different from what he imagined. The forest that extended from the northern lowlands of Karsuk to the east ended here. During the year of the cave beasts, when the Bloodstaff swept through the eastern part of Karsuk, it had a great battle with the Highland Knight here. The undead secret magic had wiped out all life in the canyon, resulting in the scene that he saw today. Adney wrinkled her delicate nose and frowned as she looked at Quill, who was bidding farewell to Andrea and the others not far away. She smelled the strong smell of death in the air. "Mr. Quill, south of here is the Grey Mountain Path. There is a small path that leads to Westminster. After passing through the forest there, you will reach the northern end of the vast desert. From there, you can return to Lubian." Freya took a folded map from Na-Exian and handed it to Quill. "Miss Freya, Miss White Mist, and Mr. Na-Exian, the children of the desert will never forget the kindness of others. I will tell the elders everything without missing a word." Quill placed his hand on his chest and bowed to everyone in Lubian. You're too serious, too serious. Na Xian waved his hand. Due to the long journey, Na Xian's originally dark skin had a deep brown color, and his cheeks were sunken due to the constant exposure to the sun. Convincing the entire tribe to migrate north is not an easy task. White Mist stood on a towering rock and looked down at the golden elf. She replied in a cold and arrogant tone, and even if it succeeds, it will be a long process. We will return immediately after returning to Lubian, Na Xian replied, and bring the Sword of Wisdom to Erewhon in the shortest time possible. That's the secret that the tomb keepers have been guarding for generations, right? Andrea asked. Mr. Brendel has proven that he is the one in the prophecy. We are heading east to Rosaline to verify this prophecy. The elders are wise people. They will make the right judgment. White Mist nodded. Calm. Quill. And Quill. Na Xian looked at her. You know who I'm talking about. Miss Andrea. She's so young and beautiful. Ha! The knight laughed. The captain is jealous. Shut up, you idiots. Adney's eyes were about to spit fire as she gritted her teeth and said, I'm just worried about my teammates. After all, it's impossible. Think about it. You're an elf. Na Xian. Besides, Miss Andrea is not a desert dweller. Her hometown is not in the desert. Yes, Na Xian. The knights sang in unison. Na Xian, you can't let down the sensitive and delicate heart of a young girl. What nonsense are you guys talking about? Adney jumped up in anger and unsheathed her sword to chase after Na Xian. The knight laughed and dispersed. Andrea smiled as she looked at the group of people. Miss Adney is such a kind-hearted girl. I can see her feelings for Mr. Na Xian, she said in a small voice. Na Xian promptly nodded in agreement. Of course, he knew that although the girl in front of him looked young, she was a powerful warrior. Moreover, she was the leader of a group of similarly powerful warriors. In the Taowu Strait, if such a person was not a powerful lord, then at least she was a hero. White Mist said in disdain, the feelings of ignorant mortals. Yes, the great and wise Lady White Mist. Andrea replied with a smile. Humph. The hall was buzzing with discussion. Everyone had different expressions. Some people were talking loudly, while others were whispering to each other. Burning torches were inserted into the holes in the rocks, and the light from the torches was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, making the contours of everyone's faces appear particularly deep. The atmosphere was very heavy. Some people had already stood up at a long table in the center of the hall. They were red in the face and excited. Their chairs were pushed away and fell over. But the people who were still sitting were very silent. The Duke of Grinoires sat at the head of the table with a bearskin coat draped over his shoulders. The cold air from the Death Frost forest was descending south of Vallon. Autumn had not yet passed, and the weather had quickly turned cold. It was said that snow had already started to fall in Vero and Lantern Island, and in Brags, it was also the beginning of winter. In this year, the temperature in Erewhon had been abnormal. Everyone could clearly feel the shortening of summer and the lengthening of autumn and winter. Other than Tonagel and Randner, which seemed to have been prepared for this, most regions had decreased their food production. Fortunately, the Second War of the Black Rose did not affect the regions outside of Grinoires and Karsuk, so the farmers could still make a living. It was said that in the north of Erewhon, across the Dark Star Strait, the weather in many places in the Silver Bay region was even more abnormal. There were even some places that had rare long nights and long days. A few small duchies had completely lost their food production. After the fall of the Black Moon, the panicked refugees rushed to the places that could still be maintained, breaking down the only order that was left. These rumors increased the panic in Aween's southern border to varying degrees. There were rumors everywhere that an unknown enemy from the north was invading the lands of the civilized world from the south. Although this rumor was not confirmed, it still made people feel uneasy. Thinking of these troubles, the Duke shrunk his neck and seemed to be a little absent-minded. Look at what our princess has done. She made peace with the undead, and now they want to send an army into Erewhon. This is simply asking for a yard after taking an inch. I've said it before, how can those evil fellows be trusted? I've long seen that she's just a weak little girl. She's not like her father at all. When the late king was still on the throne, Erwin would never have fallen to such a state. She wants to walk the same path as a wreck, but it's only because those Tonajal untouchables have bewitched her all day long. What kind of knowledge can those fellows have? They're just a bunch of greedy sycophants. I heard that Madara spent a lot of money to bribe them. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. The blame immediately fell on the mistress of Tonajal, Count Randner, and the #1 fighter of the Count, Freya, who was now privately known as the Valkyrie. Of course, the nobles who were deeply afraid of her only called her the Count's loyal dog. As for Maynard and Oberwei, who had sided with the eldest princess for a long time, it was inevitable that they would be labeled as traitors. However, few people blamed Brando himself. Most of the people present knew that Brando was the grandson of Sword Saint Darius, and had the support of the Highland Knight and the Black Tower Wizards. The Highland Knight's status in Erewhon was already high, not to mention that the Cardoloso family's history and status were much higher than the families behind most of the people present. They dared to unscrupulously criticize the royal family and the princess, but not many dared to criticize the traditional forces of the kingdom. In fact, most of the people present were just the representatives of the old noble forces. Everyone knew this in their hearts. However, almost everyone was gnashing their teeth at the cold-blooded and ruthless butcher, as if their hatred for this new force was completely pinned on Amandina. In comparison, Brando himself, who had been out of the country, was much more innocent. Maybe it was this devil woman who bewitched the grandson of the old Marshal Cardoloso. I heard that she did a lot of sensational things in Tonajal. She's just the daughter of a low-class person from a small noble family. This kind of person is most likely narrow-minded to do such things. I heard that she also instigated Her Royal Highness and Prince Haruz to give up the throne so that the ambitious man in the north could come to the south. This woman may have some unspeakable relationship with that man. There's such a thing? Some people obviously hadn't heard about the reopening of the peace conference in Ampere Seal. It's true. His Royal Highness Levanor Nessen's envoy has now arrived in Abi's castle. I heard that he also plans to betroth his sister, the little princess of the Cipher family, to the Count. If it wasn't for some agreement behind the scenes, how could such a thing happen? We can't let her play tricks here. There was a sudden commotion among the nobles in the hall. The Battle of Ampere Seal determined the confrontation between the north and south of Erewhon, but the hatred between the nobles of the north and south was far from being eliminated. This hatred could be traced back to the time of the December coup, when a large number of members of the royal party were persecuted and assassinated in the palace struggle. In the south, Vero, Grinoires, and Anthony were the strongholds of the royal party. The deep hatred between the north and south was evident. These former members of the royal party could even tolerate the sudden rise of Tonajal and Brando in the kingdom's political arena, but they would never sit back and watch the forces of the north once again rule Erewhon. Because it might mean a new purge and suppression, even if it was only a possibility, they would never sit back and watch. Chapter 1434. Duke Grinoires suddenly raised his head and tried to find the person who spoke, but the person had already disappeared into the crowd. This piqued his interest. He was completely tired of these people's endless discussions and complaints. At first, he still hoped that these people could overthrow the newly risen count, just like how they overthrew Arek's rule. But soon, he was disappointed. From the beginning to the end of the Second War of the Black Rose, these people argued endlessly, but they could not come up with an idea. In the end, it was Count Randner's mistress who acted decisively and killed many people. It was worse than a woman. Duke Grinoires scoffed at these so-called old royal party, but he immediately felt worried. The rise of Tonajal did not only hurt the traditional royal party. In fact, as the highest official of the kingdom, the dukes of the kingdom felt a more direct threat. And he was even more so. Duke Anthony's son, Yak, was a staunch supporter of the elder princess during the Battle of Ampere Seal, and Duke Vero was a close relative of the princess. Karsuk's status was extraordinary, not to mention that he was inextricably linked to the Cardoloso family. Now that Arek and Radner were dead, the only enemy of the princess was left, and it seemed that he was the only one left. Duke Grinoires did not agree with some of the actions of the princess, and the threat of the princess was like a knife in his back. He could see that these royal party could not succeed. They might be representing the interests of some people, but these people were also hesitant. On one hand, they were worried about the reaction of the Highland Knight, and on the other hand, they were afraid of the retaliation of the northern nobles. Duke Grinoires knew very well that these people were two-faced. If it wasn't for the fact that a knife was on his neck, he would have been willing to be one of them. These people will never understand the principle of interdependence, the Duke thought with disappointment. He did not plan to participate in this routine meeting of the old royal party. He knew that the royal party was now divided into two. Oberwei, Maynard, and the other core members had abandoned their former companions. Since Fleetwood's death, Makarov had also retreated from the world. The remaining people were all useless people. But before today, someone invited him here for a special reason. When he thought of the mysterious people who had been in contact with him these days, the Duke had a vague idea of the other party's identity. But he did not dare to confirm it. He did not understand why those people were interested in Erwin. Because of this, he forced himself to sit here patiently. However, after a long period of boredom and waiting, he seemed to have finally found the shadows of those people in the previous speeches. He knew that these short-sighted people in front of him did not have the ability to grasp the key points. Anger was brewing in the crowd, and the Duke of Grinoires finally pulled himself together. He straightened up and focused on observing the reaction of everyone present. "We can't let her play tricks here," someone shouted. The Duke glanced at that direction and recognized that it was a lowly baron. He did not have any territory, but he was backed by some of the traditional nobles in Viro. "We must take action." Some of the representatives of the old nobles in Arek's territory were also depressed and uneasy. Since the territory was returned to the royal family, these nobles in the border areas had been having a hard time. Although they were oppressed by Duke Arek, their lives were not that good either. Duke Grinoires shook his head in confusion. Was this the reason why Roland asked him to come here? Was this what he wanted to see? The nobles were in a heated discussion, but they could not come up with an idea. Tonagel's strength was obvious, and those who were loyal to Her Royal Highness were also powerful forces, including the White Lion Legion and the royal family's fleet. On the other hand, although they represented the most traditional nobles in the south, they could not put together a decent force. At least the core and the upper echelons of the royal family still had power in their hands. At least Lantern Island's army and the Knight Order were still loyal to them. But when the royal family split up, the original upper echelons either left or joined the royal princess. The remaining people were originally the surrenders of the royal family. Oberwei and Makarov did not think highly of these people, so they naturally did not have any power in their hands. Just as Duke Grinoires was beginning to feel bored, a piece of paper was suddenly passed to him by his servant. The Duke was slightly stunned. He put the paper under the table, opened it and glanced at it. His face immediately became serious. He took one last look at these good-for-nothings and shook his head. He turned around and gestured to his servant, and the two of them quietly left the banquet. There were some people present who noticed the Duke's actions, but not many of them cared. It was already a surprise that the Duke was willing to show up at this venue. His early departure was also something they had expected. However, the Duke did not leave the venue from the back door as usual. Instead, he was led by his servant to a more secluded room in the venue. When he pushed the door open, the guests inside had been waiting for him for a long time. Duke Grinoires suddenly stopped, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the three people who stood up and saluted him. Werner Ognarden Silva's face was a little gloomy. The Master of Viro, the highest official of Valendenburg, the grandfather of the current Princess Erwin, the Duke of Viro had a lot of worries, but the thing that made him feel the most tired was the conflict between himself and his beloved daughter. He did not expect Eugenie to fall in love with an insignificant officer during a diplomatic mission, even if the other party was Count Janalesu's confidant. Furthermore, he did not think highly of the captain of the royal family in the kingdom. He might not even be willing to let the other party marry his daughter, let alone a subordinate. His daughter had always been smart and strong, mature and steady. His original intention was to use her to maintain the relationship between the Viro family and the new Count Ranner, who was the new ruler of the kingdom. Duke Viro was a smart man. He was very optimistic about Brando's future. This rising star of the kingdom's politics was not without foundation. On the contrary, he came from a prominent family. Not only was he the eldest son of the Cataloso family, but he was also recognized by the Highland Knight. If he could marry such an outstanding young man, Duke Viro was willing to see it happen. However, the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. He hated himself for not telling his daughter clearly beforehand. He thought that Eugenie would understand this, because some things would appear too utilitarian if they were too obvious. He knew that Count Tonajul was a smart man and would definitely see through his intentions. However, Eugenie's reaction this time was unexpectedly unyielding. She was unwilling to give up on this relationship and even went on a hunger strike to protest. She told him that she respected the young count very much, but it was only respect and would not go any further. The arguments between father and daughter caused a deep rift between them, and he could not help but blame Brando. Before this, Eugenie was not like this. She always listened to her father's arrangements. However, after the diplomatic mission, she became a different person. She became much more opinionated and stubborn. From the bottom of his heart, Duke Vero did not think that this was his fault. He believed that Brando must have led his daughter astray. After asking Eugenie's maidservant routinely, Duke Vero learned that his daughter had been on a hunger strike for 3 days. He felt both heartache and a little tired. He sighed deeply, feeling that the world was beginning to slip out of his control. He was originally the supreme ruler of Vero, and no one dared to disobey him. His grandson and granddaughter were the masters of the kingdom. But now, he felt more and more pressure from his granddaughter. The failure of the marriage alliance forced the Duke to face an even heavier truth. The distance between the royal family and the old nobility was growing. Although Her Royal Highness was still respectful to her grandfather in her letter, he could clearly feel that the two were walking on different paths. His people would one day become a stumbling block for the royal family. Although Duke Vero did not know what centralization of power was, as a smart man, he could vaguely feel that the sword hanging over his head was about to fall. Thinking of this, Duke Vero seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He waved his hand weakly. "Forget it. Let her be. She is my daughter, after all." "Duke." The maidservant's eyes widened as she looked at the ruler of this land with some disbelief. "What?" Duke Vero roared. "Are you not going to listen to me as well? Are you waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Get out now." The maidservants immediately retreated, trembling in fear. Duke Vero panted heavily like an injured beast. He supported himself on his desk and looked around with red eyes. For a moment, his expression changed. Chapter 1435. It was at this moment that a crystal ball on the walnut desk suddenly opened its eyes. The eyes looked at Duke Vero not far away, and there was an indescribable smile in them. "It seems that the era of your words being of great weight has passed," it said, its voice somewhat mocking. "But this is just the beginning. Your granddaughter will take back all your power sooner or later. There will be no more nobles in this kingdom, and the royal family will be the only one. House Covardo stole the crown from House Cipher, and now they are using the same trick to aggressively take away your power." "Shut up!" Duke Vero angrily flipped the table, and with a loud bang, everything on the table rolled onto the carpet. The loud noise scared the maids outside the door, and the crystal ball rolled to the corner of the room before stopping. The eyes on the crystal ball still looked at Duke Vero with a smile of pity. "You are old, and soon you will become an old man with one foot in the grave. Originally, you still had some power in your hands, but as your brain gradually deteriorated, even your servants dared to go against you. Your daughter was just the beginning. She was originally willful, but because of your prestige, she didn't show this kind of hidden ambition. But soon you will find that you can't suppress anyone's ambition. Even those lowly commoners will dare to make a fool of you." "Enough!" Duke Vero knew that the other party was just talking nonsense, but he still felt panic from the bottom of his heart. The eyes on the crystal ball had no intention of stopping, and the bewitching voice continued. "Soon, you will even lose your power. By then, you will just be an old man who has lost his value. You will find that family loyalty, they are all just lies. All of them will leave you, and you will be left alone to die. Do you understand that the sweet nothings around you and the flourishing scenes are merely built on your strength and authority? Even those lowly people want to embezzle your wealth in private, let alone when you no longer have any restraint over them? Think about it carefully. Don't regret it when there is nothing left of you. Eugenie will not leave me." "Is that so? Even if your daughter really loves you, she will have to marry one day. Your daughter has already fallen in love with another man, and she will soon leave you and fall into the arms of that man. When that time comes, will she still care about you? You make it sound nice. Vero said coldly. But in the end, you people still have your own motives. Don't think that I will wallow in the mire with you people. Hee. The voice from the crystal ball sounded extremely hateful. It mocked. Since that's the case, you should have thrown this crystal ball away long ago. But after thinking about it again and again, didn't you still keep it? I understand that nobles are good at leaving at least a way out for themselves. You are no exception. In that case, it is not impossible for us to sit down and negotiate, isn't it? You have to give us a chance to make an offer. The expression on Duke Vero's face changed unpredictably for a moment. He seemed to be struggling, but finally began to speak. If you try to harm Erwin and Vero's interests, then keep your mouth shut. Griffine is at least my granddaughter. I can't stand on the opposite side of her. After saying this, the Duke seemed to relax, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The eyes in the crystal ball smiled even more. You know very well who we are. How can we be interested in a mere Erwin? Of course, we don't care whether your granddaughter is dead or alive. We don't mean to offend you, but we don't like to lie in a roundabout way. But since you mentioned it, then we don't have to do anything to your granddaughter. It's always good to have fewer people die, isn't it? Then what are you trying to do? Duke Vero asked, unmoved. He was no longer young and impetuous, and would not easily believe the words of others. It's very simple, the voice replied. We know very well why Erwin is like this. It's all because of some people who shouldn't be here. You want to make a move on the Cataloso family? Duke Vero said firmly. That's impossible. He stared at the eyes in the crystal ball. If the other party wanted to let the Duke of Vero clash with a Highland knight and kill with a borrowed knife, then it was a wrong idea. However, the eyes in the crystal ball did not care and continued. Let me finish, Your Grace. Why should we make a move on the grandson of Darius? It's not in our interests. But does the Count really care about the gains and losses of Erwin? With his ambition, he has a place even in the Cruz Empire. Why would he care about a small kingdom? What are you trying to say? You should know that the people who really affect Her Highness are only the despicable people around him. Those new nobles who were born in Tonajil. If they can't gain the favor of Her Highness, they won't have any status in the kingdom at all. Do you know who those people are? Some of them were even born as pariahs, mercenaries, and adventurers. They are the most despicable group of people in this kingdom. They use the flag of the grandson of the Earth Sword Saint to seize the power that you should have. They are trying to turn this once glorious kingdom into a depraved and demonic country. Think about it. Would Darius' grandson really condone such people? Before he left the kingdom, was Erwin like this? Everything happened after he left the kingdom. Now that the Count is missing, his original subordinates are even more unscrupulous. They even dare to flirt with the nobles in the north. Your Grace, all of this, is it something you can tolerate? Humph. Duke Vero regained his composure at this time. He sneered. So, you came all the way here just to help us? Haha, the eyes in the crystal ball laughed. Your Grace, we are not children anymore. These high-sounding words are too boring. I'm just telling you a possibility. Of course, we have our own goals, but on this point, our interests are the same. Those despicable people from Tonajil can influence Her Highness Erwin. As her grandfather, why can't you try to influence her too? Duke Vero was slightly startled and couldn't help but frown. There is no need to be hostile between us, and there is no need to offend anyone. You are just trying to make your granddaughter listen to what you have to say. This is human nature, isn't it? Besides, everyone has their own methods. Do you intend to surrender without a fight and withdraw from the kingdom's politics? What do you plan to do? Duke Vero was silent for a long time before he asked. We will provide you with the necessary resources, the voice replied. It can be funds, manpower, information, or even advice. With these things you can regain your influence in the kingdom. At least, you will not be pushed out of Erwin's political power center. We can even let the few powerful wizards in this world cast those powerful spells on your body, allowing your body to regain its vitality and return to its peak state, allowing your territory to crawl under your feet again. What benefits do you get from doing this? It's hard for you to understand the benefits we've received, But you should know that we've been secretly trying to bring this world under our control. That's our most important goal, but this kind of control doesn't affect you at all, so we can have common benefits." The Duke of Vero was silent. This was an answer that was not on the same level. If someone else told him this answer, he might not have believed it. But he knew who the people behind the crystal ball were. In the past, their actions seemed to confirm their words. This answer was not reassuring, but he also understood that as a mortal, he only needed to worry about the interests in front of him. It would be better if the two sides were not intertwined. He had to admit that he was tempted, especially the last point. No one would not want to stay young forever. After a long time, Duke Vero said quietly, "Don't worry." "Then what do I need to do?" Griffin silently looked at the girl in front of her. To be exact, she was just a little girl. The little girl had a head of beautiful golden curly hair, especially around her ears. Her fluffy curly hair was tied into two playful and gorgeous ponytails, and the thin layer of fringe on her forehead couldn't cover her bright blue eyes that were like the sea. The girl seemed to be full of vitality. Although her every move reflected the best royal aristocratic etiquette, and her slender body was bound under the tight-looking long skirt, she still gave people the impression that she was restless. Perhaps it was the curiosity and slyness hidden in her eyes that gave everyone who saw the little girl for the first time such a feeling. The golden sunlight penetrated the plant curtains on the upper level of the Valhalla Holy Palace. Fine light dust floated in the air and fell on the little princess of Cipher. This was the first time Griffin saw her cousin, who was nominally a distant relative. Since the Cipher family and the Covardo family became hostile, she gradually drifted away from Levin one's son. Princess Chiara was born after that, so she had never seen her. But even so, that pair of familiar ice-blue eyes still made her feel a sense of familiarity. In particular, Chiara had used an unusual opening to quickly close the distance between the two of them. "You are the famous princess, my other sister in name? You are so beautiful, Sister Griffin." Chiara's childish voice still made it difficult to notice her demonic side. The half-elf girl almost instantly regarded her cousin's sister as a child with naivety. But she did not notice the slyness that flashed in the other's eyes. Chapter 1436. Miss Amandina, please make a trip to Area 674. "All right, I'll be right there." A voice amplified by magic came from the octagonal crystal. Amandina thought for a moment and realized something was wrong. She hurriedly put down the documents in her hands and stood up. "Excuse me, I'll be leaving for a moment." There was a huge magical device in the hall, and almost everyone was busy around it. It seemed like an experiment was in its final stages. When they heard Amandina's words, they nodded at her. But Amandina did not care so much. She walked to the door, and the curtain formed by vines automatically parted. A light spirit was already waiting there. It said with a little panic, "Miss Amandina, it's bad. There's a problem in the incubation room. 1 or 2 multi-headed basilisks went out of control." "Are there any casualties?" "Not yet. Lady Monique made the breeder withdraw from the first area in time." Amandina nodded. "Then have you contacted Miss Sifrid?" "Miss Sifrid and Lord Dorfel have already gone over." "Good. Then we'll talk about it when they're there." Amandina frowned. Ever since the first batch of basilisks had entered adulthood under Valahar's catalysts, they had been in constant trouble. Especially the first batch of basilisks whose wild nature had yet to be tamed. Not long ago, when they entered Estrus, there was trouble. 2 people died on the spot, and 7 were injured. After laying eggs, the female basilisk's awareness of protecting their nest grew stronger day by day, and the breeder was careless. Even though there were no major incidents so far, there were always dangerous situations. Originally, according to Brando's opinion, the first batch of basilisks should be released to the Black Forest or killed, and the second and third generations should be trained and tamed. But the officials of Valahar were reluctant to do so, especially now that the situation in the north and south was unstable. This batch of powerful basilisks became one of the trump cards to protect Valahar, and Amandina herself acquiesced to this point. Valahar needed these basilisks, and this was only their second time laying eggs. The second generation was far from mature, and the third generation could not wait any longer. The territory was the foundation of everything, and she had to protect it no matter what under the covetous eyes of others. If Brando wanted to hold her responsible for this matter when he returned, she would take responsibility for it. Along the way, people greeted her in a friendly manner. Ever since the title of the Lord's mistress spread, she had become the leader of the territory, especially when the Count and his fiancée were not in the territory. But Amandina's face was cold, and she deliberately appeared very arrogant. She was using this attitude to make her position clear. She was just an aide and would never cross the line. Although there were people who protested for her, Amandina knew. These days, there were more and more strangers coming in and out of Tonajil, and there were even people who tried to contact her in private. Not long ago, in the territory of Abes, there was a handsome young man who claimed to be the heir of the Belton family who pursued her fiercely. He claimed that he was willing to give up everything for her, but Amandina only had to show her the fist of the copper dragon Reto, and he was scared into silence. Amandina couldn't help but sneer when she thought of these messy relationships. She was born in a small noble family, but if those people thought that she only had this much knowledge, they were gravely mistaken. Those people were really unsightly. Even Makarov, Oberwei, and the other elites of the royal faction, and the most outstanding nobles of Erewhon were not in Brando's eyes, let alone these people who thought they had succeeded. After following Brando for a long time, Amandina had her own way of judging people. Now, whenever she recalled her first meeting with the Lord, Amandina couldn't help but feel that fate favored her. Before arriving at the area where the multi-headed basilisks were raised, Amandina saw an unexpected person. Prince Levin. Levin One's son heard the voice and turned around. Two officials from the north wearing knee-length robes in the style of the north accompanied him, and the maid Edessa stood beside them. Levon Ornessen had arrived in Valhalla 2 days ago with his envoy and sister. Amandina had personally agreed to this arrangement, and she recognized the members of the group. The maid Edessa folded her hands in front of her and bowed to her. Miss Amandina, His Highness wants to see these multi-headed basilisks. Amandina saw Prince Cypher nodding to her, but his eyes were closed and he couldn't see anything. Amandina nodded. The multi-headed basilisks were not a secret to Valhalla. In fact, sometimes showing their claws and fangs appropriately could make others fear you and avoid many unnecessary conflicts and struggles. For Valhalla, the real secrets were in the upper levels of the Hall of Eternity, such as the Cloud Temple and the Craftsman's Hall. It's not very safe now, Prince Levin. If you want to see it, you can follow me. Amandina replied. Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Amandina. Edessa replied respectfully. Since Levin One's son was blind, his personal maid took on the responsibility of being his eyes and ears, helping to share the responsibility of his daily communication. Amandina had a good impression of her because she could see her own shadow in her. She nodded to them again and led them into the breeding area. Miss Amandina, Sifrid is trying to pacify the 2 basilisks that have gone out of control. They were frightened because someone accidentally entered the breeding area. A middle-aged man wearing a withered leaf cloak walked up to Amandina and the others and reported, Miss Amandina, Sifrid is trying to pacify 2 basilisks that have gone out of control. Mr. Dorfel, is it a local breeder? Amandina asked with a frown. This unassuming middle-aged man was actually a druid of the Withering Tree Council. His name was Dorfel Staghorn, and he was one of the great druids sent by the Ring of the World to the south of Erewhon. He was Sifrid's guardian, and Amandina knew that his position in the Withering Tree Council was very high. He was on the same level as the great druid Iauxik, and he had the strength to match his position. In Tonajil, he was second only to Brando's teacher, Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles. Dorfel Staghorn nodded. I'll teach them a lesson. Amandina replied in a deep voice. Being a breeder of monsters was a specialized profession in Wound. The Griffins and Pegasi of the Empire's Air Force were all bred by these people. Only they knew how to build and manage a monster nest. But in Erewhon, there were very few such people. Her Highness had sent a group of professional breeders to Valhalla, but it was still far from enough. The rest could only be found from the local coachmen and veterinarians. Even a servant who trained hunting dogs and falcons for the former Lord of Abes, Grodin, was found by the Reto from Menta. But these people were not professionals and often made mistakes in their work. Moreover, they had a weak sense of safety. Monsters were far more aggressive than normal livestock, so safety was the most important thing in their breeding work. In fact, the last incident was caused by a breeder who broke the rules and turned his back on a basilisk, resulting in a tragedy. Amandina was infuriated, but at the same time, she sighed inwardly. It was not a good idea to continue like this. Her main job was not to appease these basilisks. There were many things in the territory that she needed to deal with, and the research and finalization of the magic transmission device had reached the most critical stage. But this was already the 5th time she came here. Every time it was for the same reason. Miss Amandina, are you short of manpower? His Highness, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Amandina was startled when she heard this. Levin One's son gently patted his maid's shoulder, indicating that he did not need her help. He then continued, in the north of Erewhon, there are actually many monster breeders. The Battle of Ampere Seal almost caused the Black Blade Squad to lose its structure. The original Dragon Knight of the Black Blade Squad was not rebuilt after that. Maintaining the operation of the lair requires a large amount of money, and Count Grey Mountain is considering temporarily closing the lair. If you are not afraid of any secrets being leaked, I can help persuade Count Grey Mountain to let his subordinate magical beast breeder come here. Amandina's eyes suddenly lit up. She did not care about the leakage of secrets or the spread of technology. The basilisk nest in Valhalla was built on the foundation of this fortress. Without Valhalla, a natural land of magic, even if she secretly took 1 or 2 basilisk eggs away, it would be meaningless. As for whether or not there were spies among the breeders and craftsmen, it was not worth considering. Valhalla itself was actually a city. In addition to the local population of Tonagel, there were also a large number of outsiders, such as adventurers, mercenaries, and the largest number of merchants. It was impossible for them to screen the identities of each and every one of these people. However, Valhalla was divided into upper and lower districts. The upper district was the core of Valhalla, and most of the secret areas of the fortress were located in the upper district. In fact, there were not only white lion guards patrolling the area, but in fact to get to the upper district, one had to pass through the camp of the forest elves and centaurs. Therefore, there was almost no possibility of unidentified people sneaking into the upper district. Chapter 1437. The breeding area for the multi-headed lizards was located in the upper part of the lower city of Valhalla. It was under the strict surveillance of the White Lion Guards. Even if there were spies among the craftsmen and magical beast breeders, it would not be a big deal. In comparison, the extra manpower was what Valhalla needed the most. Even if they were on loan, they could use them to cultivate a large number of qualified talents during the loan period. Your Highness Levin, Valhalla is a new city, and naturally welcomes every builder. Amandina's expression did not change as she spoke in an official tone, but then she changed the topic. But will Count Grey Mountain agree? In the Battle of Ampere Seal, did the Black Blade Squad lose at the hands of the Lord? Levin One's son smiled slightly and did not mind Amandina's attitude. He replied, the Earl of Grey Mountain's health has been deteriorating since the Battle of Ampere Seal. Now, his eldest son has actually taken over the daily affairs of the territory. The latter is my best friend, and he also has a sister who has a good impression of you. In addition, although the situation in Erewhon is still divided after the Battle of the North and South, people with discerning eyes can see that this division will not last for long. The chaos since the Year of Frost is coming to an end, and the chances of another conflict in Erewhon in the future are not high. In fact, it was this gentleman who intended to close the few magical beast nests in the Grey Mountain. I think he will be happy to sit down and talk to you about this business. If that's the case, it would be great. Amandina's face was calm, but there was a hint of joy in her voice. With more manpower, it meant that the breeding of the multi-headed lizards could be expanded, and it would also save a lot of trouble. For Valhalla, this was tantamount to borrowing an urgent need. Who is this lady? Her name is Edney, and she has just returned from the Cruise Empire. Amandina thought about the name for a moment, and her heart immediately understood. The group walked forward, and Edessa whispered to the prince about what they saw along the way. The breeding area for the lizards was located in the central area of Valhalla, made up of crisscrossing tree holes and halls. The serpentine lizards had a strong sense of community, so they were often separated from each other. Amandina had tried to train the serpentine lizard cavalry, but all of them failed. She could only ask Tamar to create special armor for them so that they could fight alone. The first batch of adult serpentine lizards had a total of about 60 of them. Most of them were already equipped with specialized armor. These armors did not have any special abilities. They were simply thick and heavy. Serpentine lizards had an extremely strong regenerative ability. Coupled with their powerful defense, they would be invincible on the battlefield. When the noble emissary from the north saw the huge monsters covered in steel armor like moving fortresses, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes revealed a dignified look. "Miss Amandina, what do you think of the recent meeting in the wilderness of 4 territories?" Levin Ornessen asked. Amandina was stunned. Even though the news of the wild conference of the 4 realms still hadn't spread, everyone who understood the inside story knew that an era of war and chaos was about to arrive. Valhalla's mobilization of troops might not necessarily be for this reason. Every time this happened, she sincerely admired Brando's foresight. His lordship seemed to have foreseen the arrival of this day. "I'm afraid that the future will be difficult to stabilize, Your Highness." Yes, now that mysterious armies have appeared everywhere, and the activities of magic creatures have become more frequent. The climate is abnormal, the crops are failing, and the arrival of the magic tide predicted by astrologers. All these signs indicate that the world is entering an era of chaos. News of war and unrest in Cruz has spread widely in the north, and I believe that it is not groundless. Unfortunately, only a few people think like you, Your Highness Levin. Most people in Erewhon are unaware of this. You and Princess Graphine are dedicated to healing the rift between the nobles of the north and south, but the situation in Erewhon will not change because of this. Many people in the region see this peace talk as a negotiation between the royal family and the region to redivide the benefits. They are either indifferent or afraid that their interests will be infringed, and are ready to join forces with each other, ready to take action. The royal faction's activities in the south could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of those who were observant. Besides, there were no secrets in the noble circles of this era. Amandina had long known that there was an undercurrent of opposition to her and Princess Graphine among the upper nobles of Erewhon. Even though these people were not a big deal, it was inevitable that they were annoying. The nobles of Erewhon are used to limiting their vision to this small kingdom, and it is difficult for them to see what is happening outside of Erewhon. But in the country, their hands are stretched far enough, Amandina replied sarcastically. She looked at Levin, and even though there had always been rumors about the wisdom of this prince, she said mercilessly, "Your Highness Levin, I think that House Cipher, as the natural leader of the nobles in the north, needs to set an example and broaden the vision and mind of the nobles in the kingdom. The Holy Cathedral of Fire has sent an envoy not long ago to invite Erewhon to participate in the conference in the wilderness of 4 territories. I think most of the other countries have also received the invitation. In fact, a small part of the reason why we are negotiating with Madara is for the future war." Although Levin one's son could not see, he still felt Amandina's gaze. He smiled and shook his head. "Miss Amandina, I am here for this." Amandina actually knew some of the details of the second peace conference in Ampere Seal. She was one of the decision-makers on Brando's side, and the princess trusted her and did not hide anything from her. However, she faintly felt that Her Royal Highness and His Royal Highness were oversimplifying things. She looked at the ambitious eldest prince and frowned. She thought that he really couldn't wait to come here. Power was indeed the sweetest poison in the world. However, this was the royal family's business, and Amandina was not willing to intervene too much, so as not to leave the impression that the Lord was a powerful minister. From the bottom of her heart, of course, she would prefer for the Lord to have a political marriage with the princess, and become the legitimate king of Erewhon as a prince. But Amandina knew what her lord was thinking. He would never take advantage of someone in such a precarious situation. Levin one's son did not care, and he suddenly asked, "Miss Amandina, if you were to lead this country, how would you deal with these people?" Amandina suddenly became alert, frowning and asked, "I don't quite understand what you mean, Your Highness Levin." "Don't worry, that's just a hypothesis. I want to hear your opinion. I will cut the Gordian knot, but Her Highness can't make up her mind." "Haha, I have known Graphine for a long time. She is very opinionated, but too soft-hearted and idealistic. It's just that the Erewhon of this era does need some idealism, because only such idealism can gather the destitute people's hearts again, such as Mr. Brando." Amandina was silent. She, who was relatively rational, had never been able to understand such emotional things, but there were indeed so many idealistic people gathered around the Lord, and even she was willing to do so. Perhaps in this world, there was a third answer besides right and wrong? Amandina shook her head and got rid of this thought. Seeing that Amandina was silent, Levin One's son did not ask further and just smiled indifferently. In his opinion, this sister of his was steady and capable, rational and firm, just like him, which was probably inherited from the Cipher family. However, she still lacked some long-term vision, but this was not a problem. With the assistance of the Count, she would become a better ruler sooner or later. He could not help but think of Brando's proposal, and his heart was full of admiration for the young Count who had been famous for a long time. Perhaps only a person with such a mind could have such foresight and vision. The conversation between the two came to an end, and the group gradually approached the 6th and 7th area. Amandina soon saw a green-haired girl standing beside two snake lizards with her snow-white ankles bare, her hands on their bodies. Her eyes were closed, and her dreamy green long hair was scattered to the ground, but it was spotless. The two snake lizards obediently bowed in front of the girl, and did not look like they had lost control as they had previously claimed. Seeing this scene, even the light spirit was surprised. Edessa was saying something to her prince in surprise, and the two envoys from the north were also stunned. Amandina knew the girl's identity. Her name was Sifrid, and she was the little girl that the Lord had saved from Abies. The Druids believed that this little girl was the daughter of the forest, the goddess of nature, Medea's chosen one. For the past 3 years, she had been receiving Druid education in the Loop of Trade Winds. She was now almost 14 years old, and her figure had become taller and more slender. She was no longer the little girl who had not yet shed her childishness, and her body showed a sacred aura. Sister Amandina. Sifrid heard footsteps and opened her eyes to look back. Her beautiful appearance made the two envoys unable to move their eyes away. Her new green eyes were spotless, like flawless crystals. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her long eyelashes were hazy like a dream. She was like a goddess of the forest. Amandina hugged her. Amandina knew that this child had deep feelings for Valhalla, and treated her and the Lord as her family. Her father had passed away from an illness a year ago, and her feelings for Valhalla had become even more lonely. Amandina patted Sifrid's forehead lovingly and asked, "Are you all right, Sifrid?" Chapter 1438. It's fine. The serpentine lizards were only startled. I calmed them down and they were fine. Sifrid replied. She had already surpassed her master and stood out from the rest of the druids. As if to prove the prophecy of the daughter of the forest, Sifrid was able to communicate with animals and listen to the sounds of the forest. Druids could only communicate with wild beasts, but Sifrid was able to understand the language of monsters and plants. She was now one of the most powerful druids in the Withering Tree Council, and her position was only below a few great druids. The Grand Elder also wanted to pass the position to her, but she volunteered to come to Valhalla when she heard that the monster's nest was in trouble. Right now, Sifrid was not only the leader of all the magical beasts in the Serpentine Lizard Farm, but she was also in charge of Valhalla's agricultural production. Almost all the druids in Ferber obeyed her commands, and her position in Count Trenthium's hierarchy was second only to Amandina and a few others. "Thank you, Sifrid." Amandina replied sincerely. "This is what I should do, Sister Amandina." Sifrid replied modestly. Sifrid paused for a moment and looked at Levin Onessen's direction. Amandina noticed her expression and realized something. She lowered her voice and asked, "What is it, Sifrid?" "Sister Amandina, the workers accidentally entering the hatchery was just a trigger for the serpentine lizards to go berserk. Is it still the same matter?" Sifrid nodded. Amandina frowned. The secret plan was one of Valhalla's top secrets. It originated from a report by Monique, the light spirit of Valhalla. The report mentioned that Valhalla was slowly recovering. In the ancient times, the stronghold was a part of the world tree. It was not an inanimate object to begin with, and its recovery could be said to be an orderly process of growth. Amandina thought of the possibility that the light spirit mentioned. Even though she was not sure if Monique was exaggerating, but if it was successful, it would be a great change for Valhalla. But that was a matter for the future. Right now, the serpentine lizards were becoming restless. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before outsiders found out about it. Of course, this plan could not be known to outsiders. Amandina glanced at Levin and the others not far away, thinking that what the king's eldest son saw should be the open secret of Valhalla. She patted Sifrid's shoulder and gestured for her to follow her. So Valhalla can fly? Amandina and Sifrid met Monique in Valhalla's central mana pool. The light spirit had not left this place for a month. The nest of the light spirits, the vortex of light, was also placed in this place. At this time, Valhalla already had 3 complete mana pools. A steady flow of mana was sent into the vortex of light. Every few minutes, a light spirit would be born from it. Monique monitored the operation of the vortex of light while answering Amandina's question. It's impossible for it to fly for the time being. Don't even think about it before we have 1, 2, 3, 12 mana pools to send mana. Even though the strongholds of the divine folk in the past were all floating, it's already good enough for us to be able to make it move. How long will that take? Amandina asked with a frown. The lower city is close to Valhalla's root system. The huge amount of energy from the root system will attract the attention of others sooner or later, and the monsters in the nests are beginning to feel uneasy. I can have Valhalla set up an isolation layer. Monique thought for a moment and replied. Forget it, we don't have that much mana to waste. Is there any other way? Amandina knew that Valhalla needed a lot of mana every time it evolved. This mana could originally be supported by the mana ores excavated from the Black Forest, but with the growth of Valhalla, the mana ores that were originally surplus for export had now begun to be imported. Fortunately, there was the Cold Dew Queen's Alliance on the Shining Sea. Her shining scale Nagas guarded this route all year round, so that Tonnagel's ocean trade would not be interrupted by the chaos in the north. To speed up the evolution of Valhalla, in addition to increasing the source of mana, we can also increase the efficiency of mana transmission. This is also a disguised way to increase the input of mana. Monique thought for a moment and said, Aren't you studying that mana transmission device? How about this? I'll have Valhalla open a new hall, just under the moon pool. We'll build a mana transmission hall there, and let the mana of the moon pool be converted by your devices before it enters the veins of the world tree. Converting mana could indeed increase the efficiency of mana use. This was also the principle of the Hazel magic devices. They purified the mana that could only be purified by wizards through the means of runes, so that mortals could also use mana. In fact, the more powerful a wizard was, the higher the efficiency of mana purification. The external manifestation of this was that he could master more powerful magic, and the more advanced the magic devices were. Although the new generation of magic devices developed by Amandina was not yet comparable to the cutting-edge technology represented by the Hazel people in this era, under Brando's suggestion cheat, it had far surpassed the first generation of Erewhon magic devices that she had created in history. However, Amandina was not confident about that. Although her talent in magical device design may far exceed her ability in internal affairs, the greater the expectation, the more anxious she would be. The thing I designed has not been tested yet, Amandina said. It doesn't matter, Monique replied casually. Practical application is the best experiment. We light spirits have always done this. May I ask, do you light spirits often have accidents? Well, Monique thought for a moment. Occasionally, a few people will die. Amandina's face showed deep suspicion. She doubted the counting ability of these light spirits. How many times did they mean by occasionally? How many people did they really die? Maynard carefully turned a 14-leafed Amandina and the pottery pot in which it was planted. She crossed her arms and squinted her eyes to admire the way the sun shone through the glass window on its spikes. The bright sun made the ink bottle on the desk shine and cast a shadow under the feather of the quill pen. On the map bound with thread at the side, the needle on the copper-plated pocket watch's dial had just passed 3 o'clock. Every piece of furniture on the desk was not neatly arranged. It was the complete opposite of Amandina, who was meticulous in everything. It was as if the arrangement had been carefully designed, reflecting the unusual interests of the hostess. A claw carefully opened the door and a chubby head poked in. The 2 eyes on the head blinked and stared at the hostess in the room with a bit of fear. Come in. The female knight seemed to have sensed someone opening the door. She turned around and replied with a smile, Don't worry, I'm not here to talk to you about the magic crystal theft case from a few days ago. I didn't do it. Sheeta quickly waved her claws and said in a sharp voice, I didn't go to the Stars warehouse. Oh, so there's still the Stars warehouse. It seems like I have to have someone check it. The little fat dragon's eyes were filled with panic and it almost ran away in fear. Impossible. I definitely didn't do it in the other places. I swear, I only went to the Star's warehouse and there was an evil thief framing me. You just denied it. Miss Maynard, that is. Then it saw the dangerous smile on the female knight's face. Call me Lord. Maynard gave an angry snort. Lord Knight. Sheeta revealed a dejected look, but it didn't dare go against the words of this terrifying demoness. It could only squeeze its round body into the room. Maynard frowned as she looked at the creaking door frame and wondered if it would announce its retirement. Why don't you turn into a human, Sheeta? Since the dragon god's betrayal, it has been like this. Sheeta dejectedly replied, the power of the dragons is declining day by day. God, this is such a bad era. But why isn't Lady Mithril like this? Maynard thought of Mithril who had sent it back from Dragon Island. It was the Silver Dragon Lady who had sent the information about the disaster in the north to Valhalla. She is an adult dragon, Lord Maynard. I am just a pitiful little guy. In terms of horizontal area, you aren't small at all. Maynard snappily teased. Sheeta's face showed shame and anger, but it didn't have the courage to bare its fangs and brandish its claws. Over the past month, since Lady Amandina handed it over to this terrible knight, it found that its good days were over. The latter's endless means almost cost it half its life. It didn't know that there was a gap between its knowledge and that of this mortal lady. The latter had once managed a huge guild, while it was just a baby dragon that had been hiding in a glacier for hundreds of years. Sheeta, Maynard knocked on the desk. Have you thought about accompanying Prince Haruz on his diplomatic mission to Lantern Island? Oh, that. I'll think about it again. The female knight looked coldly at the guy who was too lazy to move and said, then we can only talk about the theft case at Star's pet chain supermarket. No. The little fat dragon screamed. You said not to talk about this, Lord Maynard. Yes, I originally wanted to talk about Prince Haruz, but you chose to refuse this topic, didn't you? Sheeta almost wanted to bang its head on the ground when it heard this. It wailed in pain. This is despicable coercion. That's pretty much it. The little fat dragon straightened its body. It almost wanted to rebel against the tyranny, but the moment it met Maynard's smiling gaze, the young dragon turned back into a little sheep. All right, I agree. That's good, Maynard replied with a smile. This way, when Lady Hipamera comes back, maybe I'll have forgotten a lot of things. Sheeta couldn't help but let out another wail. Chapter 1439. After Sheeta swayed his round body and left, the smile on Maynard's face faded. She pulled open the drawer. Lying in the drawer was a report. The title page of the report was painted with 3 red lines, signifying urgency, and emblazoned with a black pine leaf coat of arms, signifying that the report was from Grimoires. Roscoe is in contact with a mysterious force? Allium Japonicum pondered for a moment. This report came from Silverman scouts, so it was quite credible. There were almost no secrets around the nobles in this era, and the fact that the Duke of Grimoires met a stranger naturally could not be hidden from those who were interested. The first thing that came to Bai Jia's mind was the all-for-one's actions. Grimoires was located at the border, and had always been one of the most active provinces of the pagans. However, after the trip to the deadly frost forest, Sophie, subconsciously, she still preferred that name, intervened. Princess Griffine carried out a purge of the armies and knight orders in the southern border. The pagans, especially the all-for-one's power, had greatly shrunk, and were no longer at their peak. But could this be a sign of their resurgence? The situation in the southern border was complicated, and it could even be said that it was in the throes of the unification of the kingdom. The various forces were mixed together, and it was not impossible for the all-for-one to take advantage of this situation to make contact with the Duke of Grimoires. Thinking of this, Bai Jia took out the report from the drawer and sat back on the chair. She spread out a letter and began to write. The original copy of this report had to be sent to Her Highness for review. But she also planned to write another letter to transfer the royal knight orders from Vladipus to Dry Needle Castle in Ranner. After the Battle of Ampere Seal, the former head of the royal knight orders died of illness. As the captain of the Night Guards, she was promoted to deputy head after Cruz's diplomatic mission and took over the daily affairs of the knight orders. However, the military movement of the Night Orders still required Count Oberway's joint confirmation, so she had to write a report to the latter. Paperwork was one of the most mundane tasks for a noble, and Brando had always avoided it whenever he could. This was why Falerne and Amandina had always complained about it. However, to Bai Jia, this little bit of paperwork was nothing compared to the official gaming guilds in his previous life that were influenced by modern paperwork. She didn't even need the assistance of specialized civilian staff. This was also to prevent the news from being leaked. She didn't trust the so-called secrecy of this era. The room was soon filled with the sound of scribbling. However, after only 2 lines, Allium Japonicum stopped writing and frowned. Is this really all for one's conspiracy? She tapped her forehead with a pen. She and Brando both had memories from their previous lives. They were very clear about the organization and composition of All for One, and also understood how they did things. Therefore, All for One in this era had no secrets in their eyes. However, Bai Jia doubted that they could recover in such a short time and reorganize the effective underground network. Allium Japonicum reopened the report and read it word by word. Soon her frown deepened. 3 people? This doesn't seem like the style of All for One. It's too ostentatious. Could it be some other cult? Or the undead of Madara? Bai Jia ruled out the possibilities in her mind one by one, but she was soon caught in a whirlpool. Erwin didn't have such a force. Who was the other party? She carefully closed the report, rubbed her forehead and sat back in her chair. She thought to herself that this was really an eventful time. Not only this mysterious force, but since the autumn harvest, or more accurately, since the fall of the Black Moon, there had been continuous reports of comets and the reappearance of underground ruins in various places. This was an event that had never been mentioned in history. The reappearance of ancient ruins seemed to indicate something. There were varying degrees of panic in the north and various provinces south of Ampere Seal. Bai Jia tried to link it to the Slate War, but the clues were fragmented, and a faint uneasiness lingered in her heart. Therefore, she strengthened the deployment of Haru's diplomatic team to Lantern Island. This diplomatic mission was to congratulate the new Duke of Lantern Island, a loyal supporter of Tanajal's faction, Iko, and his wife. It was because less than half a month ago, this young duke had a daughter. His wife had given birth to a baby girl for his family. Even though it was only a baby girl, she was the only new member of the Ophelia family in the past 10 years. Thus, the significance of this was extraordinary. Iko and his wife even named the baby girl Ilara, which meant hope in the mountain language. They hoped that the family could walk out of the turmoil and uneasiness since the Frost Rebellion and prosper from now on. And this diplomatic mission was the best opportunity for Tanajal's faction and Her Royal Highness to strengthen the relationship between Lantern Island and Princess Griffine. Princess Griffine even hoped to take this opportunity to discuss a marriage, and appoint one of the future members of the royal family to be the husband of the newborn baby girl. In order to show enough importance, the candidate for the diplomatic mission was carefully considered. Originally, the best candidate should have been Brando. This Count Randner had a close personal relationship with the young duke, and at the same time was the banner of Tanajal's faction. Whether in terms of status or identity, it was just right. However, because Brando was not in Erewhon at the moment, the identity of the envoy was finally obtained by Prince Haruz. It was said that His Royal Highness personally proposed it, and his sister, the current Princess Regent of Erewhon, could not bear to disobey his wishes, so she agreed to the request. Fortunately, His Royal Highness personally acted as the envoy, which was enough to show the importance of Duke Lantern Island's faction. In the end, Bai Jia used a quill pen to tap on the snow-white letter. After hesitating for a moment, she added a sentence at the end of the letter. I suggest that the White Lion Legion's 11th column be moved to Anrek. After the Battle of Ampere Seal, the 11th and 12th columns of the White Lion Legion, which had been reorganized, now had a scale of 15,000 people. They were the most elite combat force of the White Lion Legion. A large number of the legions were filled with the first and second class of the Royal Academy of Sergeants. The captain was a member of the royal family loyal to Her Royal Highness, and the vice-captain was one of the 3 heroes of Erewhon Loka. They were a force that the royal family could completely trust. These 2 columns were currently stationed in Ampere Seal, preparing for the upcoming Second North-South Peace Conference. However, because they had already expected unexpected situations, it was fine to temporarily transfer one of them away. After writing the entire letter, Allium Japonicum carefully checked it again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she took out the envelope and carefully put it in. She dripped wax on it and used the seal ring to make a fire seal. Then, she pinned a coat of arms that represented the level of the letter and cast a magic seal on it. Finally, she reached out and shook the bell on the desk. "Send it to Lord Oberway." The attendant nodded without saying a word, carefully put away the letter, and then turned to leave. Allium Japonicum watched the attendant close the door, then looked away. She put the copy of the magic seal on the letter into the drawer. When she closed the drawer again, she let out a slight sigh of relief. "I hope nothing goes wrong." She sighed faintly. This scene was familiar. In that dream, she also felt powerless. The helplessness of Erwin's ending pierced her heart deeply. Perhaps the other soul in her body also had the same thoughts. She looked out the window behind her, but silently thought in her heart, "Where are you now, Sophie?" The sky seemed to be covered by a layer of dark clouds. In the past summer and autumn, there was not a single drop of rain. But at this moment, the thick clouds were shuttling back and forth, and the purple light constantly illuminated the vast mountains of the Alkash Mountains. A winding road between the mountains led to the dark fortress. The towering buildings were like a black kingdom that rose from the ground. There was a gap of tens of miles in the valley, and the broken sword-like tower rose from the gap, straight into the clouds. The dark side of the tower was like an insurmountable precipice. Countless towers, fortresses, and acropolises were scattered along the ridgeline, stretching for tens of miles. One after another, the envoys from all over the world were stunned by what they saw. When did the Cruz people make such a terrible thing? Only a few people knew the inside story. They inquired about the origin of the historical buildings from other sources. The envoys of various countries were escorted into the fortress by the Cruz Knight. After exchanging official documents, they were led by the Cruz officials to tour the legendary fortress. The visitors were divided into two distinct sides. The envoys of the countries that believed in the Holy Cathedral of Fire were worried because of the disaster that happened in the Empire. The other side was not much better. The large group of envoys from Saint Tassol was composed of more than 30 people. Everyone in the group was gloomy because of the huge fortress that suddenly appeared on their border. In this group of envoys, the young hunter Yaruta from the Lantan Island province was among them. But compared to the gloomy faces of the wind elves and humans around him, Yaruta just frowned slightly and seemed to have something on his mind. They were led by the Cruz Knight to the wall of the fortress. There had just been a small-scale battle here. The tower was scattered with large and small crystal fragments. The wounded were being treated, and the wizards were recharging the fortress's defensive facilities. Since the Cruz people reactivated the fortress, such an intense battle had occurred more than a dozen times a day. Chapter 1440. Under the dark sky not far away, the valley to the north of the fortress had undergone tremendous changes in just a few days. The originally desolate ridge was now covered with huge clusters of crystals. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. The army of crystals was spread all over the valley. From time to time, there would be flying crystals hovering over the valley. When there were enough of them, they could even form a torrent in the sky. The sharp screeching of the crystals echoed in the valley. It was a deafening noise that made the faces of the envoys from various countries change. These days, there were many people like them. Some of them had even come to the top of the wall to observe the scene outside for the third or fourth time. Some of them had even experienced the battle in the past 2 days. Most of them looked worried. "Gentlemen, this is the enemy that the people of Cruz are facing now." Vjodn and Ideven stood on the wall and said to everyone. "As most of you have guessed, they are the minions of dusk. In fact, these minions have already defeated the people of Cruz once in the Empire. With the help of this fortress, we barely managed to gain a foothold and stop them from going south. I am not saying this to claim credit. I am asking for your help because this is not the enemy of Cruz alone. On the contrary, their purpose is to destroy our world and kill everyone here. The people of Cruz are not afraid of death. If necessary, we will calmly fight here to the last man. But after that, these monsters will cross the Alkash Mountains and attack the wilderness of the 4 territories, the Silver Bay area, and the hinterland of Saint Tassol. This is not an exaggeration, but something that is happening right in front of our eyes. I would like to ask you to think about this question carefully. Are you willing to repeat the mistakes of the Empire, or stop the enemy from entering the country before all this happens?" Little Nideven's words caused a commotion in the crowd. The envoys from various countries whispered to each other. Soon someone asked, "Thank you for the sacrifices made by the descendants of the Flame King, but what do you need?" "We need a lot. Weapons, supplies, and even soldiers. But we need more than that. We need everyone to unite and even re-implement the sacred covenant of the past. With all due respect, Mr. Nidwin, is our enemy really so strong that we need the entire civilized world to unite to fight against it?" Nidwin recognized that the speaker was an envoy from a small country to the east of White Mountain. The latter was a country that believed in the Holy Cathedral of Wind. However, the question should not have been asked by the Wind Elves, but by the latter himself. He replied, "In fact, even if we work together, we only have the hope of winning." Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Although they all understood what the name of the Twilight Dragon meant, they had long forgotten the terrifying meaning of this name after thousands of years. In their imagination, the most tragic war was the War of the Holy Saints 1,000 years ago. However, in that war, the four sages had also obtained victory. Although there were no more sages in this era, the strength of the various mortal kingdoms was far stronger than that of the Iron Folk of that era. And this time, the White-Eyed People and the Dragon Tribe would also stand on their side. However, Nidwin's words dispelled most of the people's dreams. Although there were still some people who didn't believe him, at least they had more or less an impression of the enemy they were about to face. Some people wanted to retreat because of this, but most people knew in their hearts that in this war, they had no way to retreat. At this time, someone in the Wind Elf envoy finally spoke. "The elves have no objection to this. But there is a problem. This fortress is so close to the border of the Wind Elves and is far away from the traditional sphere of influence of the Cruise people. It is understandable that you temporarily occupy this fortress to fight against the Crystal Cluster, but when the elves' reinforcements arrive, who will be in charge of this fortress?" This sudden question made little Nidwin frown, but he had already expected it. He calmly replied, "I don't think this fortress belongs to anyone." "Then what do you mean?" "This fortress has been passed down since ancient times. It can be said that Lady Martha left a gift to all of us mortals. Therefore it does not belong to any mortal kingdom, but it also belongs to each of us here. In this war, we will use it together to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. After the war, the Kurlutz people will withdraw from this fortress, and the other countries should do the same one by one. This will be a permanent neutral area. All countries can send scholars to inspect and study it, but no army is allowed to enter." Little Nidwin paused. "This is also the opinion of the original owner of this place." "The original owner of this place?" "Yes, Mr. Tuman." This sentence made everyone who still had objections subconsciously shut their mouths. However, little Nidwin understood that this was just the beginning. Others might not agree with this proposal. Even if the Tower of Babel was only a remnant of the ruins, it was still an endless treasure trove. However, this proposal was beneficial to the Wind Elves. Even if it was a permanent neutral area, no one could deny the fact that it was geographically closer to the elves of Saint Tassol. Little Nidwin thought that perhaps this would encourage the Wind Elves to support his proposal. Thinking of this, he raised his head and glanced at a tower in the distance. In the tower, two old men were talking. They were also looking away from the distant city wall. The reactions of the elves of Saint Tassol and the envoys of other countries were not too unexpected. It seems that things are going well on the surface, but it is only on the surface. Just as Mr. Tuman predicted, the elves of Saint Tassol still lack trust in us. This does not involve the details. I am afraid that the next negotiation will be more difficult than expected. The reaction of the elves is not beyond my expectations, but I noticed something interesting. I am afraid that this matter is not as simple as it seems. The old Prime Minister of the Empire was silent for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth and replied. Vala was a little surprised. He knew that the old man in front of him had sharp eyes. In a sense, the two of them were once on different sides. However, during the old man's heyday, Vala did not deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as him. That was his teacher's era. However, in that era, his teacher was only a defeated opponent of the old man in front of him. One of the Hunter siblings who have high hopes for Mr. Tuman is in this envoy group. However, when the elf spoke just now, they did not seek his opinion. Either they have reached an agreement beforehand, or there is something else. You are saying that the hunter siblings who have high hopes for Mr. Tumen have not truly grasped the situation in Xianxia? That is only a possibility, Mr. Archpriest. However, the possibility is very high. Because even if the elves have reached an agreement with their new king, they would at least show the appropriate respect before they speak. Old Nideven shook his head. From the looks of it, rather than saying that the entourage of the Elven Envoy group is that Mr.'s entourage, it would be more appropriate to say that they are monitors. The political struggle in Xianxia is not any easier than ours. Back then, it was because we interfered with the internal strife of the sun, moon, and star races that we incurred the hostility between the two countries. It is indeed a little too difficult for the hunter siblings to reclaim a country just because they hold Mr. Xianxia's token, unless the siblings are also skilled politicians. Vala shook his head. That was a little too difficult. He had inquired about the origins of the hunter siblings. They were from a very ordinary family of hunters in Lantern Island. It was hard to say if people of such a background were educated, and it was even more impossible for them to become skilled politicians. In other words, the possibility of them being puppets is greater. He replied. It is a pity that Mr. Tumen still has high hopes for the hunter siblings. Perhaps Mr. Tumen is the one with the most authority. Old Nideven replied neither too quickly nor too slowly. Things developed as the old Prime Minister expected. The progress of the Wilderness of the Four Realms meeting was not satisfactory. Every country had their own plans on this issue. In the beginning of the meeting, the elves of Xianxia started a tug-of-war over the ownership of the stronghold. Above the ownership of the fortress was the issue of the ownership of the command of the coalition forces. On this issue, even the Kurlutzians did not dare to give in, and the meeting fell into a difficult stalemate after the initial flourish. Even so, the elves still kept their promise and sent an army to join the battle against the crystal clusters before November. At the same time, in the south of the Wilderness of the Four Realms, the elven army signed a ceasefire agreement with the people of Cruz. This allowed the people of Cruz to receive aid from the Red Army from the south for the first time. Under such circumstances, the stronghold barely held on under the siege of the Crystal Cluster army. However, as time passed, more and more people became aware that the Crystal Cluster army in the mountains north of the Alkash Mountains was brewing a larger operation. With the constant mobilization of the Crystal Cluster army, the number of flying crystal clusters and beetles hovering over the stronghold increased. The hidden conspiracy behind it was like a dark cloud shrouding everyone's heart. Under such oppressive negotiations, the elves finally relented and made a final concession on the issue of command. But it was at this time that the undead army led by Queen Madara finally arrived in the south of White Mountain, and sent an envoy to participate in the peace meeting. Chapter 1441. He didn't expect this incident to cause such a huge uproar. Compared to the hatred between the Wind Elves, Fanzan and Cruz, the hatred between the elves of Xianxia and the undead of Madara could only be as deep as a sea of blood. Since the first war of the Gravel Valley in the Year of Tether, the elves and the undead repeatedly fought in the area south of White Mountain. The scale of these wars was almost larger and bloodier than the conflict between Erwin and Madara. Countless elves slept in the lands south of White Mountain. Even 40 years ago, the elves lost an elven king in that war. Since Madara's second expansion in history, its main direction of attack was east of Xianxia, and finally opened up a passage to the Alkash Mountains. In this time and space, although the hatred between the two sides had not reached the point of death, it was not to be outdone. Other countries that lived in the light also had doubts about this dark kingdom. Therefore, on the topic of the alliance with the undead, even the Cruz people, who needed support the most at this moment, could not help but shrink back. However, the people of Fanzan and Tumen expressed a strong insistence on this topic. The Knight of Fanzan even threatened to withdraw from the meeting, and only then did he reluctantly let the undead's envoys join the meeting. However, the situation was still not optimistic. The Wind Elves in the meeting gave the undead of Madara a cold shoulder, and the meeting fell into an endless stalemate. Vala and the old Prime Minister served as the liaison between the three sides, but when they privately asked the people of Fanzan, the latter only said that it was Lady Martha's instructions. The people of Fanzan believed in the path of light, which directly originated from the gods of the previous era. It was said that they could connect with Martha and get some oracles, but the old Prime Minister and Vala were more willing to believe that it was just a hint from Sage Aranta. As for the people of Xianxia, their intentions were even more unyielding. The Wind Elves even directly said that they could win the war without the undead's participation, and they also privately questioned the undead's intentions, suspecting that Madara had actually colluded with the Twilight Dragon. From a personal point of view, both the old Prime Minister and Vala thought that Fanzin's actions were superfluous. But they had to listen to Tumen's opinion, because they knew who really controlled this powerful fortress. Without this fortress, it would be impossible for them to stop the Crystal's army here. The people of Cruises reclaim their country. But this troublesome matter finally ushered in a turnaround half a month later. Time turned into the second half of November, and the wilderness of the Four Realms ushered in the first snowfall of the winter of the Year of the Sword. When the mountains of Algash began to be covered with white snow, the silver folk of Wonde, the Bugas, finally arrived at the fortress. Since the upheaval in the net of law of Tiamat, and the collapse of the silver folk city in the sky, the silver folk had fallen into their own troubles. Although the silver folk led by Solomon still participated in the Battle of Cruz and fought side by side with the dragons in the war, but after that, the news of the Silver Alliance was blocked, and the silver folk no longer appeared on the earth. It was not until 3 months later that Solomon sent another envoy to inform the people of Cruz and Fanzin that the Silver Alliance would participate in this meeting. And now they were here. Due to the position of the Buga's floating empire on the Sea of Eternal Darkness, they formed a natural barrier between the Wind Elves and Madara. Although the Bugas claimed to be indifferent to worldly affairs, the wizards and the elves had a deeper friendship in private. The magic armor of the elves of Saint Tossol, the floating fleet, were all in the shadow of the Bugas. In the war to support Erwin, the Bugas were actually on the side of the elves. The silver folk even occasionally helped the elves to punish the undead of Madara, and set up a number of monitoring stations on the border of Madara to warn the elves of Saint Tossol. Therefore, the elves had always been the natural allies of the Bugas. After receiving the assurance of these silver-robed wizards, the Wind Elves were relaxed for the first time, and finally agreed to let the undead send an army led by Her Majesty the Queen to the fortress to participate in the battle. However, they still insisted on their own opinion of the undead's request for territory and refuge in the east of Saint Tossol. They did not agree. But everyone understood the meaning behind this disagreement. As long as the undead's performance in this war was recognized by the world of light, then the follow-up issues were not impossible to negotiate. The old Prime Minister Nydivan knew that the long-famous Queen of the Undead was a real politician, and she would definitely agree to this request. The process of the meeting began to move forward gradually with the elves' agreement. A week later, the second elven army was stationed in the fortress. Soon, the countries in the Silver Bay area also mobilized their own troops and began to move north. At this time, there was good news in the countries under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The long-missing nun princess had returned to her homeland of Antiburo and responded to the call of the Cruz people and the Holy Cathedral of Fire to recruit volunteers in her homeland to go to the front line to support the war. Under the great influence of this princess, the countries in the east of the Silver Bay quickly established a real coalition army and began to march north in the name of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. At the beginning of December, the old head of the Armand family, the grandfather of Nun Princess Magadal, and one of the 12 deputy marshals of the coalition army in the last Holy War, the White Wolf Blade Master Blanc, reappeared in the Antiburo Duchy, causing a sensation in the Silver Bay and even the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The former deputy marshal of the coalition army was said to have been missing for nearly 50 years, and almost everyone who knew him thought that he had passed away. But unexpectedly, this legendary hero reappeared at the most critical moment of the world. The Antiburo Duchy was said to be rejoicing because of this, and the Cruz people, under the instructions of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, re-granted the title of Deputy Marshal to the old hero, and handed over the command of the coalition army in the east of the Silver Bay area to him. At the same time, another thing happened that made the old Imperial Chancellor, Nydivan, who was still in the Alcash area, both excited and nervous. It was said that someone had found traces of his granddaughter, Delphian, in the Silver Bay area. After sending a letter to Princess Magadal and receiving confirmation, the old man, who was nearing the end of his life, was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction at the end of this year's winter, except for the shadows that were growing in the corners of the world. But it was at this time that the meeting in the wilderness of the Four Territories once again came to a halt. The reason was simple. The Bugas suddenly left the meeting. On the 17th of December, the Bugas delegation suddenly announced to all parties that they would temporarily withdraw from the meeting, and may return at an unknown time. But nothing was certain. As for the reason, the Silver Folk, as arrogant as they were before, did not mention it. But the next day, almost all the silver-robed mages who stayed in Babel Fortress disappeared. Before this incident caused a stir in the entire meeting, another person who returned to Babel Fortress brought more important news. A carriage drove into Kingston Fort. The carriage was heavily guarded, with nearly 30 Kurlut's heavy cavalry surrounding the two four-wheeled carriages. Before the carriage came to a stop, a servant ran to the door, opened it, and put down a low stool to let the passengers in the carriage alight. The environment around Kingston Fort was naturally far inferior to the imperial capital, and these fortresses located in the mountains were only connected by potholed roads. Although it was enough to support the mobility of small-scale cavalry, it was barely enough for a carriage. But the passenger in the carriage did not seem to care too much about this. She leaned half of her body out, looked around, and then said coldly, "Take me to see my father." When he received the news of his daughter's arrival, Ned Wynn Jr. was discussing with his father, the Prime Minister Ned Wynn Sr., about the meaning behind the strange departure of the Bugas. But when the door was pushed open, the two saw their daughter, who had obviously lost a lot of weight, waved her hand to let the servant leave the room first, then closed the door behind her, and said to the two with a serious face, "Father, grandfather, please seal off the entire Babel Fortress immediately." The Bugas suddenly left because something big happened in the White Mountain area. "Vahina?" I'm so sorry, Shido. I was distracted." Vahina frowned as she looked in the direction of the elven delegation. She had just seen a messenger rushing in the direction of the delegation, and connected it to the strange atmosphere in the meeting in recent days. She had a vague feeling that something big had happened. The scholar lady adjusted her glasses and only smiled slightly. "It's nothing, but we have to speed up a little. Later, Lord Veronica and Lord Mangrove will use this sandbox. We have to set it up before then." "Yes, Miss Lorena," the #1 genius girl of Rushta, who had become the deputy commander of the Imperial Temple Knight Regiment at a young age, covered her mouth and yawned. "How annoying. In yesterday's battle, those annoying tree spikes lost a few fortresses in the Greystone Valley. But today, we crews have to help them get them back. I'm so sleepy." Lorena, the young lady's fiancé, Philas, hurriedly tugged at her sleeve. "Don't let the old Prime Minister and Lord Vala hear you say that. This time, both of us will have to be grounded for a week." "Humph." Lorena did not seem to care. "That's true. I really hate hanging out with these politicians all day. I heard that Ka and Nasha have joined the frontline combat forces with Lord Veronica's permission. Damn it, I'm so envious. You're a girl, what's so good about fighting and killing?" Philas disagreed. "Useless." Lorena glared at the guy. "Look at Mr. Brando, he's already a count at such a young age, and he's still just from Erewhon. I'm a count too. What's there to be proud of as a hereditary count? Can you defeat Her Majesty the Queen? Can you defeat the Empire?" "Well," Philas hurriedly shook his head. "Even if I had the ability, I wouldn't dare. Besides, you don't have the ability." Lorena shook her head and sighed at her fiancé. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Vahina. "By the way, Vahina, I heard that you seem to have known Count Tonagel for a long time." Only then did Vahina come to her senses and hurriedly shook her head. Well, we just know each other." She suddenly remembered her first meeting with Brando, and although she denied it, she could not help but blush. "You're blushing, Vahina." Lorena seemed to have discovered a new continent. "No way, don't tell me you're interested in that count?" "No, of course not." Vahina hurriedly denied it loudly. "What are you talking about? I've only met Brando twice." "Oh, Brando." Rushta's genius lady giggled. "You've only met him twice, and you're already so familiar with him." "Lorena," Vahina called out halfway, but the second half of her sentence was suddenly stuck in her throat. Her blue eyes revealed an incredulous light as she said in surprise, Miss Delphian?" Pfft. Lorena laughed. "Vahina, your excuse for changing the topic is a little too clumsy. Miss Delphian? You might as well say Miss Veronica to make me more scared." Vahina's expression was extremely strange. "No, Lorena, it's true. It's true, don't joke around. That hateful woman has long disappeared, and now I'm the #1 genius of Rushta." But Lorena suddenly froze, because a hand was gently placed on her shoulder. "Dear little sister Lorena, so I'm such an annoying woman in your heart?" The Prime Minister's daughter smiled slightly. The number one genius of Rushta? Faraz saw his fiancée's face turn pale. She stammered, Miss Delphian. I'll deal with you later. Delphian glared at her and turned to Vahina. Vahina, I'm here for you. Miss Delphian, you're back. Delphian nodded. Do you know who I met? Who? Brando. Huh. Vahina was shocked and almost had the illusion that she was seen through. She looked around in fear and asked in a small voice, What's wrong? But Delphian's expression was very serious. I need your help now, Vahina. Chapter 1442. The two sisters Ling and Lotus were sitting on chairs, using wooden knives and forks to focus on the barbecued meat and bread in front of them. The two sisters had a very cute white milk mark on their lips, and the cup of milk was placed to the side. Slomer was a relatively large town near the Buchi region. This town on the border of the Black Forest gathered a large number of adventurers and merchants who did business in the Black Forest. It was one of the largest settlements and markets outside the borders of Madara and Erewhon. Of course, this place was usually a lawless area. The owner of the town was a mercenary group, and as long as it was not a battle on the surface, all kinds of conspiracies and tricks were allowed. Of course, these little tricks were not in Brando's eyes. After secretly dealing with 3 blind thieves who tried to attack Ling and Lotus, as well as 2 thieves who tried to steal his wallet, they settled down in this inn. Of course, the two sisters knew nothing about this. This place was very close to the loop of trade winds and Buchi. To its north was the southern foot of the Tosankade Forest, the Silman River Valley, and to its west was the gentle slope of the Greyhar Mountains. Brando remembered that before summer came, he had once brought Freya into the Greyhar Mountains. At that time, when he looked east from the cliff, he saw the dusky forest in front of his eyes. In fact, the forest they were in now was called the Summerfield Forest. This forest was the easternmost part of the Black Forest in the loop of trade winds. Further east was the Buchi Mountains that connected with Madara, which was also the place they had passed through before. This forest could be said to be a part of the Black Forest, but it could also be said to be the periphery of the Black Forest. In these places where there were few people, there were often opportunities that ordinary people could not imagine. In the forest, there were magical beasts, mineral deposits, and treasures left behind by the predecessors. These could all represent a windfall. Because of this reason, this place gradually became the gathering place of the southern Erewhon adventurers and desperados. Brando even knew that the adventurers and mercenaries who gathered in Tonajul would travel to this place in the autumn and summer. Every spring, they would set off from Tonajul and pass through the forest of Tonajul to come here for an adventure, to seek a commission, or just to find something to do. In autumn, before winter, they would leave this place and return to Tonajul for the long winter. But ever since the original overlord of Abes was killed, the order in Tonajul was restored. Apart from a few law-abiding adventurers, the outlaws and mercenaries were chased out of Tonajul. Some of them went to the Silman region, while others went to Chablis. But no matter what, the number of foreigners staying in Tonajul increased. That was why there was such a lively scene. If it was before the Year of the Sword, this town would be relatively deserted and desolate during this season. Mercenaries and adventurers were known as the outlaws in Wonde. They were the poorest people in the world, but at the same time, they were also the most extravagant people. Their money came and went quickly because no one knew when they would lose their lives. That was why they lived in a hurry. Their extravagant spending habits spurred the local businesses, and the merchants who gathered here came from this. But there were also many types of businesses, and there were many women who were involved in the prostitution business. Just opposite this inn, Brando saw a few scantily dressed prostitutes trying to attract customers. Most of their customers were not particular people, and some of them even openly flirted with each other on the streets. When Brendel saw a guy impatiently putting his hand under one of the women's clothes, he finally could not help but frown and got up to close the window. Then, Brando threw the guy who threatened him to open the window out of the hall to the street outside. After that, he clapped his hands and sat down again. He saw that the two sisters' faces were a little red. Ling's face was a little calmer, and Lotus' face was like a ripe apple. Don't mind those people, they're just a bunch of scum. Yes, Mr. Brando. The little girl stuttered. Eat more, you have to finish the milk. Seeing the two sisters' expressions of disgust, Brando couldn't help but smile. The barbecue sauce here is the specialty. You won't be able to taste something as authentic as this if you head north of Chablis. The ingredients in the dark forest are very rare in the outside world. You'll have to go to Trentheim for your next meal, and you'll have to eat jerky on the way. Lotus couldn't help but stick out her tongue when she heard that. The jerky on the road was dry and salty, like firewood in a salt pot. Of course, it also looked like that on the surface. But no matter what, it was much better than the two sisters going hungry. At least they didn't have to worry about being with this lord. It was a pity that her sister insisted on returning to Lantern Island, and she also wanted to go back to the monastery and see her companions. Otherwise, it would be better to stay in Tonajil. In addition to the mouth-watering roast venison, there was also a curved croissant, which was also a local specialty. It was seasoned with several berries from the dark forest, and it was deeply loved by the two sisters. Even the usually quiet Ling showed a satisfied look after taking a bite. After the meal, Brendel ordered fruits for the two sisters as dessert. A wooden tray filled with grapes and wild strawberries was served, but these fruits were the most expensive part of the meal. The grapes grown in the lowland manors along the coast of Lantern Island had to be stored in a magic cellar before they could be transported over long distances. The merchants had to put a partition in the wooden box, layer after layer of straw, then put in the magically preserved grapes, layer after layer of straw, and finally nail a wooden board. It would take hundreds of miles for them to arrive here. The grapes that could be found everywhere in the lowlands of Lantern Island were more expensive than gold here. Lotus had a good memory, so she could vaguely guess the value of these precious fruits. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The pair of sisters, who had always lived a poor life, felt a sense of guilt after eating so much gold in one meal. However, Brando didn't care about it. From Nauvoo to Bodo and then to Marlow, the three of them ate and slept in the open along the way. Although it didn't matter what he ate with his current strength, the two little girls were still in the growing stage. In human age, they were at most 11 years old. It was the time when they needed to replenish their nutrition. There was no such condition in the wilderness, and it was not easy to find a place to settle down. Naturally, they had to be rewarded. The two sisters were the children of Bai, but they were also Metish's relatives. These two lovely and strong little girls, in Brando's opinion, should have been born to enjoy the life of a princess, but reality made them struggle in a difficult situation. Even so, they did not give up hope. Instead, they embarked on the road to find their mother without hesitation. From Lantern Island to Madara, the journey of thousands of miles, not only did they protect themselves well, but they also learned along the way. Just this perseverance alone was hard not to like. Moreover, this amount of money was actually nothing to Brando. Not to mention the huge wealth of Valhalla and Abes that belonged to him. Even Count Randner's annuity was not enough for him to use up. The only thing that surprised Brando was that these fresh magic cellar grapes were more expensive than the annual red wine of the local manor outside of Lantern Island. They were precious ingredients that could only be seen on the tables of nobles. He did not expect to see such things in this small town by the border. This was not just a factor of their value and price. This also involved the spending power of the land. Brando could not help but be curious. Could it be that in the 2 years he was in Tonajil, Marlow, this small town, had become so prosperous that even small inns were ready to receive noble guests at any time? However, Brando's question was quickly answered. A young man holding a wine glass appeared in front of him. The other party was wearing a silk robe and the emblem on his mink fur hat, all of which indicated that he was a noble. However, Brando noticed that the other party's behavior was slightly inappropriate. Although he was not a proper noble himself, he had been around the best nobles in the kingdom, such as the princess, Oberwei, and Maynard, and finally cultivated to a level where he had not eaten pork before. Just by observation alone, he was able to distinguish whether a noble had a background or not. Even though I don't think it's that useful. He guessed that this young man might be a descendant of one of the new noble families in Erewhon. Since the war between Ampere Seal and Randner, the structure of the nobles in the kingdom had changed greatly. Those who were persecuted in the Frost Rebellion had been rehabilitated. Although some of them may not have originally been members of the royal faction, because there were too many vacancies in the two wars, and after the war, Her Royal Highness had reinfected a group of nobles who had performed meritorious deeds. New nobles had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The typical characteristic of these new nobles was that they did not have a fief, or a small fief with no real power, but they were often close to the royal family or the princess, or held real power. Although Erewhon did not have a ruling body that could be called a government or a court, but under his influence, a bureaucratic system around Princess Grafine and her ruse was gradually forming. These people would form a new political ecology in Erewhon in the future. They would no longer be vassals, but ministers of the king and the kingdom. Chapter 1443. Due to the lack of land, these new nobles had no common interests with the traditional nobles. In fact, since the new nobles were closely tied to the royal family for good or ill, at least for now, they were almost naturally opposed to the traditional nobles. However, Erewhon's new nobles were not yet a force to be reckoned with, but one day, they would become a force that Her Highness could rely on. Brando's guess was right. The young man in front of him was called Hain, and his father was an attendant of the royal family. In the past, this position was insignificant in Erewhon's aristocratic ecosystem, but now it held real power. It was said that Her Highness intended to imitate the system after the reform of the Cruz Empire and re-establish the position of Prime Minister. Although Hain did not expect his father to become the Prime Minister of the kingdom, the prosperity of the bureaucratic system meant that his father could reach a higher position in the system in the future. At least, he would not be a nameless attendant of the royal family for the rest of his life. And with the gradual rise of the royal faction, his father's status also rose. Although his official position was still the same, Hain's father had won the trust of Oberwei. The latter was almost the prime minister of the empire, but he had not been crowned with that title yet. His family's status also rose by leaps and bounds. Originally, he was just a small nobleman, but now he was developing in the direction of a big family. His 8-year-old brother was also sent to Trentheim to learn and grow up in the territory of the famous count, and the family had high hopes for him. Hain himself was not ambitious, so he was not jealous of this. His current noble title might not be hereditary in the future, and he only liked to make friends with nobles. Besides, he was happy to see his family's status rise. Hain had long noticed Brando in the inn. Although the young man did not look like a noble, he had a natural aura that was hard to ignore and even unforgettable. Hain did not know that it was because of Brando's soul and habits as a modern person. Ever since he stepped into the realm of the sage, the aura he exuded was more natural and natural. Just like a sage like Eloranta, no matter how plainly dressed or how ordinary her appearance was, she would still be noticed in a crowd. Unless the latter deliberately hid it, the majestic aura was as obvious as the bright moon in the night sky. But this alone was not enough for Hain to meet Brando in person. The fruits were just a gesture of goodwill, and he did not want to let Brando know of his existence. But after seeing Brando teach the drunkard a lesson, Hain finally could not help but stand up. "Hello, are these two lovely ladies yours, Your Excellency?" "They are my sisters." Ha Yinfu revealed a look of realization. In fact, he didn't care about Lien and Ling's identity. It was just an excuse. Although the two elves did make him a little curious, it was just curiosity. Ling and Lien looked at Brendel with slight surprise. They probably did not expect him to say that. "Did you pass by Moloth?" Brando nodded and looked at this guy with some curiosity. Along the way, there were many people who struck up a conversation with him, but most of them did not have good intentions. They were either tempted by money or had bad intentions towards the half-elven sisters beside him. But the young man in front of him did not look like he was short of money, and did not seem to have bad intentions. He took the initiative to raise his glass, which meant to thank the other party for his hospitality. Obviously, the fruits in the magic cellar came from the young man in front of him. "Me too," Hain replied. "It seems that you are from Erewhon. I am Hain of the Montolo family, and my father is Derek Montolo." "Derek Montolo." "Sophie." "Sophie." Hain was stunned. It did not sound like a noble's name, and the other party did not report his family background. He knew that he might be a little abrupt, but fortunately, he did not care. "It seems that Mr. Sophie has just fled from Madara? How did you know that I fled back?" Brando could not help but laugh as he motioned for the other party to sit down. Hain did not refuse. He sat down and asked, "Mr. Sophie, is the situation in Madara good? Is the south of the Sea of the Dying Moon really as bad as the rumors say?" Brando was still a little puzzled. There were not many people in Erewhon who were interested in Madara. Although the two countries were so close, and Erewhon had been suffering from the flames of war in Madara for a long time, the strange phenomenon was that almost no one in this kingdom, from the nobles to the commoners, really studied their neighbor. Even some of the rumors among the commoners were mostly false bedtime stories that were full of descriptions of the green-faced, fanged undead of Madara. However, there were very few people who really knew the ins and outs of the Dark Kingdom. He wondered if the rumors of the 47-foot in Madara had spread to Erewhon so quickly. The speed of the rumors was really fast. It had only been 2 or 3 months since the battle in Mahotafen, and that was something that happened in the south of the Sea of the Dying Moon. While thinking, he shook his head and said, "My sisters and I came from the vicinity of Erewhon." It was indeed crowded with refugees. Most of them wanted to escape across the sea to the Silver Bay area or the White Mountains. There were very few people who really went to Erewhon like us. I chose to go by land, but the mountain paths near Karsuk were almost all sealed, so we had to go around the south of Daobwa and enter Erewhon through the northern edge of the Black Forest of Kalanga. Brando described his journey along the way, but the reason he went around Daobwa was not because the mountain paths in Karsuk were sealed off by the Highland Knight, but because it was closer to Tonajul. But this explanation sounded reasonable to Heinf. He could imagine how difficult and dangerous this journey was. From Daobwa to Malos, there were mountains and precipitous ridges. The journey was no less than 1,000 miles, and there were almost no civilized areas along the way. This young man and his sisters were lucky to be able to reach here, and also showed that the other party's strength was indeed not ordinary. Hearing this, he could not help but sigh. "Then you're really lucky." "Oh why? Now it seems that you made the right choice not to go to the White Mountains and Silver Bay like the others." Heinf lowered his voice. "I'm afraid Mr. Sophie still doesn't know that something happened in the White Mountains." "What happened?" Brando frowned. He had heard some rumors along the way, but because he had been hurrying along the edge of civilization, he had no time to pay attention to other things. In addition, these rumors were now widely spread in the north of Madara. Some of them were obviously nonsense, but they still had a large audience. The army that the elves allowed the undead to enter suddenly attacked the White Mountains and killed the king of the mountains, Shalafang. It is said that thousands of local residents were killed, most of them elves of Alisan. The elven court of Saint Tossol was furious because of this, and now the elves have sealed their borders. It is said that they are going to war with the undead of Madara. "That's impossible," Brando said firmly. The undead in the White Mountains now must be the main force of the Roman Black Rose led by the Queen of Madara. This undead army was waiting for the results of the conference to decide whether to stay or leave. How could they suddenly attack the Wind Elves at this time? Unless something happened during the conference, but that was still impossible. In his impression, the Queen of Madara was definitely not such an impulsive person. His reaction scared Heinf. This is indeed unbelievable, but the news is very true. It has already spread in Erewhon. It is said that the Wind Elves did not allow Madara to settle in the wilderness to the east of their kingdom. Brando shook his head. This was too ridiculous. The Queen of Madara would never suddenly attack because of this. However, if the rumors were true, then things had become complicated. The undead had killed the Mountain King, Shalafang. This hero of the White Mountains was still alive in the original history of the Second Age. He was extremely prestigious among the elves, and he was also a member of the elven court. If he really died at the hands of the undead, then the hatred between Saint Tossol and Madara would never be quelled. He frowned, faintly feeling that things were a little beyond his expectations. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency to return to Erewhon as soon as possible. The change in this matter might be far from as simple as it seemed. He instinctively felt that there might be the shadow of the Twilight Dragon behind this. If that was the case, Erewhon might also be in danger. Brando did not forget that Lady Martha had told him before she left that the Throne of Destiny was in that blessed land. He knew very well what the Twilight Dragon's true purpose was. He was not worried about anything else, but if the Twilight Dragon used the same method to assassinate Her Highness or anyone around him, it would be a loss he could not bear. The sudden gloominess of the young man in front of him made Heinf feel that the topic was a little difficult to continue. In fact, he even felt as if he was suffocating. "What's going on?" Heinf was horrified. Why did this young man just frown make him feel as if the sky outside had darkened? Even in front of his stern father, He had never experienced such a feeling. He subconsciously sat up straight, his palms sweating. He was trying to find a topic to end this terrible conversation, but his mind seemed to be blank. For a moment, his smooth negotiation ability seemed to have become dry, and he even forgot what he wanted to say. Chapter 1444. Ling and Lotus naturally noticed the change in Brando, but the two sisters had been with Brando for a long time and were already used to his aura, so they didn't feel too uncomfortable. However, they were also surprised. They faintly felt that ever since they returned from the stagnation realm, Brando's aura was getting stronger by the day. Sometimes, when he inadvertently revealed it, it was as if the whole world would change color. His aura was like a true king patrolling his kingdom. It was as if he was a god on earth, so out of place with the mortals around him. At this moment, the light in the inn dimmed, and a group of people walked in from outside. Henf subconsciously raised his head, and when he saw the people walking in from outside, his face couldn't help but change color. Henf, you coward, you're actually hiding here. There were a total of 5 people coming in from outside. Other than the 4 wizards in long robes, there was also an arrogant young man. The latter was also dressed in noble clothing, and his every move showed his nobility. When the young man saw this direction, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said sarcastically, "Do you really think I'll find trouble with you? You think too highly of yourself. Even if it's your younger brother, I wouldn't care, let alone a piece of trash like you. But you're lucky that you hid fast enough. Otherwise, I would have beaten you up." He still wanted to say something, but as if he was afraid of the wizards behind him, he shook his head in disdain and walked into the inn. Brando came back to his senses and looked in that direction, but he just happened to see the young man looking at him provocatively. He had already experienced the frivolity of these young nobles, so he didn't take it to heart. He only turned around and asked Henf, "These people are?" "That's Roant, the son of the Count of Redbud. His father is a retainer of the Grand Duke of Grimoires, and he himself is a famous genius in grimoires. It is said that he has the potential to become a genius of the new generation of Erewhon after the Valkyrie, the Sword of the White Lion, Breton and Loka. But he is indeed very strong. Even my younger brother can't compare to him." Henf answered truthfully. At the end of his sentence, he could not help but look at Brendel with lingering fear. The scene from before was deeply engraved in his memory. He really could not imagine how strong this young man in front of him was, to be able to make him feel that way with just a change in his emotions. Maybe this is a master who has stepped into the gold realm. Such a young gold realm. Henf was secretly shocked. He knew that the so-called 3 geniuses of Erewhon, the Valkyrie Freya, the Sword of the White Lion, Breton, and the young Vice-Commander Loka, had only just touched the elemental realm. In other words, this young man in front of him might have the talent that was not inferior to the most outstanding geniuses of Erewhon. Realizing this, Henf couldn't help but subconsciously put Brando on the same level as himself, or even higher. Roant! Brando frowned, thinking that he had never heard of this name before he left Erewhon. However, he had left Erewhon for a long time, more than half a year. During this time, many things had happened in and out of Erewhon, and some things were indeed very different from before he left. He thought for a moment and asked, "Speaking of the geniuses of grimoires, have you heard of a person called Finus?" "Mr. Finus," Henf said with deep respect. "Are you talking about the young man who shone in the swordsmanship tournament in Count Randner? I heard that he had received guidance from the Count. Mr. Finus' swordsmanship is now second to none among the young geniuses of Erewhon, and Roant is far from being his match. However, I heard that Mr. Finus went to Saint Tossol to learn swordsmanship in the Wind Elven Empire." Brando did not expect Petit Finus to have such a situation. It seemed that he was not wrong about the latter's talent, but it was a pity that they were not on the same path. Otherwise, he would not have minded accepting Petit Finus as his student. The reason he gave Petit Finus pointers in swordsmanship was to open a door to a wider world for him. Now, it seemed that the starting point had served its purpose. Petit Finus going to Saint Tossol could be said to be both unexpected and expected. Perhaps one day, another sword saint would be born in Erewhon, but only those who walked on this path would understand the hardships of this path. He believed that Petit Finus would be able to overcome all of this. Since Petit Finus was far superior to that guy called Roant, Then it seemed that he was not a great genius. Brando no longer cared about the hurried glance he gave him. Mr. Heinf, who is your brother? My brother is my father's youngest son. He is only 8 years old this year. Unlike my useless elder brother, he has some talent in swordsmanship, and the family thinks highly of him. Heinf smiled at the mention of his brother. My father sent him to Tonajul to learn under the Count. Although we do not expect him to become the Count's attendant knight, as long as he can learn something, it will be enough for him to use for the rest of his life. When Heinf mentioned the Count, his tone was full of reverence. No matter how much Brando was criticized by the traditional nobles, it could not change his legendary experience of turning the tide in the Battle of Ampere Seal. Now, Brando had long been the idol of almost all the teenagers and young people in Erewhon. He was the dream lover in the hearts of countless girls, especially to the rising nobles. This Count not only represented a legend, but also a rising political power. As a child of a rising noble family, this kind of influence was often double. Heinf could not help but say, speaking of which, the Count is the real genius of Erewhon. I heard that he is not even 40 years old this year, but he is already a sword saint with the strength of elemental activation. At the same time, he is also the Count of the kingdom, the hero who saved the royal family and Her Highness the Princess. Compared to this Count, what is Roant? Not even 40 years old? Brando almost spat out his rice. He wondered how he had suddenly aged 20 years. However, he also understood that his actions were too unusual. Most people would find it hard to believe that he had done all this in his early 20s. In fact, he had lived 2 lives, and his mentality was indeed not that of a 20-year-old boy. Moreover, in this world, there were only a few people like Eek who had become a duke at such a young age. Moreover, the Ophelia family had its own difficulties. Hearing Heinf's boasting, the 2 sisters Ling and Lien could not help but laugh. The elder sister was a little more reserved, only slightly pursing her lips, but the younger sister kept looking straight at Brando, as if there was a flower on his face. Fortunately, Heinf was immersed in recalling the heroic deeds of the Count and did not notice the abnormalities of the 2 elven sisters. Brando could not bear to disturb the young man's fantasy, but he thought of something and asked, "Do you know the wizards who were with the young man?" Heinf obviously couldn't give an answer to this question. "They're probably the guards he hired," he guessed. Brando did not comment, but he could vaguely sense a familiar aura from the 4 magi. Although he was in a hurry to return to Erewhon, Brando still let the 2 elven sisters rest for the night at Moloch. The following journey would be deep into the Black Forest to the west of the Kalanga Mountains. It was not at all easier than traversing the mountains of the Yusong Mountains. In fact, it was even more troublesome. Although Moloch was already close to Tonajul, he still had to go around the Greyhar Mountains to reach Abes. If he were alone, he could directly pass through the highest peak of the Greyhar Mountains and save nearly half the journey. However, with the elven sisters, this journey would take at least 2 days. Before the sun set, he tried to summon the Shire and quickly received a response. However, the Shire was not in Erewhon at the moment, but had gone to the Silver Bay area. However, the Shire told him that they would return to Erewhon as soon as possible. If necessary, they could even summon him back to their side. There was no need for that. However, Brando had originally planned to use the Shire to inform Amandina and the Princess of Tonajul that he was on his way back. Now, this wish of his had fallen through. Early the next morning, Heinf came to invite them along as promised. It turned out that after hearing that Brando and the other 2 were preparing to go to Tonajul, this nobleman had a sudden idea to visit the Count's territory. Firstly, he wanted to see his younger brother, and secondly, he wanted to fulfill his dream of chasing after his idol. However, Brando felt that the latter was the main reason. For this reason, Lotus had been secretly laughing along the way, making fun of this fellow for being as blind as a bat. In this regard, Brando did not mind. Although he did not have much of an impression of this young man, and the latter even gave him the impression that he was a little too pompous, he also wanted to take this opportunity to see the mentality of the new nobles. He wanted to see how their descendants would change the political environment of Erewhon. It had to be said that Heinf was a very talkative person. As they passed through the bustling market of Marleth, Brando would occasionally take care of the greedy eyes and hands that were reaching for the 2 sisters. Heinf, on the other hand, introduced them to some of the local history and the rare treasures produced in the dark forest that the merchants were selling. Brando was very knowledgeable, and naturally knew that nearly half of the things that this fellow introduced were full of mistakes. Even so, among the nobles of Erewhon, he could be considered to have a good eye. Some things could only be explained by the locals, but this young man was able to speak logically as if he was a native who had been immersed in this place for many years. In fact, the latter had only stayed here for a little more than a week. This could be considered a skill. The key was that with such a tour guide, the journey became a lot more lively and not so boring, especially for the two sisters. Although Brando knew a lot of things himself, even more than Heinf, he was already used to it. He might not be able to speak so vividly and captivatingly about these things. Time passed quickly, and on the morning of the third day, the group had already entered the Greyhill Mountains. Chapter 1445. The woodlands to the east of the Greyhill Mountains grew along the gentle slopes. The trees were lush like a blanket. The mountainside was shrouded in a thin winter fog. Brando, Hein, Ling, and Lotus walked along the valley. The mountain stream flowed between the pebbles on the riverbank. When they waded across the river, Lotus naughtily lifted her shoes and stuck her bare feet into the cold water. She showed a grimacing expression. Brando looked at the sisters with a smile and lifted them up one by one. Hein was the first to cross the river. After he crossed the river, he screamed in surprise. Brando carried the sisters across the river. Only then did he realize that there was a layer of dense red carpet on the shoal on the other side of the river. It was dragon blood moss. At this moment, Hein was standing on the red carpet, looking very surprised. Dragon blood moss was originally an unknown plant in the Black Forest. However, ever since the alchemists in Tonajil began to extract the lesser dragon blood potion from dragon blood moss, the value of this ordinary plant increased 100 times among the adventurers. Moreover, the Roman Seven Seas Merchant Association and the royal family of Erewhon were purchasing dragon blood moss as an alchemy raw material without limit. This trend even affected other countries. They sent spies and envoys to Tonajil to seek the formula of the lesser dragon blood potion and purchase this herb. Because of this, the number of dragon blood moss in the Black Forest in the south of Erewhon, especially at the edge of the Black Forest, was rapidly decreasing. The price of this herb was also rising steadily. In recent months, it was rare to see dragon blood moss of this scale unless one went deep into the Black Forest. However, the order and law in the Black Forest were different from other places. It was common for the scenery on the same path to change on a large scale. Some places could even become a forest in a day. It was not strange for dragon blood moss to grow densely all of a sudden. It was nothing more than a manifestation of a change in the law of a certain place. Mr. Sophie. Heinf turned around and waved his hand excitedly. We've made a small fortune. There's so much dragon's blood moss here. There are 4 of us, 3 of you and 1 of me. How about we divide it? Brando nodded and couldn't help but look at this noble child in a new light. Wealth and silk moved people's hearts. Although some noble children had a much more indifferent attitude towards money and goods, Heinf was able to take Ling and Lien into consideration when dividing the wealth. At least this showed that the other party was a meticulous and sensible person. What are these plants? Lotus was a little surprised to see Heinf's unusual excitement. She squatted down and stroked the dragon blood moss with her hand. She only felt that it was no different from ordinary lichens. Before they left Erewhon, the role of dragon blood moss was far from being taken seriously, so they had no idea of the value of this plant. This is dragon blood moss, ladies, Heinf replied loudly. This is a lot of money. Ever since the Count invented the dragon blood potion, the value of this plant has multiplied 100 times. Now, it can be sold for hundreds of tor per ounce on the black market. The two sisters' eyes once again converged on Brando, and Ling was no exception. In the past 2 days, they had heard too much about the Count from Heinf, and these were things that Brando did not talk about. So much. I'm afraid there's at least 100 pounds here? Not that much. It still needs to be dried. It's good enough if there's even a 1/10 left. Heinf shook his head. Brando did not expect the value of dragon blood moss to rise so quickly, but it made sense after thinking about it. In the past, the value of this herb was not high in the game because it was produced in large quantities. Because players could go deep into the Black Forest, dragon blood moss was not a rare thing in those places. Mr. Brando, Lotus whispered to him, My sister and I can't accept such a precious thing. You didn't discuss this proposal with your sister, did you? Brando looked at Ling, who was holding his sister's wrist tightly. Lotus's face turned red, and Ling also blushed, but the little girl immediately turned her head with a sour face. Brando touched Lotus's head and said, "These dragon blood moss are nothing to me, but it's very important to you. I'll ask Hainf to convert it into money. In the future, when you live in Lantern Island, although I can ask my friends there to take care of you, you still need to have money in your hands. We can earn it ourselves, Mr. Brando. You can't live on this money for the rest of your life. The lifespan of elves is much longer than that of humans." Brando teased them. "But with this money, you can buy a shop. With a stable source of income, you can settle down and inquire about your mother." Lotus did not object. Brando said again, "When we return to Tonajal, I'll help you and your sister get a bottle of dragon blood potion. This potion is actually more effective when used when you're underage." "Mr. Brando." Lotus's eyes could not help but turn red. "Why are you so good to us?" Brando touched her head and did not answer. It was actually more beneficial for Hainf to convert the dragon blood moss into cash. After all, the price of this item in the south of Erewhon was increasing day by day, let alone in the north. However, Brando did not care too much about the dragon blood moss. The White Lion Guards in Valhalla had already fully popularized the dragon blood potion. Erewhon's current demand for dragon blood came from the White Lion Legion in the north and Yanalas's Royal Navy, followed by the local legions. There was not much difference whether these potions fell into his hands or Hainf's hands. In the end, they would all flow into Erewhon's dragon blood moss market. He was more concerned about the meaning behind the sudden appearance of the dragon blood moss. Dragon blood moss rarely grew on such a large scale at the edge of the Black Forest. This was because at the border of Martha's blessed land, the laws of the area were relatively stable. A large-scale phenomenon often meant the appearance of a powerful treasure. And the only things that could accelerate the growth of the dragon blood moss were the spring of life and the dragon blood pool. The latter was more or less the same as the former. Brando was slightly tempted. He had always entrusted people to find the whereabouts of the Spring of Life and the Spring of Youth in the Black Forest, but he had missed out on the Dragon Blood Pool. It was not that he was negligent, but this thing was even rarer. Legend had it that the Dragon Blood Pool was formed by the blood of the Dragon King on the ground. It was an unparalleled treasure. The dragon blood in the Dragon Blood Pool could be used to make the best dragon blood potion. This potion could even allow mortals to possess part of the Golden Bloodline's abilities. And this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Dragon Blood Pool had an ability similar to the Spring of Life. It could allow people to break out of their cocoons and be reborn. And this function was one of the things that he needed the most. There were too many people around him who needed the Spring of Life. No matter if it was to cure Dilfari's hidden illness, to reconstruct his senior sister's body, or to help the dear Demonis in Kelsey's tomb get rid of her crystallization disease. And with the dragon blood in the Dragon Blood Pool, he could also try to raise Freya to the elemental realm in one fell swoop. With the foundation of bathing in dragon blood, the future Valkyrie would go further on this path, even far surpassing her achievements in the other world. After Hain finished collecting the dragon blood moss, he left the riverbank and went deep into the forest. The scene along the way confirmed Brando's guess. There were patches of magic rhododendrons growing in the forest. This was a typical magical plant. They fed on magic and tended to concentrate in areas where magic was highly active. Hainf was overjoyed. Magic rhododendrons were a relatively common material, but there were so many of them in such high quality, it was rare in the world. He subconsciously consulted Brando, but this time Brando stopped him and chose another direction. "Mr. Sophie, what is this?" Hainf was a little puzzled. But he was a noble after all. He immediately reacted and said with some surprise, "Could it be that there is a gathering point of magic in the forest?" Brando nodded. The magic in the Black Forest would not gather for no reason. It often formed the nest of a natural thing, but there would only be dark magic gathering near the nest. The environment was gloomy and terrifying. In this situation, there must be a natural thing being produced. The so-called natural things were the three major springs of the Spring of Song, the Spring of Life, and the Spring of Youth, the Dragon Blood Pool, as well as the Living Gold and the Golden Sheep. But among these natural things, the Dragon Blood Pool was undoubtedly the highest level. What could it be? Hainf asked with some excitement. No matter what kind of natural thing it was the top treasure in the world. But relatively speaking, the Spring of Song and the Golden Sheep were more common. Adventurers in the Southern Territory often encountered these two things. Among them, the Spring of Song could not be taken away, but it would give eternal luck to those who encountered it. And the spring water was full of silver. Just by taking away the silver, one could make a fortune. But Hein faintly felt that they might encounter a big thing this time. Have you heard of the Dragon Blood Pool? Brando asked. Hein's face was blank. Then, have you heard of the Spring of Life? What, Mr. Sophie? You mean? When the noble heard the words Spring of Life, his eyes suddenly widened, and even his voice could not help but go out of tune. Brando nodded. Hein's expression was strange. Sometimes he was excited, sometimes he frowned, but after a while, he fell silent. The Spring of Life had always been one of the most famous legends in the Southern Territory of Erewhon. Someone once said that there was a Spring of Life in the Southern Territory of Erewhon, to be exact, in the Tosencade Forest. Those who encountered it could rejuvenate and have a long lifespan like the elves. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.